फोर्सेस है उनका उतना, लोकल फोर्सेस का उतना जितना काम करते वक्त अच्छा रिजल्ट आता है उतना बाहर के फोर्स का नहीं आ सकता। उसकी कारण केपी रघुवंशी साहब ने C60 का निर्माण किया था उस टाइम। बड़े बड़े ऑपरेशन में हमने एक मिलिंद तेलतुंबड़े जो CC मेंबर थे, नक्सलियों के जो सचिव की टीम रहती है उनके CC मेंबर थे मिलिंद तेलतुंबड़े, तो इनको उनके 26 लोगों के साथ न्यूट्रलाइज किया था। तो सूचना मिलने पर यहाँ से C60 के दस्ते रवाना हो गए और जंगल में पूरा सर्च और कोम्बिंग ऑपरेशन किया। और कोम्बिंग ऑपरेशन के बाद हमने बहुत सारे माओवादी कैडर जो थे तो उनको ढेर कर दिया। और इसी ऑपरेशन में जो हमारे अभी साथ में 2 जवान हैं हमारे, इनके हाथ को जो ये देख सकते हैं, इनके हाथ को जो इंजरी हुई है ये उसी ऑपरेशन के दौरान हुई थी। यही इन्होंने एक हाथ से अपना जो इंजरी हुई थी उसके बाद ये हाथ छोड़कर दूसरे हाथ से, एक हाथ से बंदूक ताने दुश्मन पर अटैक किया था।
आप अपना नाम बताएं।
मेरा नाम टिकाराम काटिंग है।
हाँ टिकाराम जी, ये आपका हाथ कैसे मूर्छित हुआ, कैसे ऑपरेशन में जो आप मालडिन टोला ऑपरेशन में शामिल थे, वो कैसे ऑपरेशन आपने किया?
वो ऑपरेशन लॉन्च हुआ था 12 नवंबर 2021 को।
हाँ।
और जैसे उस दिन लॉन्च हुआ, हम रात को यहाँ से निकले ऑफिस से, रात को निकले, जैसे वो रात भर चले स्पॉट तक के, एकदम अर्ली में आने, सुबह सुबह वहाँ पहुँचे स्पॉट में जहाँ पे वो नक्सल थे। वहाँ पहुँचे तो करीबन 6 बजे के आसपास सुबह एकदम, तब से कंटिन्यू फायर चालू आना। हम चलते चलते जा रहे थे, उसी वक्त ऊपर से उनकी तरफ से फायर आया हमारे ऊपर। उस जैसा फायर आया सबने पोजीशन ले लिए, उनको कॉर्डन भी करने को देखे, जितना हो सके उतना कॉर्डन किए। तो बाद में वो फायर कंटिन्यू चलते रहा, करीबन सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर 11 बजे तक चला।
सामने से बहुत से नक्सल आ रहे थे। फिर मेरे आजू बाजू में जो मेरे सहयोगी थे उनको भी बताया, और हम भी हमारे ऊपर वो फायर कर रहे थे, हम भी उनके ऊपर फायर करने गए। तो बहुत से लोग थे, तो फायर करते वक्त मेरे सर को गोली लगी यहाँ पे।
अरे बाप रे, कहाँ पर गोली लगी आपको?
यहाँ से यहाँ तक।
हाँ हाँ हाँ। हाल ही में हमने देखा कि 12 जो नक्सली थे उन्होंने सरेंडर किया। तो किसी को सरेंडर करवाने के लिए या कोई खूंखार नक्सली है, मैंने देखा कि उसमें एक संगीता नाम की भी एक नक्सल महिला थी जिसके हाथ में AK-47 राइफल भी था। तो ऐसे खूंखार नक्सलियों को आप लोग सरेंडर कैसे करवाते हैं? क्या कोई कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग होती है? क्या कुछ किया?
डेफिनेटली ये दो प्रकार का युद्ध है। एक कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग का युद्ध है और एक जंगल में जो वार चलता है वो है। तो गढ़चिरौली पुलिस ये काम करती है, जो सिविक एक्शन हमारा टीम है तो वो पूरे गांव में जाके जो सरकार की योजनाएं है उनका पूरा जानकारी लोगों को देते हैं। और उसकी प्रकार वो सभी जो सिस्टम है हमारा, तो उसके प्रकार लोगों को तक हम पुलिस पहुँचते हैं। यहाँ कैसा है गढ़चिरौली में जो बहुत डीप जंगल एरिया है, वहाँ छोटे छोटे गांव है, छोटे छोटे टोले हैं, वहाँ तक सरकार या फिर ये बाकी की ये पहुँच नहीं सकते क्योंकि माओइस्ट का बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभाव है और उतने रास्ते नहीं है, पुलिया नहीं है उसके कारण। तो उसके कारण ये जब हम पुलिस पेट्रोलिंग करते हैं, पेट्रोलिंग के दरमियान गांव को भेंट देते हैं, गांव के जो उनकी समस्याएं जानते हैं, समस्या जानने के बाद हमें वो SP साहब या फिर कलेक्टर साहब तक पहुंचाते हैं और उसके बाद उसका समस्या का निराकरण होता है। तो इसी प्रकार सभी सिस्टम चलता है। तो इससे क्या होता है कम्युनिटी पोलिंग से कि हम उनके घर वालों तक पहुंच जाते हैं और उससे उनका मन परिवर्तन करके हम उनको सरेंडर करने के लिए सरकार की जो आत्मसमर्पण योजना है उसका पूरा जानकारी देके उनको डाइवर्ट कर लेते हैं और उनको सही क्या है गलत क्या है इसका मुलायजा करके हम उनको सरेंडर करवाते हैं।
पिछले साल एक बड़े अभियान में हमने पूरे उत्तर गढ़चिरौली को क्लियर किया है। आज के डेट में ये बोलने में हरकत नहीं है कि हम पूरे उत्तर गढ़चिरौली में एक भी सशस्त्र माओवादी आज के दिन में कोई घूम नहीं रहा है और केवल दक्षिण गढ़चिरौली अभी माओवादग्रस्त रह गया है। और दक्षिण गढ़चिरौली को भी माओवाद मुक्त करने के लिए हम आगे की कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं और जिस तरह से हम आउटपोस्ट खोल रहे हैं, लोगों के लिए रोड्स, मोबाइल टावर्स और ब्रिजेस बना रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि लोगों का मन और दिल जीतने में भी गढ़चिरौली पुलिस दल को सफलता मिली है। और यही कारण है कि पिछले 4 वर्षों में गढ़चिरौली का एक भी तरुण युवा वर्ग माओवादियों की संगठन में भर्ती नहीं हुआ है।
From forests dark with fear to field green with promise, Gadchiroli's story is one of transformation, a testament that even the deepest divides can be healed if we dare to choose peace.
Gadchiroli is no longer a red zone on the map. It's becoming a green zone of growth, opportunity and peace. Prove that with the right approach, even the most troubled regions can turn a new page.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
लेकिन उनके मोबाइल भी अभी चल रहा है, रिंग चल रहा है, लेकिन उठाता नहीं। मेरे तो सिर्फ 3 बेटियां हैं, पहली काम मिला है बोले मेरी बेटी। इसके बाद क्या बोलूं, कुछ बोलने की कोई चलेगा तो घर में ही करेगा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amit Shah reviews preparations for caste census. Notification to conduct census to be published in the official gazette today. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus. Key discussions likely on trade and investment, defence, innovation and people-to-people ties on the cards. Maharashtra CM Fordow briefs PM on rescue operations in Pune after fatal bridge collapse. Teams on the hunt for at least 20 to 25 missing tourists. 4 days after Ahmedabad plane crash, victim identification process fast-tracked. 80 victims identified, 33 bodies returned to families. One-day state mourning declared in honor of late Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. Last rites today at 11 a.m. onwards. Escalation in hostilities between Israel and Iran. Netanyahu says Tehran will pay up heavy price after 3 consecutive days of attacks across Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Viewers, well, this morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get to the big breaking updates coming in right now. Lufthansa flight to Hyderabad has been forced to make a U-turn and return to land at Frankfurt Airport. This has happened at the Frankfurt Airport on Sunday evening. A flight LH752 departed from Germany and was scheduled to land at Hyderabad's Rajiv Gandhi International Airport early on Monday. So this is a big update coming in right now, viewers. And from what we understand so far, the Lufthansa, I repeat, the Lufthansa flight has returned to Frankfurt. It was a Hyderabad-bound flight returning to Frankfurt. We'll try to get you more updates on the story, but this is the Lufthansa's 7879 Dreamliner to Hyderabad had returned to Frankfurt base mid-air. And we must move ahead right now. It's been close to 72 hours since Israel commenced Operation Rising Lion, a biblical name for a mission Israel says was imperative for its very existence. In an unprecedented strike on Iran with a night, Israel decisively attacked and decapitated Iran's nuclear command structure. Now, both from a military and scientific point of view, what ensued was the second phase of non-contact warfare between Iran and Israel, with the night sky over Tel Aviv, Tehran, and others witnessing interception of projectiles ranging from drones to ballistic missiles all night for the last 48 hours. Red lines have been crossed, energy infrastructures have been set ablaze, and skylines littered with fires. Is this how the spot in West Asia finally comes to boil? Our next report attempts to decode this rapidly worsening situation.
Enriched uranium, a ballistic missile program, and a threat of nuclear proliferation. These were the considerations of Israel on the eve of June 13th, 2025, when it launched its largest military operation against Iran's nuclear program.
موشک همین الان اسرائیل حمله کرد به صورت زنده موشک زدن و احتمالاً کشته داده اینجا مردم داشتن.
Israel called it Operation Rising Lion. The strike was not just focused on nuclear and military targets. Israel decapitated the entire top military command structure of Iran.
I'll tell you what would have come if we hadn't acted. We had information that this unscrupulous regime was planning to give the nuclear weapons that they would develop to their terrorist proxies. That's nuclear terrorism on steroids. That would threaten the entire world.
Israel also targeted nuclear scientists of Iran.
We have eliminated nuclear scientists who are working on the enrichment program.
They were part of this criminal scheme of
but
trying
you targeted
to eliminate.
you acknowledge you targeted the nuclear scientists as well.
Yes.
Why are you targeting the scientists? Why
they were part of the criminal element that is destined to destroy Israel.
Iran calls it an act of war.
This was not self-defense. It was a premeditated, unjustifiable act of aggression. The targets include peaceful nuclear facilities under the IAEA safeguards, military installations, civilian infrastructure, and residential areas.
So far, Israel has targeted several radar sites, ballistic missile sites, and Iran's top nuclear facilities in its bid to prevent Iran from procuring nuclear weapons.
We attacked not only their nuclear facilities, we attacked their missile capability, because if the nuclear track is the first track to annihilate Israel, the ballistic missile is the second track. And we hit some of it in October. We hit more now because they were planning to build 10,000 ballistic missiles in 3 years and 20,000 in 6 years.
Iran has refused to let go of Israel's escalation. In the last 3 nights, we have seen the biggest barrage of ballistic missiles launched by Iran in retaliation.
Let me be clear, Iran will exercise its inherent right to self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter. Our response will be lawful, proportionate, and determined, and it will come at a time of our choosing. The Security Council must act now and stop the aggressor from the further aggression.
Night sky of Israel was overwhelmed with ballistic missiles, something that its air defense couldn't handle this time.
Here behind me you can see the destruction just of one Iranian missile. It is in the city of Bat Yam next to Tel Aviv, and you can see how much destruction occurred just from a blast of one Iranian missile. They are targeting civilian areas like here. You can see one of those high-rise buildings with many floors almost destroyed, and it can collapse any moment. And now the security forces with drones trying to understand if there are people still inside of this building.
This conflict is nowhere close to a logical conclusion.
I think there's a real danger that unless the war is quickly brought to an end, this will become a full-fledged war. It has already spread, initially Israel was targeting nuclear sites and the military installations. Then there were attacks on in civilian centers in both the countries. So it has already spread. And as the casualties mount, the tempers will also increase, and there's a chance of an all-out war breaking out.
The West is egging on Israel to continue, emphasizing how a nuclear Iran would risk the security of Europe.
Je le dis avec la plus grande clarté, le risque de cette marche vers l'arme nucléaire par l'Iran menace la région, l'Europe et plus généralement la stabilité collective.
Das Nuklearprogramm Irans ist eine Bedrohung für die ganze Region und insbesondere für Israel. Israel hat das Recht, seine Existenz und die Sicherheit seiner Bürger zu verteidigen. Und gleichzeitig kennen Sie auch unsere Haltung. Wir fordern alle Seiten dringend dazu auf, von Schritten abzusehen, die zu einer weiteren Eskalation führen und die die Sicherheit in der gesamten Region gefährden.
Meanwhile, the British Royal Air Force has sent in more jets to the Middle East, including Typhoons and air-to-air refuelers. The British Prime Minister said they were being sent for, quote, a contingency support across the region. The United States too has used this opportunity to overtly exert pressure on the Iranians while providing tactical support to Israel.
Well, I'd love to avoid the conflict. Iran's going to have to negotiate a little bit tougher, meaning they're going to have to give us some things that they're not willing to give us right now.
Since the operation started, First, the US, while actively refusing to acknowledge its involvement, kept pressurizing Iran to get a new deal done. Trump even discussed it on a phone call with President Putin of Russia yesterday, when the latter called to extend birthday wishes to the US president. All Trump has said that Iran had a 60-day ultimatum, but this may be their second chance. However, both Russia and China, known to have very close ties with Iran and its nuclear program, have remained largely silent on their position on this conflict, essentially leaving Netanyahu in a no-holds-barred situation.
We paved the way to Tehran, and our pilots over the skies of Tehran will deal blows to the Ayatollah regime that they cannot even imagine. And I can tell you this, we have indications that senior leaders in Iran are already packing their bags. They sense what's coming.
Concerns are extremely high about the impact of this conflict on India.
This conflict will have a major impact not only on India but other countries in the region and oil importing countries all over the world. This is the Gulf or the Strait of Hormuz accounts for 20% of global oil supplies. And since Iran-Israel conflict broke out, there has been 7% increase in price of oil, which has, there's something like more than $10 increase. Please remember, $1 increase in the price of oil leads to an increase of 14,000 crores in the annual import bill of India. And there will be similar impact on other oil importing countries.
The Islamic world in the Middle East is also largely silent on Israel's escalation, as a nuclear warhead in the hands of Shia majority Iran could be an equally concerning situation for the Sunni majority neighborhood. Many prominent Shia leaders in India are condemning Israel's action against Iran.
Israel had bombed in the civilian areas in which a lot of people live, and they gave a story that the scientists and the generals would live on those areas. Even if the generals or scientists were living in those areas, Israel had no right to enter a sovereign country and attack their knowledgeable people and their generals.
In a major escalation with mounting civilian casualties, Iran and Israel have both struck each other's energy infrastructure, a red line both sides have avoided in the past.
Iranians are watching, and my fear is that while Netanyahu wants to prevent Iran from making a bomb, you know, in history there is something called the law of unintended consequences. You take an action wanting a result A, but you might get B.
The current war between Iran and Israel has a potential of destabilizing the entire region. Now, this has to be brought to an end. There are different dimensions. One dimension is Israeli security, and that has to be taken into account. The second dimension is that Iran, the sanctions against Iran have to be lifted.
With Israel in no mood to de-escalate and Iran pushed to the edge unlike ever before, tonight, just like the last two, is going to be very long, both in Tel Aviv and Tehran.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney hosted UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Sunday ahead of the G7 summit. The meeting comes amid escalating conflict between Israel and Iran and US President Trump's unresolved trade war with allies and rivals. Here's a report. Take a look.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney hosted UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Sunday ahead of G7 summit. The meeting comes amid escalating conflict between Israel and Iran and US President Donald Trump's unresolved trade war with the allies and rivals. Speaking on a flight to Canada, Starmer said he had discussed efforts to de-escalate the crisis with Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the other world leaders. Starmer is set to hold bilateral talks with the leaders such as US President Trump, French President Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. The G7 meet is to witness intense debate over the crisis in West Asia after Israel launched massive strikes on Iran's military and nuclear sites. This year's meeting also takes place against the backdrop of aggressive trade tariffs set and then paused for all countries except China, which has now reached a deal with the US by Donald Trump earlier this year.
And viewers, move ahead right now. Hundreds of Puerto Ricans gathered in the streets of Old San Juan in solidarity with demonstrations against US President Trump. They waved Puerto Rican and Haitian and Dominican Republican national flags and raised slogans against the deportation from the US. Here's a complete report. Take a look.
Hundreds of Puerto Ricans took to the streets of Old San Juan in solidarity with demonstrations against US presidents in the US. In solidarity with demonstrations against US president, protesters gathered in front of LA Fortaleza office of Governor Jennifer Gonzalez, a Republican who supports Trump. They waved Puerto Rican, Haitian and Dominican Republican national flags and raised slogans against the deportations from the US. The protests came after US Immigration and Customs Enforcement raided a Dominican community. The arrests caused outrage among the Puerto Rican officials and civil leaders who have created programs to help the island's undocumented immigrants.
Mañana es el Día de los Padres. Mañana muchos padres y madres no van a poder abrazar a sus hijos, porque la gobernadora, al entregar estos documentos, hizo que los arrestaran. Lo que queremos lograr es el apoyo, la lucha, seguir en pie de lucha. Tenemos varios proyectos para que sean aprobados y buscando siempre el apoyo de la comunidad puertorriqueña, la comunidad internacional y la prensa para hacer visible la problemática que tenemos los inmigrantes, no solamente en Estados Unidos, a los que igual le mandamos un saludo a todos los estados que están hoy mismo marchando, sino también en Puerto Rico.
Jose Rodriguez, president of Dominican Human Rights Committee, accused the governor of Puerto Rico of selling the names and addresses of migrants with driver's licenses to ICE. However, she later remarked that the island cannot afford to ignore Trump's directives on migrant arrests, emphasizing that federal funds are at risk.
Getting some updates coming in, viewers. A missile interception was seen in the skies above Tel Aviv late Sunday as Iran launched a new strike against Israel in an escalating conflict. Sirens were also heard in Jerusalem as to the two adversaries were trading attacks and missiles for the third straight day. Israel launched a bombardment on Friday of Iran's capital, Tehran, as well as its nuclear and military sites, which killed several top generals and nuclear scientists. Israel's military said that it has attacked an Iranian refueling aircraft in the country's northeast in what they claim was the longest range strike since the start of the conflict with Iran. The Israeli military said that they struck the aircraft at Mashhad airport, approximately 2,300 kilometers from Israel. Iran's foreign minister on Sunday said that his country has extensive evidence of the US providing help to Israel in its ongoing attacks against Iran. President Donald Trump has said the US had nothing to do with the attacks on Iran and warned Tehran against targeting US interests in retaliation. At least 10 people were killed in Iranian strikes overnight in Israel, bringing the country's total death toll to around 13. 4 people were killed when an Iranian missile struck a building in the northern Israeli town of Tamra, and another 24 were wounded. A strike on the central city of Rehovot wounded 42 people. Israeli authorities on Sunday named Aviv Atzili as a hostage whose remains were recovered from the Gaza Strip earlier this week. Atzili was killed on October 7th during the Hamas attack on southern Israel, and his body was taken into Gaza. Israeli forces located the remains of 2 hostages on Wednesday, the second of which had already been confirmed as Yair Yaakov. Footage from Israel's emergency service showed crews responding to blazes across the country following Iranian strikes as the 2 countries traded attacks for a 3rd consecutive day. In the West Bank, projectiles could be seen in the night sky with explosions lighting up the darkness as some of the projectiles were intercepted. And viewers, much more coming right up. We put a focus on the other stories that we are tracking. One-day state mourning declared in honor of late Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. Last strikes today at 11 a.m. Escalation in hostilities between Israel and Iran. Netanyahu says Tehran will pay a heavy price after 3 consecutive days of attacks across Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live this morning.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Getting some updates coming in, viewers, from the world of sports. BCCI staff will soon receive their outstanding daily allowances, which has been pending since January following a new policy. The board has introduced a streamlined tournament allowance policy where staff will now receive a fixed ₹10,000 per day for travel, replacing the previous incidental allowance system. The change applies to events like the IPL, which last over 2 months, and ICC tournaments that typically span a month or more. Indian women's hockey team put up a strong fight against Australia but suffered a narrow 1-2 defeat in the FIH Pro League match after conceding a last-minute goal. This marked India's second consecutive loss to the same opponents, having previously fallen 2-3. India started brightly, taking the lead in the 3rd minute with a field goal from Vaishnavi Falke and also maintaining a 1-0 advantage at half-time. However, Australia levelled the score in the 37th minute through Amy Lawton. Shubman Gill, India's newly appointed Test captain, never envisioned himself leading the national team. However, he has now set his sights on fostering a team culture where every player feels secure and happy. As India undergoes in a transitional phase, they will be aiming for the first Test series victory in England 2007. The highly anticipated opening match is set to take place at Leeds on June 20th. The Delhi and District Cricket Association is set to expand the Delhi Premier League T20 tournament in its 2nd edition, increasing the number of participating teams to 8, according to Director Shyam Sundar Sharma. Inaugural edition held last year featured 6 teams representing various zones in Delhi competing in the franchise-based tournament. Everyone's much more coming right up. We are live and this morning, and we'll focus on the day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus. Key discussions on trade, investment, defence, innovation and people-to-people ties are on the cards. And Maharashtra CM Fordow briefs PM on rescue operations in Pune after the fatal bridge collapse. Teams on the hunt for at least 20 to 25 missing tourists. Stay tuned, viewers.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking are, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's three-nation tour. We'll be getting all the updates on that story, and also the total number of DNA matches in the Ahmedabad tragedy has now gone up to 80. Details on that big story as well. Let us first begin with the headlines. Home Minister Amit Shah reviews preparations for caste census. Notification to conduct a census to be published in official gazette today. It is day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus. Key discussions on trade and investment, defence, innovation and people-to-people ties on the cards. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fordow briefs Prime Minister on rescue operations in Pune after fatal bridge collapse. Teams on the hunt for at least 20 to 25 missing tourists. 4 days after Ahmedabad plane crash, victim identifying process fast-tracked. 80 victims identified. 33 bodies returned to families. One-day state mourning declared in honour of late Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Last rites today, 11 a.m. onwards. An escalation in hostilities between Israel and Iran. Netanyahu says Tehran will pay a heavy price after 3 consecutive days of attacks across Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. The top story is from Ahmedabad, where the total number of DNA sample matches in the tragic plane tragedy has now reached 80. This is the breaking news that we are getting. The DNA of 80 victims have now been identified, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, with the 33 bodies now being handed over to the families and the relatives of those who died in that tragic air crash. And in the new update about the fatal Air India crash, former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's DNA has been identified yesterday, and his last rites are to be conducted in Rajkot today. Here is more on the story.
In the heartbreaking Air India crash that shook the entire nation, DNA testing on Sunday has confirmed the death of former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. Gujarat government will hold a state funeral for former CM Vijay Rupani in Rajkot today, followed by a day of state mourning. The former CM was travelling to visit his daughter and wife in London on June 12th, seated on 2D, but that was not his first choice. He had initially booked his ticket on May 19th, intending to come back on June 25th. Then, due to a change of plans, he rebooked it to June 5th and later, finally, deciding on June 12th.
फ्लाइट के क्रैश में दुखद अवसान हुआ है और ख़ास तौर पे आज सुबह करीबन 11:10 को उनका डीएनए मैच हुआ है। उनका पार्थिव शरीर परिवार एवं वरिष्ठ आगेवानों के साथ चर्चा होने के बाद आज 1 बजे समय नक्की होगा और आगे की जानकारी आप सबको दी जाएगी।
Here's what Rishabh Rupani, son of former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani, had to say.
દુઃખદ દુર્ઘટનામાં જે મૃત્યુ પામેલા તમામ દિવંગતોને સૌપ્રથમ તો શ્રદ્ધાંજલિ પાઠવા માંગુ છું। સાથે સાથે પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી, કેન્દ્રીય ગૃહમંત્રી શ્રી અમિતભાઈ શાહ, મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ, ગૃહમંત્રી હર્ષભાઈ તથા ભાજપ પ્રદેશ પ્રમુખ શ્રી CR પાટીલ, તમામનો આભાર માનું છું। આખી પ્રક્રિયા વ્યવસ્થાપન સુદૃઢ નિશ્ચય સાથે અને ત્વરિત જે આખું ગોઠવવામાં આવ્યું।
Vijay Rupani's last rites will be held in Rajkot today. PM Modi had previously visited the family and offered his condolences to the former CM, recalling Rupani's dedication to the work in numerous roles.
And we have breaking news coming in. A devastating fire broke out at the Khidirpur market in Kolkata at around 2 a.m. this morning, engulfing over 1,300 shops and leaving business owners in tears. And what we do know is the fire is still burning right now, with 20 fire tenders on the spot struggling to bring it under control. And meanwhile, traders are expressing anger against the fire brigade and alleging that the fire brigade arrived late and lacked sufficient water, which exacerbated the damage. So devastating fire in Kolkata market, the Khidirpur market, and this happened in the wee hours today at around 2 in the morning. And what we do know is that right now fire tenders are still at the spot and they're continuing to trying to douse the fire. The fire is still burning. There are 20 at least fire tenders that are there on the spot trying to douse the flames. And those visuals there, you can see fire tenders there. And we have more breaking news coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has reviewed the preparation for the forthcoming census with Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan and other senior officials. Remember, India's 16th caste census with caste enumeration will be carried out with the reference date of 1st of October 2026 in very lot of areas including Ladakh, and of 1st of March 2027 to the rest of the country. The notification to conduct the census will be published in the official gazette today. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, another catastrophic incident in Pune, where a bridge over the Indrayani river in Maharashtra's Pune collapsed earlier this afternoon. The bridge located in the area suddenly broke down, resulting into multiple people falling into the river, including tourists, and the cause of the collapse is presently unknown. However, the NDRF has been rushed to the spot in Pune, where reports suggest that the death toll may be as high as 5 or more, with more than 32 people reportedly injured as well. Here is what we do know so far.
On Sunday, a very popular local bridge in the Kundmala area of Maharashtra's Pune collapsed suddenly into the Indrayani river. Many tourists were gathered around the 30-year-old iron bridge on the Indrayani river in Maharashtra's Pune. Suddenly, at around 3:30 p.m., the old bridge collapsed into the river. Reports suggest that some people were swept away in the river immediately after the collapse, while others were feared to be stuck under the debris of the collapsed structure. A rescue operation was then called.
3 बजे ये दुर्घटना हुई थी। 3:30 बजे हमें इसका इन्फॉर्मेशन मिला। तत्काल हमने हमारे रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट, पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट, आपदा मित्र, एनडीआरएफ की टीम, जिला परिषद की टीम, सभी टीम्स को यहाँ पे भेजा। करीब 250 लोगों की टीम यहाँ पे आ चुकी थी इमीडिएटली, और लोगों को बचाने की कार्रवाई तत्काल चालू की गई, जिसकी वजह से हम करीब 38 लोगों को अभी तक बचा सके हैं। 2 लोगों की अनफॉर्चुनेटली मृत्यु हो गई है, उनकी डेड बॉडी हमें मिल चुकी हैं। हमने लोगों को आह्वान किया था कि किसी के रिलेटिव कुछ अनआइडेंटिफाइड है, मिल नहीं रहे तो हमें बताइए। तो अभी हमारी इन्फॉर्मेशन के हिसाब से 2 लोग जो हैं वो अनआइडेंटिफाइड है, उनको ढूंढने का काम चालू है।
Immediately after the collapse, local authorities sprung into action with the NDRF too roped in the rescue efforts.
ये कुंडमड़ा करके जो प्लेस है वाटरफॉल के बाजू में, ये आयरन का ब्रिज था, पुराना डिलेपिडेटेड ब्रिज था, वो आज गिर गया है लगभग 3:30 से 3:45 बजे। और अब तक की जानकारी, प्राइमरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत 2 लोगों की इसमें दुखद मौत हुई है, और 6 से 7 लोग जिनको बचा गया है वो हॉस्पिटल में इलाज के लिए भेजे। इसमें अब तक की इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत 2 कैजुअलिटीज है, और 6 से 7 लोग जो इंजर्ड है वो हॉस्पिटल में रवाना है। यहाँ पे एनडीआरएफ की जो टीम है वो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के लिए आई है, लोकल पुलिस है, और क्रेन और वहाँ बचाव कार्य जारी है।
Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis took note of the unfortunate tragedy and said that his administration is trying its best to provide relief.
जो काही एक पूल तुटल्याची दुर्घटना झालेली आहे, आता मी विभागीय आयुक्त, तहसीलदार आणि पोलीस कमिशनर यांच्याशी बोललो आहे। आत्ता प्राथमिक माहिती एवढीच आहे की हा पूल तुटलेला आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये काही लोक जखमी झाले, त्या जखमींना हॉस्पिटलमध्ये नेलेलं आहे, आणि त्यासोबत काही लोक अडकलेले आहेत, त्यांच्याकरता एनडीआरएफची टीम त्या ठिकाणी पोहोचते आहे त्यांना रेस्क्यू करण्याकरता।
The Chief Minister also later took to social media platform X and said that relevant agencies have been ordered to be on alert mode. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also reportedly spoke with Chief Minister Fadnavis to inquire about the ongoing rescue efforts. While preliminary investigation suggested that the bridge might have been linked to an old dilapidated condition, a further investigation is necessary to ascertain the real cause of this accident.
एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ की टीमें यहाँ पे आई है, और यहाँ के जो स्वयंसेवी संस्था है वो और यहाँ के स्थानिक लोक प्रतिनिधि ये भी इस कार्य में सहभागी है, और इसी तरह से और पूरा प्रशासन ये सब इसमें सहभागी होकर अतिशय तेजी से ये काम चल रहा है।
Amidst the tragedy, a political war of words ensuing blame game has already emerged.
मुझे मालूम नहीं ब्रिज कितना पुराना है, मैंने जो ब्रिज देखा है वहाँ पे जो वीडियो आया है वो ब्रिज मुझे पुराना सा दिख रहा है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से वो लोखंड का है, आप अगर सूक्ष्म नज़र से वो लोखंड के ब्रिज को देखो तो पहले से ही कमकुवत हो गया है, तो उसकी पहले से ही उसको रोक देना चाहिए था। मुझे मालूम नहीं सत्य परिस्थिति क्या है, उसके आगे मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहता।
And on to the other big story that we are tracking this morning. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Cyprus as his first stop for his three-nation tour. And he is going to the idea is to strengthen bilateral relations and explore cooperation in trade, investment and technology. Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the India-Cyprus CEO Forum, emphasized India's significant progress and economic strengths. And after Cyprus, Prime Minister Modi will attend the G7 summit in Canada, addressing issues and the priorities of the global south. Here is a report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday embarked on a significant three-nation tour with scheduled visits to the Republic of Cyprus, Canada and Croatia. This diplomatic journey aims to bolster India's international relations and explore new avenues for cooperation across various sectors. Prime Minister Modi has made it to the first stop in his itinerary, the Republic of Cyprus, where he was received by President Nikos. Prime Minister Modi's stop in Cyprus marks the first prime ministerial visit in 23 years. The PM was welcomed by the Indian diaspora in the country with banners of Operation Sindoor and children waiting to be blessed amid cheers and celebrations. He was seen greeting and interacting with members of the Indian diaspora as chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai echoed in the air.
उनके साथ मिलना जन्नत, क्योंकि हम यहाँ पे रहते हैं और आज लगता है कि उन्होंने जिस तरीके से देश को संभाला है, नो वन कैन। आज हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि अगर हमें कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आती है, ही इज देयर, ही विल सेव अस, ही विल टेक केयर ऑफ अस। एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू से थैंक यू सो मच मोदी जी, आप हैं तो हम सेफ हैं।
The Indian diaspora in Cyprus expressed their joy on meeting the Prime Minister. The visit to Cyprus comes on the backdrop of long-standing friendship between the two countries. Following the warm welcome, the Prime Minister took to social media to thank the Indian community for their affection. He is set to have meetings with President Nikos in the capital of Nicosia.
भारत साइप्रस आर्थिक संबंधों के लिए आपकी प्रतिबद्धता को मैंने महसूस किया है। आपके विचारों में सिर्फ संभावना ही नहीं, संकल्प को भी मैं महसूस कर रहा हूं। यह स्पष्ट है कि हमारे संबंधों में आगे बढ़ने की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। फ्रेंड, साइप्रस लंबे समय से हमारा विश्वसनीय पार्टनर रहा है, जिसका आप लोगों ने भी उल्लेख किया।
Following his visit to Cyprus, Prime Minister Modi will move to Kanaskis in Canada to participate in the G7 summit, where he is invited by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. India's growing global influence is clear, as highlighted by former Deputy NSA Pankaj Saran, who explains why India's presence at the G7 is essential despite diplomatic challenges.
You know, G7, he's been a regular invitee. India has been a regular invitee even before he became Prime Minister. Even in the pre-Modi era, India was an invitee. So, I think the invitation is a recognition of a reality which everyone accepts today, which is that you actually cannot discuss the state and the future of the global economy without India. It's not just because we are the largest country in the world or the fourth largest economy, going on to be the third largest, but also because you cannot have any solution to any global problem without India. I mean, that's the new reality. So it reflects that objective condition of the current global order. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I think people also appreciate the fact that This current Prime Minister has been in office for 10, 11 years. He commands the majority and the national support of the people of India. His voice is important as a person, as a leader.
The Prime Minister will join global leaders in addressing pressing international issues with major focus on the global south. The final leg of the tour will take Prime Minister Modi to Croatia. The visit aims to strengthen ties between the two countries. This three-nation tour marks the first foreign visit for Prime Minister Modi since Operation Sindoor.
And the Axiom 4 commercial mission to the International Space Station carrying Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 others is now scheduled to launch on 19th of June. Originally set for 11th of June, the launch faced delays first due to a fuel leak in SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and later because of a leak detected in the Russian segment of the ISS. Watch this detailed analysis of India's space mission.
All remember the historic mission of Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma all the way back in 1984 when he went on board Soyuz T-11 mission and became the first Indian astronaut to enter a low Earth orbit. Fast forward to 41 years, the last 1 week especially has been very long for one very special man. His name is Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. He is designated to be India's second astronaut in space. What is even more historic that he is set to be the first Indian astronaut on board the International Space Station. But the last 1 week has been a little bit rocky for the Axiom 4 mission. It all started all the way back in May. On May 29th, the Falcon 9 on which the entire crew of Axiom 4, of which Shubhanshu Shukla is the pilot, was supposed to initially take off. However, there were certain technical delays due to which the launch was later postponed to June 11th. However, on June 11th, due to high winds, eventually the mission was even pushed back for a day, and later on, some oxygen leaks were found on the Falcon 9, which raised concerns for NASA to call off the mission and first fix all concerns. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is space flight involving humans. Nothing is left to chance, not even 1%. This is also something that India has been attempting to master in the last 4 decades with its long ambition of Gaganyaan program. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is space flight involving humans. Nothing is left to chance. And India has been attempting to perfect this science, becoming the 4th ever country to achieve this by its own indigenous Gaganyaan program. And India is reaching closer to achieving its own human spaceflight dream on an indigenous rocket through its very own countdown. India has already become the 4th nation in the entire world to master the space docking mission by the SpaceX mission that we carried out in December of 2024. We have also successfully tested an emergency escape system in the Gaganyaan rockets. And very soon, in the next 3 years, we anticipate to send Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla along with an entire crew of other 3 astronauts together to space, to the International Space Station in India's very own rocket. But until then, we all will be looking at the new launch date that Axiom has finally released. That is June 19th. That is the new expected date to look out for, to see up in the skies amongst the stars and see perhaps an Indian astronaut with the Tiranga on his shoulder with pride on board the International Space Station. We here at Republic will be closely tracking the entire launch activity, and we hope you join us on our broadcast. Thank you.
Time to take a break and coming up ahead, it is day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus and key discussions on trade and investment, defense, innovation and people-to-people ties on the cards. Also, the big story, Maharashtra Chief Minister Fordow briefs Prime Minister on the rescue operations in Pune after fatal bridge collapse. Teams on the hunt for at least 20 to 25 missing tourists. Details on those 2 big stories and much more coming up ahead. Stay with us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए। और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at some other news from across the nation in our national wrap. Prime Minister Modi is in the Republic of Cyprus as the first stop of his three-nation tour. He attended a business roundtable meeting with the President of Cyprus, Nikos. He emphasized India's significant progress and economic strengths following his government's third consecutive win. In his address, he highlighted a digital revolution over the past decade, citing that 50% of the world's digital transactions take place in India through Unified Payments Interface or the UPI. He also welcomed talks to include Cyprus in UPI similar to France. Prime Minister Modi also detailed focus areas including the new manufacturing mission, maritime and port development, shipbuilding and a rapidly expanding civil aviation sector. 4 people were killed after a bridge on river Indrayani near Pune collapsed on Sunday afternoon. At least 4 more people are feared dead. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has announced a financial aid for families for those killed in the bridge collapse. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has said that a structural audit of all such bridges will be conducted. The area is a popular tourist destination and was crowded at the time of incident. The Indian Army contingent has participated in the opening ceremony of an exercise called Khan Quest 2025 being hosted in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia from 14th to 28th of June. The ceremony was attended by Ambassador of India to Mongolia. Lieutenant General Pushpendra Singh, Director General Operational Logistics and Strategic Management also attended the opening ceremony. The Indian Army has continued to emphasize its commitment to global peace, stability and international cooperation and also continues to play an active and constructive role in advancing United Nations peacekeeping efforts around the world. Following the helicopter crash in Uttarakhand's Rudraprayag district that claimed 7 lives, a case has been registered against 2 officials of Aryan Aviation, the company that operated the helicopter. Police have filed a case against one Kaushik Pathak, the accountable manager, and Vikas Tomar, the manager of Aryan Aviation, under Section 105 of Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, which amounts to culpable homicide but not amounting to murder, and Section 10 of the Aircraft Act, which deals with the penalties for violating aircraft safety. Union Home Minister Amit Shah on Sunday addressed a UP police recruitment ceremony where more than 60,000 civil police constables received appointment letters. He said that the precise striking capability carried out by the Indian Armed Forces inside Pakistani territory completely disseminated the terrorist hideouts during Operation Sindoor. Recalling India's response following nefarious attacks in Uri, Pulwama and Poonch, Amit Shah said that each of these attacks have been dealt with successfully by the Modi government.
मोदी जी के 11 साल में देश सुरक्षित हुआ है। ये देश के 11 राज्य में नक्सलवाद हुआ करता था। ये 11 साल में 11 राज्य में से नक्सलवाद अब 3 जिलों में बचा है। और मेरी बात याद रखना, 31/3/2026 को ये देश नक्सलवाद से मुक्त हो जाए।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
A very good morning, viewers. It's 8:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and the focus remains on the regional conflict which now threatens to escalate into a full-blown war between Israel and Iran. More and more sites are being bombarded by both these nations across their countries. Let's get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reviews preparations for caste census notification to conduct census to be published in the official gazette today. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus. Key discussions on trade and investment, defense, innovation and people-to-people ties on the cards. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fordow briefs PM Modi on rescue operations in Pune after fatal bridge collapse. Teams are on the lookout for the missing tourists. Four days after Ahmedabad plane crash, victim identification process has been fast-tracked. 80 victims have been identified so far. 33 bodies have been returned to their families. One-day state mourning has been declared in honor of late Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Last rites today, 11 a.m. onwards. escalation in hostilities between Israel and Iran. Netanyahu says Tehran will pay a heavy price after 3 consecutive attacks across Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. First up, viewers, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed that Brigadier General Mohammad Kazemi, the intelligence chief of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and his deputy General Hassan Mohakik have been killed in Israeli airstrikes on Tehran. This is a big confirmation coming in from Israeli Prime Minister, where he has said that IRGC's general and deputy general have now been killed in Israeli airstrikes. This is a massive escalation. The intelligence chief of the IRGC as well as the deputy general of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have now been eliminated. Meanwhile, Israel and Iran have exchanged a fresh wave of attacks yesterday, escalating tensions and also rising fears of a wider regional conflict. Iran targeted Israel's neighborhood, Bat Yam, leaving 7 people killed and dozens of them injured, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warning Iran that it will pay a heavy price for targeting citizens in Israel. Take a look.
The conflict between Israel and Iran has reached a boiling point, with both countries exchanging airstrikes and missile attacks. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned that Iran will pay a heavy price for targeting citizens in Israel. Netanyahu made the comments while visiting Bat Yam, which was hit by Iranian strikes, killing 7 people and dozens injured. Israeli rescue teams combed through rubble of residential buildings destroyed by Iranian missiles, using sniffer dogs, heavy excavators to look for survivors. Iran launched a barrage of missile attacks targeting key locations of Israel, including military headquarters. Air raid sirens were also sounded across Jerusalem and Tel Aviv after Iran's new wave of attacks. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said Iranian forces targeted Israel's energy infrastructure and facilities for fighter jet fuel production. While Israeli military released footage showing the strikes on various targets, including the headquarters of the Iranian regime's nuclear projects. Israeli military spokesperson said the army is continuing to carry out strikes in Iran and that it had struck more than targets across the country.
עד כה נתקפו יותר מ-250 מטרות ויותר מ-720 רכיבים שונים. גם בשעה זו אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף עשרות מטרות נוספות בטהרן. אנחנו מעמיקים את הפגיעה בתוכנית הגרעין וביכולות הצבאיות, זאת כדי לשבש ולהקטין את האיום לעורף. במהלך הלילה שוגרו כ-60 טילי קרקע ועשרות כלי טייס בלתי מאוישים. הם שוגרו ישירות משטח איראן ותימן לעבר ערים ויישובים בעורף המדינה. מערכות ההגנה האווירית פעלו לגילוי וירות האיומים ששוגרו, אך ההגנה אינה הרמטית.
He said the army's targets included headquarters of nuclear project in Tehran. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump issued a big warning to Iran, declaring that if the US is attacked by any way, it would unleash its military might at levels never seen before. The tensions between Israel and Iran escalated after Israel launched unprecedented strikes under its Operation Rising Line, killing top military leaders and scientists.
Let's take a look at the other developments we are tracking in light of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Missile interceptions were seen in the sky above Tel Aviv as Iran launched new strikes against Israel in an escalating conflict. Sirens were also heard across Jerusalem as 2 adversaries traded attacks. For the 3rd straight day, Israel launched a bombardment on Friday of Iran's capital Tehran as well as its nuclear and military sites, which killed several top generals and nuclear scientists. Israel's military said that it has attacked an Iranian refueling aircraft in Mashhad, in the country's northeast, in what they claimed was the longest range strike since the start of the conflict with Iran, The Israeli military also said they struck the aircraft at Mashhad airport, approximately 2,300 kilometers from Israel. Iran's foreign minister on Sunday said his country has extensive evidence of US providing help to Israel in its ongoing attacks against Iran. President Donald Trump has said the US has nothing to do with the attack on Iran and warned Tehran against targeting US interests in retaliation. At least 10 people were killed in Iranian strikes overnight in Israel, bringing the country's total death toll to 13. 4 people were killed when an Iranian missile struck a building in the northern Israeli town of Tamara, and another 24 were wounded. A strike on the central city of Rehovot also wounded 42 people. Israeli authorities named Aviv Adsili as the hostage, whose remains were recovered from Gaza Strip earlier this week. Adsili was killed on October 7, 2023 during Hamas's attack on southern Israel, and his body was taken into Gaza. Israeli forces located the remains of 2 hostages, the second of which had already been confirmed as Yair Yaakov. Footage from Israel's emergency services showed crews responding to blazes across the country following Iranian strikes as the two nations traded attacks for the third consecutive day. In the West Bank, projectiles could be seen in the night sky with explosions lighting up the darkness as some of them were intercepted. Viewers, Axiom 4 mission, which was originally set for June 11th, finally has a new date, June 19th. And this after a liquid oxygen leak was detected and fixed consecutively. Now the mission is all set to be launched, and the countdown has begun for Shubhanshu Shukla to reach the International Space Station in this historic mission. Here's more.
All remember the historic mission of Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma all the way back in 1984. When he went on board Soyuz T-11 mission and became the first Indian astronaut to enter a low Earth orbit. Fast forward to 41 years, the last 1 week especially has been very long for one very special man. His name is Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. He is designated to be India's second astronaut in space. What is even more historic, that he is set to be the first Indian astronaut on board the International Space Station. But the last 1 week has been a little bit rocky for the Axiom 4 mission. It all started all the way back in May. On May 29th, the Falcon 9, on which the entire crew of Axiom 4, of which Shubhanshu Shukla is the pilot, was supposed to initially take off. However, there were certain technical delays due to which the launch was later postponed to June 11th. However, on June 11th, due to high winds, eventually the mission was even pushed back for a day, and later on, some oxygen leaks were found on the Falcon 9, which raised concerns for NASA to call off the mission and first fix all concerns. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is space flight involving humans. Nothing is left to chance, not even 1%. This is also something that India has been attempting to master in the last 4 decades with its long ambition of Gaganyaan program. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is space flight involving humans. Nothing is left to chance. And India has been attempting to perfect this science, becoming the 4th ever country to achieve this by its own indigenous Gaganyaan program. And India is reaching closer to achieving its own human spaceflight dream on an indigenous rocket through its very own countdown. India has already become the 4th nation in the entire world to master the space docking mission by the SpaceX mission that we carried out in December of 2024. We have also successfully tested an emergency escape system in the Gaganyaan rockets. And very soon, in the next 3 years, we anticipate to send Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla along with an entire crew of other 3 astronauts together to space, to the International Space Station in India's very own rocket. But until then, we all will be looking at the new launch date that Axiom has finally released. That is June 19th. That is the new expected date to look out for, to see up in the skies amongst the stars and see perhaps an Indian astronaut with the Tiranga on his shoulder with pride on board the International Space Station. We here at Republic will be closely tracking the entire launch activity, and we hope you join us on our broadcast. Thank you.
Meanwhile, in Canada, Prime Minister Mark Carney hosted UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Sunday ahead of the crucial G7 summit. And this meeting, viewers, comes amid escalating conflict between Israel and Iran and US President Donald Trump's unresolved trade war with allies and rivals. Take a look at this report.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney hosted UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Sunday ahead of G7 summit. The meeting comes amid escalating conflict between Israel and Iran and US President Donald Trump's unresolved trade war with the allies and rivals. Speaking on a flight to Canada, Starmer said he had discussed efforts to de-escalate the crisis with Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the other world leaders. Keir Starmer is set to hold bilateral talks with the leaders such as US President Trump, French President Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. The G7 meet is to witness intense debate over the crisis in West Asia after Israel launched massive strikes on Iran's military and nuclear sites. This year's meeting also takes place against the backdrop of aggressive trade tariffs set and then paused for all countries except China, which has now reached a deal with the US by Donald Trump earlier this year.
For other international stories, a memorial with flowers, candles and handwritten notes lined up the steps of the state capitol in Minneapolis on Sunday in tribute to former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark after they were killed in a shooting at their home. Authorities say a man posed as a police officer and fatally shot the Hortmans at their home in Brooklyn Park early Saturday. The massive search for the suspect, whom authorities have identified as 57-year-old Vance Butler, stretched into its second day yesterday. An earthquake rattled Peru's central Pacific coast. The US Geological Survey said the 5.6 magnitude quake struck at 11:35 a.m. local time in the Pacific Ocean, with its epicenter 23 kilometers west-southwest of the Pacific port city of Callao. Peruvian President Dina Boluarte gave an initial figure of quake's intensity to be 6.1 magnitude, describing it as moderate and stating it had not triggered any tsunami warnings. Authorities meanwhile said there were no immediate reports of casualties. Families of victims of 2014 downing of Malaysia Airlines flight MH17 held a silent protest in The Hague in Netherlands. As in previous years, 298 chairs were laid out to represent those who were on board the flight, with relatives placing white roses and pictures of their loved ones on the chairs. Passengers and crew who were killed in the downing came from more than a dozen countries, although nearly 200 were Dutch citizens.
We feel that justice has not been done yet. So the people who are not in these seats anymore, I'm sure they will want justice for their lives that were taken. And we're all relatives of those people, and we all feel this pain every day, of course.
French President Emmanuel Macron landed in Greenland, the strategic Arctic island coveted by US President Donald Trump, carrying a message of friendship and solidarity from France and the European Union. Macron reiterated his criticism of Trump's intention to take control of the territory.
Very happy to be here to understand all the problematics, but as well to convey a message of friendship and solidarity from France and the European Union to help this territory to face the different challenges, economic development, education, but as well as the consequences of climate change.
Moving on, viewers, hundreds of Puerto Ricans gathered in the streets of San Juan in solidarity with the demonstrations against the crackdown on immigration ordered by Donald Trump administration. Here's the report from Ground Zero. Hundreds of Puerto Ricans took to the streets of Old San Juan in solidarity with demonstrations against US presidents in the US. In solidarity with demonstrations against US President, protesters gathered in front of LA Fortaleza, office of Governor Jennifer Gonzalez, a Republican who supports Trump. They waved Puerto Rican, Haitian and Dominican Republican national flags and raised slogans against the deportations from the US. The protests came after US Immigration and Customs Enforcement raided a Dominican community. The arrests caused outrage among the Puerto Rican officials and civil leaders who have created programs to help the island's undocumented immigrants.
Mañana es el Día de los Padres. Mañana muchos padres y madres no van a poder abrazar a sus hijos, porque la gobernadora, al entregar estos documentos, hizo que los arrestaran. Lo que queremos lograr es el apoyo, la lucha, seguir en pie de lucha. Tenemos varios proyectos para que sean aprobados y buscando siempre el apoyo de la comunidad puertorriqueña, la comunidad internacional y la prensa para hacer visible la problemática que tenemos los inmigrantes, no solamente en Estados Unidos, a los que igual le mandamos un saludo a todos los estados que están hoy mismo marchando, sino también en Puerto Rico.
Jose Rodriguez, president of Dominican Human Rights Committee, accused the governor of Puerto Rico of selling the names and addresses of migrants with driver's licenses to ICE. However, she later remarked that the island cannot afford to ignore Trump's directives on migrant arrests, emphasizing that federal funds are at risk. Moving on, viewers, former French President Nicolas Sarkozy has been stripped of his Legion of Honor, the country's highest distinction, after being convicted of corruption and influence peddling last year. Take a look at the story.
France's former President Nicolas Sarkozy has been stripped of his Legion of Honor medal following a conviction for graft. The conservative one-time president has been embroiled in legal battles since leaving office in 2012. Last year, France's highest court upheld his conviction for corruption and influence peddling, ordering him to wear an electronic tag for a year, a first for a former French head of state. Additionally, appeal court confirmed a separate conviction for illegal campaign financing his failed re-election bid in 2012. The 70-year-old former president, who had the electronic tag removed this month, was found guilty of trying to secure favors from a judge illegally. Sarkozy is currently appealing the conviction at the European Court of Human Rights, while also being tried in a separate case on charges of accepting illegal campaign financing in an alleged pact with the late Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Sarkozy, who denies the charges, could face a 7-year prison term if the prosecutor have their way. Sarkozy is now the second former French head of state to be stripped of this award, joining Nazi collaborator Philippe Pétain, who was convicted in August 1945 for high treason and conspiring with the enemy.
Time to take a look at the top stories from the world of sports. Australia seemingly pulled out all stops to unsettle the Temba Bavuma Aiden Markram partnership during the World Test Championship final. Bavuma revealed hearing the word choke while batting as the Australians tried to disrupt South Africa's momentum on day 4 at Lord's, despite Pat Cummins' leadership being perceived as a shift towards a more composed approach. The team's sledging crossed a line echoing past controversies. As the Proteas closed in on victory, Australia reportedly resorted to using the term to unnerve Bavuma and his squad. Sarfaraz Khan delivered a stellar performance on day 2 of the ongoing intra-squad match between India A and India at Beckenham, Kent, scoring a well-crafted century before retiring at 101. While Shubman Gill and KL Rahul registered 50s on the opening day, the second day was dominated by Sarfaraz's impressive batting display. Meanwhile, Ruturaj Gaikwad endured a tough outing, falling for a duck. The Australian coach has expressed confidence in Usman Khawaja and Manas Labuschagne, acknowledging the teams need to restructure their opening combination following David Warner's retirement. Khawaja was Australia's top run scorer in the previous cycle, amassing 1,428 runs in 39 innings at an average of 44.47, including 2 centuries and 6 half-centuries. However, his dismissals to Kagiso Rabada at Lord's exposed his continued struggles against pace bowling from around the wicket. In the final, he managed to just a duck and 6 across his 2 innings. Australia have made a late adjustment to their squad for the West Indies series with uncapped pacer Brendan Doggett ruled out due to a hip injury. In his place, the Aussies have brought in all-rounder Sean Abbott, who will now feature in the series starting June 25th in Barbados. Doggett was originally named as a travelling reserve for Australia's WTC final squad and was expected to take part in the 3-match series against the West Indies. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break, but on the other side, we'll tell you about the one-day state mourning that has been declared in honor of late Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, who lost his life in that tragic Air India plane crash. Last rites will begin from 11 a.m. onwards today. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the escalations and hostilities between Iran and Israel. Netanyahu has said that Tehran will pay a heavy price after 3 consecutive days of attacks on Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Stay tuned for all the latest updates.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
כל השמיים. זהו, אני בורח. זהו, אני בורח. אני רק מצלם לכם את השמיים. יואו.
To report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
It's time for us to take a quick check on the top stories from the world of business. State Bank of India, India's largest public sector lender, has cut the interest rate on its hugely popular 444-day Amrit Vrishti fixed deposit scheme from 6.85% to 6.60% per annum. The revision comes into effect on June 15, 2025 and comes after the Reserve Bank of India's recent 50 basis point repo rate reduction in its June monetary policy review meeting. This policy action was meant to control inflation as well as spur economic activity, and so many of the top banks like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank and Canara Bank came down with their deposit rates. In a continued downward movement for India's household savings for the third consecutive year, it declined to 18.1% of GDP in financial year 2024 according to Care Edge ratings. Further, the report mentioned that gross domestic savings declined to 30.7% of GDP in financial year 2024 from 32.2% in financial year 15. On the other hand, household financial liabilities reportedly surged to 6.2% of GDP, nearly doubling over the past decade, reflecting growing reliance on credit amid consumption needs. It puts the spotlight on the fact that despite the concerning savings trend, rural India offers a line of rising hope. The wage growth for rural male workers rose by 6.1% year-on-year in February, outpacing rural inflation for the fourth consecutive month. This, along with easing food inflation and favorable agricultural prospects, is reportedly supporting rural demand recovery. It's day 2 of Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus, and the focus will be on the bilateral engagements. Along with that, Pune bridge collapse continues to remain in our focus, with Maharashtra Chief Minister briefing the Prime Minister on rescue operations after the fatal bridge collapse. Teams are now looking for the missing tourists. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
כל השמיים. זהו, אני בורח. אני רק מצלם לכם את השמיים. יואו.
יש שם, זה לא נפילות?
זה נפילות, אבא, זה נפילות.
On Prime Time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here. Hello
So viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We are tracking the top stories here on Republic TV. And speaking about the biggest aviation tragedy, the Ahmedabad plane crash, DNA samples have been matched of 80 victims. This is a story we are tracking from the ground as well. We'll get to all the details, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Four days after Ahmedabad plane crash, victim identification process fast-tracked. 80 victims identified, 33 bodies returned to families. Quick response team at bridge collapse site. Rescue operations underway while hunt is on for missing 10 to 15 tourists. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus. Key discussions on trade and investment, defence, innovation and people-to-people ties on the cards. Amit Shah reviews preparation for caste census notification to conduct census to be published in official gazette today. One-day state mourning declared in honor of late Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. Last rites today at 11 a.m. Israeli PM Netanyahu confirms elimination of Iranian intel chief and his deputy. The big story we're tracking right now is the total number of DNA samples matches in the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash has reached to 80, including that of former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani, with 33 bodies handed over respectfully to the relatives. The total number of DNA sample matches in the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash reached to 80, including that of former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani, with 33 bodies handed over respectfully to the relatives. The update comes after the briefing by Dr. Rajneesh Patel, Additional Superintendent of Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. And this is coming in after the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which was on its way to London, crashed into the hostel shortly after takeoff from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport, killing the passengers, 241 passengers and the crew, including the former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who is joining us at this point of time. Gopi, I'm coming across to you right now, and you have been in Ahmedabad. You have been tracking the story from the ground. And I just want to tell our viewers what has happened. At least 80 DNA samples have been matched with the victims, and more than 33 approximately mortal remains and bodies have been handed over to the kin very respectfully. Gopi.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, as per the late night bulletin which happened at around 11 p.m. last night, Dr. Rajneesh Patel, who is the additional medical superintendent, had informed the media that 84 DNA samples have been matched, which includes that of, as you've correctly mentioned, former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, as well as 33 bodies have been handed over to the different families. What we are also understanding from our sources is that around 3 foreign national bodies will also be given back to the families today. They will be reaching here later in the evening. While let's tell our viewers, today is the day when last rites of Vijay Rupani is going to happen in Rajkot. While just a short while back at the mortuary complex, we saw that Indian national flag was brought to the mortuary complex, which will be in fact spread over the coffin of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. A huge procession is planned from his very constituency. Vijay Rupani began his political career from Rajkot and he hails from Rajkot. So a huge procession is planned later in the day in Rajkot, while what we are learning from our sources is his body would be handed over to Vijay Rupani's, to his family at around 11:30, while at around 2, his mortal remains will be brought to the Hirasar airport of Rajkot, after which the huge procession will be taken out in the city of Rajkot. Back to you.
Right. Gopi, I will be coming back to you very soon because we're tracking the story from the ground. We have to move ahead right now. Some more breaking news coming in. Quick response team has reached the site of the bridge collapse in Pune, while the local team will resume operations from 10 a.m. onwards. The bridge collapse on the Indrani River. Pune left 4 people dead, at least 51 injured. Rescue operations underway while hunt is on to find 10 to 15 tourists who are feared trapped. In the wake of the mishap in Pune, PM Modi, who is currently in Cyprus, spoke to Maharashtra CM Fordow and was briefed on the ongoing efforts to assist affected people. I'm going to go to our reporters, but right now on your screens you can see the pictures. On the left hand of your screen, this is the Pune bridge collapse. On the right hand, you can see the rescue operations are underway. This is the old bridge over the Indrani River, collapsing on Sunday, triggering a major rescue operation. The Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis said that some people are feared to have swept away, but we don't have a cap on the casualties as of now. But 10 to 15 people could be trapped. That is the latest coming in the debris of the bridge collapse that took place under the jurisdiction of the Pimpri Chinchwad police station. Some people have been rescued already. I just want to go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who's joining us right now. Satya Prakash, if you could just take our viewers through what is happening when it comes to the rescue operation, because we know that heavy rains, and it's raining there, it's raining where you are, heavy rains could be creating a bit of a blockade when it comes to rescue operations.
देखिए शिवांगी, थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पे सर्च ऑपरेशन फिर से शुरू होगा। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि जहाँ पर कल घटना हुआ था, जो हादसा हुआ, सामने देखिए तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो ब्रिज गिरा है। ये लोहे का जो ब्रिज है, सामने देख सकते हैं कि 2 मोटरसाइकिल है, बाइक है, और वहाँ पर जो है लगभग 100 से ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठा हुए, जिसकी वजह से जो ब्रिज की क्षमता है कहीं उससे ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठा हुए, जिसकी वजह से हादसा हुआ। ये इंद्रानी नदी का देख सकते हैं कितनी रफ्तार में है, क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रहा है पुणे में। उसकी वजह से कहीं लगातार यहाँ पे लोग, जो कल संडे का दिन था, पर्यटक थे, यहाँ पे आए थे लोग, और यहाँ पर भीड़ इकट्ठा हो गई, लोग सेल्फी ले रहे थे। उसी समय ये हादसा हुआ। हादसा इतना भयानक था कि यहाँ से लोग काफ़ी दूर तक, मैं सामने तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से आगे जो नदी जा रही है वहाँ तक लोग बह गए थे। अभी भी जो है एक मिसिंग है। थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पे सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू होगा। यहाँ लोकल प्रशासन की टीम आ चुकी है और सर्च ऑपरेशन की शुरुआत किया जाएगा। शिवांगी, मैं सामने दिखा रहा हूँ तस्वीरें, कितना जो पुल है, पुल जो बीच में लोहे का था वो टूटा, जो सीमेंटेड है वो नहीं टूटा, दूसरा हिस्सा नहीं टूटा, और कहीं जो पुल है ये पतला है। इस पतले पुल पे एकाएक लगभग 100 से 150 लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे, और यहाँ पर लोग, पर्यटक जो घूमने आए थे, वहाँ ये लोग थे, और ये हादसे का कारण बना। नदी की रफ्तार जो काफ़ी फ्लो में है, काफ़ी तेज है, क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रही है। कहीं जो लोग गिरे, काफ़ी दूर तक, लगभग 1 किलोमीटर तक लोग बह के गए। फिलहाल इस हादसे में 4 लोग की मौत हुई है, 51 लोग घायल हुए हैं, घायलों का इलाज चल रहा है। लेकिन जो हादसे का कारण बना है, जो अभी तक प्रारंभिक जांच पता चला है कि जो हादसे का कारण है कि इस जो ब्रिज पे काफ़ी लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं, जो क्षमता है, क्षमता से ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठा हुए, जिसके वजह से ये जो ब्रिज है वो गिर गया। सामने देखिए 2 मोटरसाइकिल पड़े हुए हैं, अभी 2-3 मोटरसाइकिल पड़े हुए हैं, बाइक पड़े हुए हैं, और अभी थोड़ी देर बाद उसको निकाला जाएगा। वो दूसरे हिस्सा को, ब्रिज को हटा दिया गया है, और क्योंकि लोगों को अंदर जाने के लिए मना किया जा रहा है। अभी थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन फिर से शुरू किया जाएगा, और जो जानकारी मिल रही कि एक आदमी अभी तक मिसिंग है, उसको सर्च किया जाएगा। शिवांगी।
Yes. Well, thank you for getting those details coming in right now, because we will be coming back here. We can see our colleague is right there at the bridge collapse site. I will be coming back to you, Satya Prakash, as rescue operations continue. Now we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Lufthansa flight. This is a flight. This is a Lufthansa flight to Hyderabad, which was forced to make a U-turn and return to land at Frankfurt Airport. Flight LH752 departed from Germany and was scheduled to land at Hyderabad's Rajiv Gandhi International Airport early Monday. An official from the Hyderabad airport confirmed that the flight returned to its origin stating that a bomb threat was received while the aircraft was still outside the Indian airspace. So, big update coming in right now, viewers. This is a Lufthansa Airlines flight from Frankfurt to Hyderabad, which was forced to return to Frankfurt airport after receiving a bomb threat while still outside Indian airspace. Now, this is the flight which took off from Frankfurt around 6 p.m. local time, was scheduled to land at the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport in Hyderabad early Monday. But what we understand is that Lufthansa Airlines said that the U-turn has happened. The U-turn has happened, and there's some speculations coming in that it could be a possibility due to a bomb threat. All right, I will have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking here. The first batch of Kailash Manasarovar Yatra is departed from UP with Har Har Mahadev chants. A special prayer was also held. Meanwhile, ITBP is stepping up the security measures. Here's a quick report, viewers. Take a look.
Preparations are in full swing for Kailash Manasarovar Yatra in Sikkim's Gangtok. As the first batch of pilgrims for Kailash Manasarovar Yatra departs from Uttar Pradesh, security forces are stepping up measures to ensure a smooth and safe pilgrimage. The Indo-Tibetan Border Police under the sector headquarters in Gangtok has made comprehensive arrangements to support the yatris along the route.
सबसे पहले तो हमें बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि 5 साल के बाद ये यात्रा नाथुला रास्ते से फिर से स्टार्ट हो रही है। जो भी सरकार ने हमको जवाबदारी दी है इस रूट से यात्रा कराने के लिए, जिसमें यात्रियों की सुरक्षा से लेकर उसी तरह के जो सुविधा उनको उपलब्ध करानी है, हम लोगों ने अपनी पूरी तैयारी कर रखी है और सारे तैयारियों का हमने जायजा भी लिया है। हम बहुत उत्सुक हैं सारे यात्रियों के स्वागत करने के लिए।
Senior officials have inspected the logistical and security setups, reviewing ground level readiness across transit points.
ये अलग अलग चीज़ों के लिए अलग अलग जिम्मेवारी भारत सरकार देती है। तो जो यात्रा के लिए जो मेडिकल कवर, फाइनल मेडिकल, सुरक्षा और इस तरह की जो सुविधा है वो हमारी जवाबदारी है और वो जवाबदारी शुरू से लेकर आखिर तक होती है।
With coordination from local authorities and active support from the people of Sikkim, the region is geared up to host pilgrims from across the country. The Kailash Manasarovar Yatra through Sikkim route remains one of the most spiritually significant and challenging journeys, demanding meticulous planning and robust support systems. Security personnel will remain deployed round the clock to ensure safety of pilgrims.
All right, getting some more breaking news coming in right now. A devastating fire broke out at Khidirpur market in Kolkata around 2 a.m. today, engulfing over 1,300 shops and leaving business owners in tears. The fire is still burning, with 20 fire tenders on the spot struggling to bring it under control. Traders expressing anger against the fire brigade, alleging that they arrived late and lacked sufficient water, which has worsened the damage. And we have those pictures coming in for you right now. This is the fire raging through the Kolkata market, and it has engulfed a lot of shops. More than 1,000 shops have been absolutely gutted after the massive blaze has engulfed this Khidirpur market. It's a massive fire broke out at the Khidirpur market in the early hours of Sunday, reducing a large part of the bustling commercial areas to ashes. The blaze started very early, from what we understand, very early. The fire is still burning, with 20 fire tenders on the spot struggling to bring it under control. Traders expressing the anger against the fire brigade, alleging that they arrived late and lacked sufficient water, which has made the damage worse. Okay, let's go across to the reactions we're getting on the story.
আপনি কখন এসেছেন?
ভোর 5টার সময়।
ভোর 5টা।
আমি কি আগুন নেভাবো?
আপনাকে আগুন নেভাতে বলিনি, আপনার কাজ আপনি করুন, আমাদের কাজ
দমকলের কাজ তো যখনই আগুন লাগবে তখনই সেই আগুন
আপনারা করেন, ঝগড়া করেন।
যে এই মুহূর্তে দমকল দেরিতে এসছে সেই অভিযোগ করছে, সে সময় তিনি পাল্টা প্রশ্ন করছেন সাংবাদিককে যে আমি কখন এসেছি, অর্থাৎ তাহলে কি আমার কাজ আগুন নেভানোর? সেই
দেখতে আরে ঠিক আছে, আপনি কখন এসছেন? আপনি কখন এসছেন? আপনি কখন এসছেন?
ভোর 5টার সময়। আমি কি আগুন, কিন্তু আমি কি আগুন নেভাবো?
আমি কি আগুন নেভাতে বলিনি, আপনার কাজ আপনি করুন, আমাদের কাজ
দমকলের কাজ তো যখনই আগুন লাগবে তখনই সেই আগুন
আপনারা করেন, ঝগড়া করেন।
যে এই মুহূর্তে দমকল দেরিতে এসছে সেই অভিযোগ করছে, সে সময় তিনি পাল্টা প্রশ্ন করছেন সাংবাদিককে যে আমি কখন এসেছি, অর্থাৎ তাহলে কি আমার কাজ আগুন নেভানোর? সেই
লজ্জা হবে কেন? কিসের লজ্জা? কিসের লজ্জা? বড় কথা, এটা কি লজ্জা হবে না? বলছে না যা ইচ্ছে বলে আছে, যাও ঘরে যাও, এসব বলে যাও। কেন লজ্জা?
কোথা থেকে আছি বলুন তো?
আপনি আছি তো? আপনি দেখেছেন? লজ্জা হবে কেন? লজ্জা হবে কেন? কিসের লজ্জা? কিসের লজ্জা? লজ্জা হবে কেন? লজ্জা হবে কেন? কিসের লজ্জা? কিসের লজ্জা?
Okay, viewers, get some breaking news coming in. Massive political clash erupts inside Humongous Central Jail. JDS worker assaulted by Congress inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war behind bars. Viral video from inside the prison shows a brutal attack, reportedly recorded on a smuggled mobile phone. Okay, so this is what we see right now. This is a political clash, I repeat, which is happening, that too inside the Humongous jail. And what you see on your screen is a very, very viral video. And in this viral video, you can see a political clash. JDS workers assaulted by Congress inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A gang war can be seen. You can see a fight there, physical fight. Viral video from inside the prison shows a brutal attack, reportedly recorded on a smuggled mobile phone. And Prime Minister Modi has reached Cyprus as the first stop of his three-nation tour to strengthen bilateral relations and explore cooperation in trade, investment and technology. He received a very heartfelt and warm welcome by members of the Indian diaspora. PM Modi will then attend the G7 summit in Canada, addressing issues and the priorities of the global south. Here is a full report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday embarked on a significant three-nation tour with scheduled visits to the Republic of Cyprus, Canada and Croatia. This diplomatic journey aims to bolster India's international relations and explore new avenues for cooperation across various sectors. Prime Minister Modi has made it to the first stop in his itinerary, the Republic of Cyprus, where he was received by President Nikos. Prime Minister Modi's stop in Cyprus marks the first prime ministerial visit in 23 years. The PM was welcomed by the Indian diaspora in the country with banners of Operation Sindoor and children waiting to be blessed amid cheers and celebrations. He was seen greeting and interacting with members of the Indian diaspora as chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai echoed in the air.
उनके साथ मिलना जन्नत, क्योंकि हम यहाँ पे रहते हैं और आज लगता है कि उन्होंने जिस तरीके से देश को संभाला है, नो वन कैन। आज हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि अगर हमें कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आती है, ही इज देयर, ही विल सेव अस, ही विल टेक केयर ऑफ अस। एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू से थैंक यू सो मच मोदी जी. आप हैं तो हम सेफ हैं.
The Indian diaspora in Cyprus expressed their joy on meeting the Prime Minister. The visit to Cyprus comes on the backdrop of long-standing friendship between the two countries. Following the warm welcome, the Prime Minister took to social media to thank the Indian community for their affection. He is set to have meetings with President Nikos in the capital of Nicosia.
भारत साइप्रस आर्थिक संबंधों के लिए आपकी प्रतिबद्धता को मैंने महसूस किया है. आपके विचारों में सिर्फ संभावना ही नहीं, संकल्प को भी मैं महसूस कर रहा हूं. यह स्पष्ट है कि हमारे संबंधों में आगे बढ़ने की अपार संभावनाएं हैं. फ्रेंड, साइप्रस लंबे समय से हमारा विश्वसनीय पार्टनर रहा है, जिसका आप लोगों ने भी उल्लेख किया.
Following his visit to Cyprus, Prime Minister Modi will move to Kanaskis in Canada to participate in the G7 summit, where he is invited by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. India's growing global influence is clear, as highlighted by former Deputy NSA Pankaj Saran, who explains why India's presence at the G7 is essential despite diplomatic challenges.
G7, he's been a regular invitee. India has been a regular invitee even before he became Prime Minister. Even in the pre-Modi era, India was an invitee. So I think the invitation is a recognition of a reality which everyone accepts today, which is that you actually cannot discuss the state and the future of the global economy without India. It's not just because we are the largest country in the world or the fourth largest economy, going on to be the third largest, but also because you cannot have any solution to any global problem without India. I mean, that's the new reality. So it reflects that objective condition of the current global order. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I think people also appreciate the fact that this current Prime Minister has been in office for 10, 11 years. He commands the majority and the national support of the people of India. His voice is important as a person, as a leader.
The Prime Minister will join global leaders in addressing pressing international issues with major focus on the global south. The final leg of the tour will take Prime Minister Modi to Croatia. The visit aims to strengthen ties between the two countries. This three-nation tour marks the first foreign visit for Prime Minister Modi since Operation Sindoor.
Once coming up, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu confirms elimination of Iranian intel chief and his deputy. It's day two of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus. Key discussions on trade and investment, defense and innovation, and people-to-people ties on the card. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live in Reiki.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना। विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
כל השמיים. זהו, אני בורח.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Four dead, over 50 injured in Pune. Bridge collapse. Heavy rains obstruct rescue operations. Government to issue Gazette notification today to conduct the 16th caste census. 4 days after Ahmedabad plane crash, 80 victims identified, 33 bodies returned to their families. One-day state mourning declared in honor of late Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Last rites today at 11 a.m. onwards. Massive destruction on both sides as Israel and Iran trade strikes for the 4th straight day. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirms elimination of Iranian intel chief and his deputy. The top story that we are tracking is breaking news on the Israel-Iran conflict. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed that Brigadier General Mohammad Kazemi, the intelligence chief of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or the IRGC, and his deputy General Hassan Mohakik have been killed in Israeli airstrike on Tehran. So big story coming in on the Israel-Iran hostilities that are going on. This is a big setback for Iran because the Prime Minister of Israel has confirmed that Brigadier General Mohammad Kazemi, who was the intelligence chief of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and his deputy have been killed in one of the airstrikes in Tehran. All right, so the conflict in the Middle East is imploding. It is the fourth straight day of hostilities going on, and in a big setback to Iran, the intel chief of the Iranian Guard Corps has been eliminated, and his deputy is also dead, and this has been confirmed by Benjamin Netanyahu. All right, Ambassador Deepak Vora is now joining us for more on that. A very, very significant development there, sir, we can see in the Israel-Iran conflict. How do you see this present development, and how is this new development going to probably change the course of hostilities that are presently going on?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I just heard your introduction. Brilliant, as always. Thank you. No wonder you are the best channel. Thank you so much. I want your viewers to take a look at this book. It's by a friend of mine, an Israeli journalist. His name is Ronen Bergman. I think you can see the title. The title is Rise and Kill First. Get up and kill them before they get you. Now, targeted assassinations have been one of the most frequently used weapons that the Israeli armed forces and the intelligence community have relied upon to thwart the most dangerous threats to Israel in the past. They have done it again. Two things are very clear. Apart from its military prowess, that is the brawn, they also rely on the brain. That is number one. Number two, they have penetrated Iran like you can't believe it. They have fellows sitting everywhere, Iranians mainly, who have been subverted by the Israeli intelligence, the world-famous Mossad, Shin Bet, the military intelligence. They have been providing this information. Why? A lot of Iranians, ma'am, and I've been speaking to many of my friends across the world, many, probably more than half, are now sick of the mullah regime. What impact will this have? Well, there are 3 or 4 targets that still remain. One of the targets is the supreme mullah himself. I don't know whether they're going to eliminate him or not, but that would be an obvious inference. What impact will it have? I hope that the Iranian leadership realizes that Donald Trump has been saying that they're on the verge of signing a deal. Of course, one can't trust President Donald Trump. He makes claims and then retracts them a few hours later. I hope they realize that this is a hopeless battle, that one by one, Israel is decapitating the Iranian leadership. They will have no one left to guide their armed forces in the conflict. They've already been devastated. Their nuclear program has been destroyed. Not eliminated. No one can eliminate a nuclear program, but they've been set back by 5 or 10 years. Most important, the people of Iran, ma'am, with inflation running around 80%, unemployment around 60%, they are going to take to the streets. I've seen this before. They are going to take to the streets and start screaming, enough, go home, mullahs, let us live in peace and prosperity. I see that happening. So a two-pronged thing. One, an internal movement against the regime, that is regime change is coming. And the second is Israel's relentless pounding of Iran.
Right, stay with us, sir. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, and that is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now saying that Iran wants to kill US President Donald Trump. So a big claim there by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he says that Iran wants to kill US President Donald Trump. But let's get more updates from Ambassador Vora. Ambassador Vora, what we are looking at is probably a move by the Israeli Prime Minister to probably instigate Donald Trump because, yesterday Donald Trump issued a warning to Iran saying that none of its facilities, none of its personnel, American personnel should be targeted, or else the repercussions would be very bad. And now Israel, it seems, is instigating Donald Trump. How do you look at this present development?
Yeah, sure. Ma'am, I know both of them. You're talking about Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. I've met them. I can't say they're buddies. And also Donald Trump, I've observed closely, including the Iranian president. I'd met him somewhere, the President Pezeshkian. I don't think Bibi Netanyahu is saying this merely for impact. Why does he need to provoke or attract Donald Trump to help him? As it is, they couldn't have flown 2,000 kilometers. It's aircraft, 200 planes. They overflew Iraqi airspace, Jordanian airspace, Saudi airspace. They got permission from all of them. Iran is isolated. He doesn't need to do anything. And Donald Trump has made it very, very clear. He says what he means what he says. He might change his mind very frequently. But he has told the Iranian that if you touch one of my assets, and he's waiting. In fact, Donald Trump is trying to provoke Iran. You try hitting one of my ships. Even the Houthis, the Americans have got a deal with the Houthis saying, Tiger, don't hit my ships, hit anybody else's ships. And the Houthis haven't. In the last 1 month or so, they've stayed away from American ships. Now, he has been, Donald Trump is trying to provoke Iran. Come on, hit one of my assets, and then all hell will break loose. If Iran does, then the Iranian Navy or whatever is left of it will go away in 24 hours. The Air Force is already gone, and the regime will be gone in less than 72 hours. The bombardment will be another Operation Shock and Awe of the kind that they did in Iraq when they clobbered the fellow Saddam Hussein. And then what they did in Afghanistan, you might recall, ma'am, you're too young to remember, but when they bombed Afghanistan after 9/11 in September, October, the Taliban were running from pillar to post wanting to surrender because the bombardment was so intense in Kandahar. They didn't know where to go. But the Americans said, we don't negotiate surrenders. You didn't hand over this Osama, son of Laden, to us, now face the consequences. I believe Iran is aware of that. And Iran also knows that they are going to get badly thrashed by America, and nobody, ma'am, I repeat this, nobody is going to come to their rescue. You know that Donald Trump has also said that Vladimir Putin can mediate between Israel and Iran because they listen to Mr. Putin. Mr. Putin is very busy dealing with Ukraine. He doesn't have the time to mediate on this. And of course, the Chinese, nobody trusts them, not even the Iranians. Chinese have been supplying some weapons, but the Iranians are not very happy with the quality of the stuff that the Chinese have been giving them. So the net result will be, ma'am, that Donald Trump is waiting. He's on full alert. His bombers are there in Diego Garcia, here, there, everywhere. He's waiting for Iran to make a mistake. And if Iran does, ma'am, that would be suicide for Iran.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vora, for those insights on that big story. And viewers, Israel and Iran continue to exchange hostilities. And the two exchanged a fresh wave of attacks on Sunday, escalating tensions and also raising fears of a wider regional conflict. Iran targeted Israel's neighborhood, Bat Yam, leading several people being killed and dozens also injured. And with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warning Iran that will pay a heavy price for targeting civilians in Israel. Here is a report.
The conflict between Israel and Iran has reached a boiling point, with both countries exchanging airstrikes and missile attacks. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned that Iran will pay a heavy price for targeting citizens in Israel. Netanyahu made the comments while visiting Bat Yam, which was hit by Iranian strikes, killing 7 people and dozens injured. Israeli rescue teams combed through rubble of residential buildings destroyed by Iranian missiles, using sniffer dogs, heavy excavators to look for survivors. Iran launched a barrage of missile attacks targeting key locations of Israel, including military headquarters. Air raid sirens were also sounded across Jerusalem and Tel Aviv after Iran's new wave of attacks. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said Iranian forces targeted Israel's energy infrastructure and facilities for fighter jet fuel production. While Israeli military released footage showing the strikes on various targets, including the headquarters of the Iranian regime's nuclear projects. Israeli military spokesperson said the army is continuing to carry out strikes in Iran and that it had struck more than targets across the country.
עד כה נתקפו יותר מ-250 מטרות ויותר מ-720 רכיבים שונים. גם בשעה זו אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף עשרות מטרות נוספות בטהרן. אנחנו מעמיקים את הפגיעה בתוכנית הגרעין וביכולות הצבאיות, זאת כדי לשבש ולהקטין את האיום לעורף. במהלך הלילה שוגרו כ-60 טילי קרקע ועשרות כלי טיס בלתי מאוישים. הם שוגרו ישירות משטח איראן ותימן לעבר ערים ויישובים בעורף המדינה. מערכות ההגנה האווירית פעלו לגילוי וירות האיומים ששוגרו, אך ההגנה אינה הרמטית.
He said the army's targets included headquarters of nuclear project in Tehran. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump issued a big warning to Iran, declaring that if the US is attacked by any way, it would unleash its military might at levels never seen before. The tensions between Israel and Iran escalated after Israel launched unprecedented strikes under its Operation Rising Line, killing top military leaders and scientists.
We have an update in the Ahmedabad crash case. The total number of DNA sample matches in the tragic plane crash has now reached to 92, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, with 33 bodies handed over respectfully to the relatives. So after the plane crash on Thursday that killed everyone on board except one, the process of identifying the bodies is currently on, as many of the bodies have been charred beyond recognition, and some of them, of course, because of the impact, are very difficult to be identified, and that is why the process of DNA identification continues, and now 92 victims have been identified. Gopi, our colleague, is now joining us live from Ahmedabad, from outside the civil hospital. Gopi, we understand that now the process of DNA sampling and matching and identifying the bodies is going on at a war footing, and 92 bodies have been identified. Give us more details on the situation there. How many doctors have been employed there for carrying out these procedures, and also any update on the last rites of Vijay Rupani? Well, in fact, Aishwarya, what we can tell you as of now is 92 DNA samples have been matched. 92 DNA samples have in fact been matched, while 42 bodies have already been handed over to the family. What we can tell you from outside of the mortuary complex right now is Rishikesh Patel, the health minister of Gujarat, is here, and at around 11:30 the body of Vijay Rupani will be handed over to the family, while also he will be taken at the Hirasar airport first. He will be reaching, his mortal remains will be reaching at the Hirasar airport at around 2, and then there is a huge procession which is planned there in Rajkot, and the last rites are going to happen between 5 to 6. This is what we can tell you. This is the entire schedule of how things are going to go about. While what we have also seen just a short while back is we saw national flag coming here at the mortuary complex, which will be spread over the coffin of Vijay Rupani, who is the former chief minister. We are expecting a few BJP leaders to reach here after a short while, and let's tell our viewers again that yes, his body will be handed over at around 11:30, while his mortal remains will be reaching at the Rajkot Hirasar airport, while the final rites are going to take place at Ramnath Para crematorium in Rajkot today. Back to you. Right, Gopi, since you are at the civil hospital, we would also like to get an update from you on the condition of the medical students and the interns and the doctors who have been injured and who have been undergoing treatment at the civil hospital. Well, in fact, Aishwarya, the press statement given by the Joint Junior Doctors Association JDA 2 days back, as we are aware, that they had said that 4 students have succumbed to death, while the 4 family members of other resident doctor had also succumbed to death. Beyond that, nobody else is expected to have lost their lives there at the Atulyam hostel. But yes, what we are learning is all 11 injured have also been relieved from the hospital, and these were, please note, these were the doctor interns. While there are a few doctor interns who are taken back home and their treatment is happening there, like 2 students are back in Dahod and their treatment is continuing there in the civil hospital of Dahod. So this is what we know as of now. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much for those details there, Gopi. And it is the day of where last rites of Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, is going to be held. A day of state mourning has been announced. And let's move on in the bulletin now. The first batch of Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has departed from Uttar Pradesh with Har Har Mahadev chorus and chants. A special Shivite prayer was also held. Meanwhile, the ITBP is stepping up security measures. Here is a quick report on the Mansarovar Yatra.
Preparations are in full swing for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra in Sikkim's Gangtok. As the first batch of pilgrims for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra departs from Uttar Pradesh, security forces are stepping up measures to ensure a smooth and safe pilgrimage. The Indo-Tibetan Border Police, under the sector headquarters in Gangtok, has made comprehensive arrangements to support the yatris along the route.
सबसे पहले तो हमें बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि 5 साल के बाद ये यात्रा नाथुला रास्ते से फिर से स्टार्ट हो रही है। जो भी सरकार ने हमको जवाबदारी दी है इस रूट से यात्रा कराने के लिए, जिसमें यात्रियों की सुरक्षा से लेकर उसी तरह के जो सुविधा उनको उपलब्ध करानी है, हम लोगों ने अपनी पूरी तैयारी कर रखी है और सारे तैयारियों का हमने जायजा भी लिया है। हम बहुत उत्सुक हैं सारे यात्रियों के स्वागत करने के लिए।
Senior officials have inspected the logistical and security setups, reviewing ground level readiness across transit points.
ये अलग अलग चीज़ों के लिए अलग अलग जिम्मेवारी भारत सरकार देती है। तो जो यात्रा के लिए जो मेडिकल कवर, फाइनल मेडिकल, सुरक्षा और इस तरह की जो सुविधा है वो हमारी जवाबदारी है और वो जवाबदारी शुरू से लेकर आखिर तक होती है।
With coordination from local authorities and active support from the people of Sikkim, the region is geared up to host pilgrims from across the country. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra through Sikkim route remains one of the most spiritually significant and challenging journeys, demanding meticulous planning and robust support systems. Security personnel will remain deployed round the clock to ensure safety of pilgrims.
And now an update on Prime Minister Modi's 3-nation tour. Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus right now for his 3-nation visit, and he's going to hold talks with the leadership to strengthen bilateral relations and explore cooperation in trade, investment and technology. He received a very heartfelt warm welcome by the members of the Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi will attend after that the G7 summit in Canada, where he'll address issues and the priorities of the global south. Meanwhile, in Cyprus, addressing the Indian CEOs forum, he said that India has become the 5th largest economy in the world and spoke about the economy and the achievements of the past 10 years. All right. As you can see those visuals from Cyprus, there was a grand welcome for the Prime Minister as he arrived in Cyprus for the first leg of his visit. It's the first leg of his 3-nation visit. And addressing the India-Cyprus CEO forum, he talked about the Indian economy and the growth of the country in the last 10 to 11 years that he's been the Prime Minister.
के लिए आपकी प्रतिबद्धता को मैंने महसूस किया है। आपके विचारों में सिर्फ संभावना ही नहीं, संकल्प को भी मैं महसूस कर रहा हूं। यह स्पष्ट है कि हमारे संबंधों में आगे बढ़ने की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। फ्रेंड, साइप्रस लंबे समय से हमारा विश्वसनीय पार्टनर रहा है, जिसका आप लोगों ने भी उल्लेख किया, और भारत में यहां से उल्लेखनीय निवेश भी हुआ है। कई भारतीय कंपनियों ने भी साइप्रस में, और एक प्रकार से साइप्रस को यूरोप का गेटवे के रूप में ही देखा है। आज आपसी व्यापार $150 मिलियन पहुंच गया है, लेकिन हमारे रिश्तों की वास्तविक क्षमता इससे बहुत अधिक है। आप में से अधिकतर लोग भारत से जुड़े हुए हैं और पिछले 11 वर्षों में भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को भी देखा है। पिछले एक दशक में भारत विश्व की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बना और बहुत निकट भविष्य में हम दुनिया की तीसरी इकोनॉमी बनने की दिशा में बहुत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज विश्व में भारत बहुत तेजी से ग्रो करने वाला एक इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमी में इसका स्थान है। साथियों, आप भली भांति जानते हैं, हमने टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। जीएसटी के साथ वन नेशन वन टैक्स प्रणाली लाई गई है। कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स रेशनलाइज किया गया है। हजारों की संख्या में कानूनों में डीक्रिमिनलाइजेशन करने का काम हमने किया है। हमने ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के साथ साथ ट्रस्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, उस पर भी उतना ही बल दिया है। आज भारत में स्पष्ट नीति है, उसके साथ साथ स्टेबल पॉलिटी भी है।
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, government to issue gazette notification today to conduct the 16th caste census. And also the big story from Pune, where 4 people have died and over 50 people have been injured in the bridge collapse. Heavy rains obstruct rescue operations. Details on those big stories and much more coming up ahead. Don't go anywhere.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं। विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
כל השמיים. זהו, אני בורח. זהו, אני בורח, אני רק מצלם לכם את השמיים. יואו.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Lots of action happening in Pune after the bridge collapsed. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Four dead, over 50 injured in Pune bridge collapse. Heavy rains obstruct rescue operations. Government to issue Gazette notification today to conduct 16th caste census. Four days after Ahmedabad plane crash, 80 victims DNA identified. Latest is that 92 samples have been tested. 33 bodies have been handed over to the kin of victims. One-day state mourning declared in honor of late Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Last rites today, 11 a.m. onwards. Massive destruction on both sides as Israel and Iran trade attacks for the fourth consecutive day. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirms elimination of Iran intel chief and his deputy general. We have some big breaking news coming in, viewers. Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau has issued a fresh notice to BRS Working President KT Ramarao as far as the Formula E scam is concerned. And he has been asked to appear for questioning today at 10 a.m. regarding the alleged financial irregularities in organizing the second edition of the Hyderabad Formula E race. What we know is that KCR, meanwhile, is facing the heat in the Kaleshwaram irrigation project. KT Ramarao, on the other hand, is facing the scrutiny in the Formula E case because the ACB has suspected several financial irregularities and trouble mounts for BRS Working President. The Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau has issued a fresh summons asking him to appear for questioning this morning. And at the heart of this probe is the alleged financial irregularities in the second edition of the Hyderabad Formula E race, and the political heat is rising. The spotlight is now on KTR. Let's go across to my colleague Aneri joining us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, father and son, both of them have been named in two different cases. Today the focus is on KTR in the Formula E case. Tell us about whether KT Ramarao is attending or rather is he paying any heed to the summons issued? In fact, Aneri, if you could hear me, KT Ramarao is facing the heat for the Formula E case. ACB claims there have been several instances of financial irregularities. Is he now before the ACB or has KTR decided to skip the summons?
Well, Deepak, what we see is that ACB has already summoned KTR last week, and now what we are seeing is that KTR has already arrived at the ACB office for questioning. And this is not the first time where KTR has been summoned in connection with the Formula E case, where they have been alleging that there are financial irregularities that have taken place back then when Formula E race case was conducted during the PRS regime. As you can see, heavy police which has been deployed right outside the ACB office, and KTR has already arrived here at the ACB office. Well, remember, just before arriving at the ACB office, KTR had taken to social media and also had stated that this is nothing but a vindictive politics by the Congress government, but he will not bow down and continue to, BRS will basically not bow down and continue to expose the Congress government's failure over the promises which they had made. And also at the same time, now we will be seeing KTR being questioned by the ACB officials in connection with the Formula E case, where we are seeing that earlier also KTR was questioned, and now once again he has been summoned by the ACB for questioning in connection with the irregularities, the financial irregularities in the Formula E case that was held back then during the BRS regime. And remember, he was the IT minister. He was heading this very Formula E racing that had happened in Hyderabad back then.
Right on, Eri, thank you for joining me with those details. Every single case that has been filed against the top brass of the BRS is being seen as a case of political vendetta by KTR and his family and supporters. We'll have to wait and watch what the ACB will find, and the probe is expected to reveal the revelations in the coming days. Let's now shift our focus to Pune, where a scenic getaway, which was meant to be a holiday for many, has turned tragic and horrific. A bridge collapse over the Indrayani River near Talegaon in Pune has claimed the lives of 4 people, and over 50 others have been injured. Rescue operations have been halted at the moment because of heavy rains. But what we understand is that 10 to 15 tourists continue to be trapped, and the Prime Minister has also received the latest update from the Chief Minister. And what we understand is that the quick response team is now at the bridge collapse site.
हमको 3:30 बजे मैसेज आया हमारे ग्रुप में, आपत्ति के ग्रुप में हमको मैसेज आया और प्रांत साहब ने भी मैसेज भेज दिया कि ऐसा ऐसा हो गया, आप तो हादसा हो गया, तुरंत वहाँ पे पहुँच जाओ। हम 4:03 में इधर पहुँच गए तो देखा, सामने देखा तो बहुत सारे लोग अंदर फंस गए थे, डूब गए।
कहाँ फंसे थे, किधर?
वो जो ब्रिज कट गया है उसके पीछे बाजू में थे, और उधर से आने के लिए दिक्कत हो रहा था क्योंकि वो ब्रिज कट गया था। तो उधर से हमने सीढ़ी लगाई थी और दूसरा रस्सी से हम फ्लाई करके नीचे उतर रहे थे।
अच्छा, कितने लोग थे उस समय?
सर कम से कम 50 एक तो आराम से लोग रहेंगे, 25 एक लोग तो बहुत डैमेजेस थे, कोई नॉर्मल डैमेजेस थे। जो नॉर्मल डैमेजेस लोग थे उनको हमने उधर साइड में बिठा के ले लिया। राजू
किधर बैठ
साइड में बिठा के ले लिया था। उसके बाद जैसे कि हमारे ये बेगड़े साहब है, ये लोकल मेंबर है, इन्होंने भी हमको बहुत सपोर्ट किया। उसके बाद इनके थोड़े लोग लेके हमने जो पाव फ्रैक्चर हो गया, किसका हाथ डैमेज हो गया, उनको हमने स्टेशन।
ब्रिज पे कितने लोग थे लगभग?
वैसा तो अंदाजा बोल नहीं सकते सर, क्योंकि हादसा होने के बाद हम पहुंच गए थे। और दूसरा हमको क्या, उस टाइम हम क्या सोच रहे थे, खाली कि जो है उनको बचाना, बस इतना काम था हमारा।
कैसी स्थिति जब पहुंचे आप, कैसे हालत?
बहुत डेंजर हालत है, हालत बहुत बेकार थी।
कितने लोग गिरे थे अंदर?
वो 100 के हिसाब से तो ब्रिज पे ऊपर रहे थे। अच्छा। गाड़ी तो 10 से 12 रहेगा।
अच्छा, तो गाड़ी कौन सी, बाइक थी?
बाइक को जाने आने के टाइम पब्लिक की वजह से वो फंस गए सब।
अच्छा।
ऐसा हो गया।
तो ये भीड़ बहुत थी?
हाँ, भीड़ बहुत थी।
संडे था, संडे के वजह से भीड़ बहुत थी। लोगों को पर्यटन, हमारा निवेदन ये है कि आप पर्यटन को जाओ, लेकिन वो पानी और आग से मत खेलो। क्योंकि
पानी का बहाव नदी कैसा था?
पानी का बहाव बढ़ा था बहुत।
बारिश हो रही इसकी वजह?
बारिश हो रही थी उसकी वजह।
Satya Prakash is joining us live from the bridge collapse site. Satya Prakash, a very good morning to you. The Tehsildar has claimed that the rescue operations have been halted because there have been no complaints of missing tourists. Tell us about the latest, because the quick response team is also there and the rain has hampered rescue operations, and the reports also claim that 10 to 15 tourists are still trapped.
देखिए दीपक, एक मिसिंग की जानकारी आ रही है। थोड़ी देर बाद रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू होगा। जो लोकल प्रशासन की टीम है, जो लोकल टीम है, सर्च करेगी। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि जो घटनास्थल की तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, किस तरह से ब्रिज जो है गिरा हुआ है। ये लोहे का ब्रिज है, सामने जो देखिए तस्वीरें, और 2 बाइकें खड़ी है, और कितनी रफ्तार में जो इंद्रायणी नदी का पानी किस तरह से आ रहा है। और जो वहाँ पे ब्रिज है, सामने देखिए कि मंदिर के बगल में जो ब्रिज है, दोनों साइड के टूटे हुए हैं और बीच में सीमेंटेड है। यहाँ पे 100 से ज्यादा लोग इकट्ठा हो गए ब्रिज पे, जिसकी वजह से हादसे की वजह बनी। और भीड़ कहीं कहीं जो गांव के लोग जा रहे थे वो थे, और यहाँ पे पर्यटक लोग थे जो लोग घूमने के लिए आते हैं, यहाँ पे मौजूद थे। और बारिश चल रहा है, बारिश का मौसम है यहाँ पे, और बारिश काफी हो रही है। जो हादसा हुआ, हादसे के बाद लगभग 1 किलोमीटर तक लोगों का जो था, लोग बह के चले गए आगे जाके रेस्क्यू किया गया। एनडीआरएफ की टीम, लोकल प्रशासन टीम मौके पहुंची, इसके बाद निकाली। 4 लोग की मौत हुई है, 51 लोग को बचाया गया है। थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पे फिर से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू किया जाएगा। एक की जानकारी आ रही है कि एक जो है अभी मिसिंग है। फिलहाल धीरे धीरे यहाँ पे टीमें पहुंच रही हैं। और सामने देखिए 2 मोटरसाइकिल बाइक है वहाँ पर मौजूद है, सामने देखिए। और यहीं पर घटना हुआ, दोनों साइड का ब्रिज को हटा दिया गया है, क्योंकि जो पानी का रफ्तार है लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है, क्योंकि लगातार पुणे में बारिश हो रही है। इस मामले को लेकर जांच भी शुरू हो गया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से ये घटना हुई, कहीं के 4 लोग की मौत हुई और इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ, इस मामले को लेकर जांच की शुरुआत हो चुकी है। दीपक।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सत्य विजय हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. That's the latest as far as the rescue operations are concerned. Let's now switch our focus to what's happening in Manipur. Fresh tensions have flared up in East Imphal, and what we understand is that two groups have clashed once again. Let's quickly go across to those breaking news information coming in. What we know is that the tensions have flared in Imphal East, viewers, and clashes have broken out in Phukau, Lathan Pokpi area after Methi farmers were allegedly stopped from cultivating their paddy fields by villagers from a nearby Kuki settlement. And the flashpoint is Sadhu Lampak, now under heightened security as these fault lines now threaten to erupt once again. This is the breaking news that we're tracking from Manipur. Fresh clashes have been witnessed. Tensions are continuing to flare in Imphal East. Clashes broke out in Phukau, Lathan Pokpi area, and that particular flashpoint is now under heightened security after Methi and Kuki villagers clashed over paddy field cultivation. Moving on, viewers, we have a big update coming in from Ahmedabad where we witnessed the horrific plane crash which claimed the lives of 241 individuals. What we understand is that the DNA samples have confirmed the identities of 92 victims. And what we know is that after the identification of the victims, so far 33 bodies have been handed over to the families of these victims. And as far as the DNA sampling is concerned, 92 victims have been identified. We have Gopi joining us live. Gopi, 92 DNA samples have been matched with the victims. Tell us the latest from ground zero, Gopi.
Well, just a short while back, Deepak, it was the additional medical superintendent, Dr. Rajneesh Patel, who had addressed the media, and he had informed us that over 92 samples DNA has been matched, while what we are also learning is bodies of 33 DNAs which have been matched have already been handed over to the family. While right now we are standing right outside the mortuary complex of Civil Hospital, from where Vijay Rupani's body will be taken to Rajkot's Hirasar Airport at 11:30. While BJP leaders have started arriving at the mortuary campus, what we can tell our viewers is Prerak Shah, who is the BJP president of Ahmedabad, is here along with the former Home Minister Govardhan Jhadafia. He is also here. We are expecting many other leaders to reach here in short time, while the Health Minister Rishikesh Patel is also here. While what we can tell our viewers regarding the last rites of Vijay Rupani is that his mortal remains will be taken to Rajkot, and his remains will be reaching there at 2 p.m. While later in the day there's a huge procession which is planned in Rajkot from his residence to Ramnath Para crematorium, and his last rites are going to happen between 5 to 6 p.m. This is the information that we can give our viewers as of now. Back to you.
Thank you, Gopi, for joining me with the latest from 11 a.m. viewers. The final journey of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani will begin, and we'll get you all those live pictures from Rajkot. But it's time for us to shift our focus to the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, because security has been heightened by the ITBP as the first batch of pilgrims leave from Uttar Pradesh. Here's a quick report. Preparations are in full swing for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra in Sikkim's Gangtok. As the first batch of pilgrims for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra departs from Uttar Pradesh, security forces are stepping up measures to ensure a smooth and safe pilgrimage. The Indo-Tibetan Border Police under the sector headquarters in Gangtok has made comprehensive arrangements to support the yatris along the route.
सबसे पहले तो हमें बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि 5 साल के बाद ये यात्रा नाथुला रास्ते से फिर से स्टार्ट हो रही है। जो भी सरकार ने हमको जवाबदारी दी है इस रूट से यात्रा कराने के लिए, जिसमें यात्रियों की सुरक्षा से लेकर उसी तरह के जो सुविधा उनको उपलब्ध करानी है। हम लोगों ने अपनी पूरी तैयारी कर रखी है और सारे तैयारियों का हमने जायजा भी लिया है। हम बहुत उत्सुक हैं सारे यात्रियों के स्वागत करने के लिए।
Senior officials have inspected the logistical and security setups, reviewing ground level readiness across transit points.
ये अलग अलग चीज़ों के लिए अलग अलग जिम्मेवारी भारत सरकार देती है। तो जो यात्रा के लिए जो मेडिकल कवर, फाइनल मेडिकल, सुरक्षा और इस तरह की जो सुविधा है वो हमारी जवाबदारी है और वो जवाबदारी शुरू से लेकर आखिर तक होती है।
With coordination from local authorities and active support from the people of Sikkim, the region is geared up to host pilgrims from across the country. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra through Sikkim route remains one of the most spiritually significant and challenging journeys, demanding meticulous planning and robust support systems. Security personnel will remain deployed round the clock to ensure safety of pilgrims. With that, viewers, it's time for us to slip into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you two stories in focus. The first will be the central government that is now all set to issue a gazette notification to conduct the 16th caste census. Along with that, we'll also get you the latest updates from West Asia, as massive destruction has been witnessed on both sides as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes for the fourth consecutive day. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
כל השמיים. זהו, אני בורח.
Welcome back, viewers. Let's now cut across to some breaking news coming in from Lucknow Airport. An airplane carrying pilgrims from Saudi Arabia narrowly escaped a major tragedy because the flight carrying over 250 Hajj pilgrims from Saudi Arabia had a very terrifying landing. Smokes and sparks were seen shooting out of the aircraft's wheels as it touched down. The Saudi Airlines flight SP3112 was packed with passengers returning from their pilgrimage when the drama unfolded on the runway, viewers. But here's the crucial part. All passengers are now safe thanks to the quick response from the airport's fire and rescue teams. These are the visuals that we have, and we'll also get you the ground updates in just a few moments from now. But let's tell you what exactly happened. A major tragedy was narrowly averted just moments ago. A flight carrying around 250 pilgrims, viewers, had a very terrifying landing. Smoke and sparks were seen shooting out of the plane, and all thanks to the quick response team there from the airport's fire and rescue teams. that a major tragedy was averted. All passengers are now safe. But these are the dramatic visuals that we have for you from Lucknow Airport. These are the pictures that we have for you from the Lucknow Airport. And the important update is that all passengers are safe thanks to the quick response from the airport's fire and rescue teams. In fact, we'll get more voices on this particular breaking news, viewers, because this is a major tragedy that has been averted thanks to the quick thinking of the fire and safety department there at the airport. The plane, while landing, there was smoke and sparks coming out of it, as it was a very terrifying landing for all these 250 pilgrims who were on board this Saudi Arabian flight. It was coming back from Saudi Arabia after these pilgrims completed their Hajj. And when the plane was landing, panic and chaos unfolded inside the aircraft, because we've seen what happened in Ahmedabad. A plane crashed into the hostel of a medical college, and this was another major tragedy that was averted in the nick of time. As soon as the airport staff saw smoke and sparks coming out of the aircraft, the fire safety department and the fire department, along with the rescue teams, rushed to the runway and they doused these flames. And the latest update is that all the pilgrims are safe on board. We have Shivangi joining us live. Shivangi, tell us what happened at the Lucknow airport. This was a major tragedy that has been averted thanks to the quick thinking of the rescue teams.
Yes, we're getting some initial reports coming in right now. I just want to take our viewers through what we know about the story. Now, this is coming the backdrop, Deepak, of all the other technical snags we have been seeing. We also saw the Lufthansa flight go back to the airport at Frankfurt. That news had come in the morning. But let's put those pictures out. This is Lucknow. The flight has caught fire. Sparks were seen coming out of this flight, wheels of the plane. When the plane full of Hajj pilgrims from Saudi Arabia landed, there were 250 passengers on board the plane. Due to the alertness of the airport staff, all the passengers were disembarked safely. Smoke and sparks came out from the wheel of the Saudi Arabia Airlines plane that landed at Lucknow airport. The fire team reached and the situation right now is under control. So this is a flight landing in Lucknow after smoke and spark was seen. And we know that the 250 passengers were on board this plane. So now the question is, Deepak, is that this is just one of the many incidents that we've been seeing in the past. Remember that there was an Air India flight which had to return to the airport that before it was leaving from Thailand to India, it had to make an emergency landing because of a bomb threat. And then there was a Lufthansa flight, once again, we reported the story in the morning, which had to land back at Frankfurt airport. That flight was also coming back to India. It was a flight carrying passengers to India. Now we see this flight landing in Lucknow after sparks were seen. So just one of the many incidents which is coming out, but the question remains, and what Republic is highlighting is that passenger safety is the utmost important, and the focus is right now gone into making sure that the right SOPs and the right when we talk about filtering out any kind of issues that these passengers might face when they board the plane. So these are some of the top questions that we are raising right now, because the entire focus has definitely gone into passenger safety, especially after that biggest aviation tragedy of the Ahmedabad plane.
That's right, Shivangi. It was a very rough landing for these pilgrims on board that aircraft coming back from Saudi Arabia. Tell us about the aftermath, because definitely there will be a probe into what exactly went down. And just a couple of days back, we've seen how the Union Civil Aviation Minister has also chaired a crucial meeting. A multidisciplinary committee has also been formed for the fresh SOPs and also the latest guidelines. Shivangi, tell us about the aftermath. In fact, Shivangi, hold your thoughts. We also have Raghvendra joining us live from Ground Zero. Raghvendra, it was a very, very tense moment for all those 250 plus passengers on board that aircraft. What's the latest that you're picking up in the aftermath?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये एक बड़ा हादसा टलने से टल गया है। जिस तरह से आज सऊदी अरबिया से लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर एक बड़ी फ्लाइट आती है, वो लैंडिंग करती है, पता नहीं क्या कारण रहा जो कि ये बराबर आना जाना होता है, इस तरह की चीजें नहीं रही। लेकिन जो अभी ये 11:30 के करीब जो फ्लाइट आई है, इसमें 250 यात्री क्रू मेंबर लेकर के सवार हैं, और जब वो लैंड की तो उसमें से धुआं निकलता है, प्रेशर बनता है, और उसके बाद उसमें से चिंगारी निकलती है। वाकई में उसको कंट्रोल किया गया, वहां पर फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम पहुंची, उसको पूरी तरह से सिचुएशंस को हैंडल किया गया। लेकिन अगर यह प्रेशर और अधिक होता और अचानक आग अगर बढ़ जाती, चिंगारी अगर आग में बदल जाती तो बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। अभी आपने देखा कुछ दिन पहले टेक ऑफ करते हुए ही कैसे अहमदाबाद में कितने लोग मौत के मुंह में समा गए, और ऐसे एक बड़ा हादसा लखनऊ में टल गया है। वाकई में ये एक देखा जाए उन लोगों के लिए एक ऐसा क्षण था जो लोग डर गए थे, भयभीत हुए कि अचानक यह क्या हो गया, और रनवे से भी उतर गया। उसमें भी एक हड़बड़ाहट मच गई। जो पैसेंजर्स थे उनको लगा कि ये जो लैंडिंग हुई उसके बाद क्यों अफरा तफरी जैसा माहौल है। तो कहीं न कहीं यात्रियों में पहले से भी एक डर का माहौल था, और इस घटना के बाद वह और अंदर डरे सहमे नजर वहां पर आ रहे लोग। अब निकले होंगे चर्चा करते हुए कि हम तो बच गए, और वाकई में यह लोग बच गए। घटना जो है वो टल गई, नहीं तो लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर भी एक बड़ा विमान हादसा देखने को जरूर मिलता। लेकिन क्योंकि किस्मत ठीक थी इन लोगों की, इसलिए यह हादसा भी टल गया जी।
Well, Shivangi is also live with me. Shivangi, as far as the aftermath is concerned, has there been any, preliminary investigation into what exactly went down? Because this was a major catastrophe that was averted because of, the alertness of the emergency teams.
Our colleague Raghvendra is getting us all those details, Deepak, but right now, of course, the investigation will continue, but it was a close call for those 250 plus passengers. But speaking just about this, as investigation will continue in this case, let's give our viewers a little bit of entire summary when it comes to the airline safety measures that the Indian government has decided to take, especially after what we have seen in the past few days. And let's not forget, as a nation keeps mourning and remembering the Ahmedabad plane crash tragedy, there are some certain measures which the government wants to implement. So we're talking about the committee which will be put in place, will focus on formulating standard operating procedures for preventing and handling such occurrences in the future. We also know that there will be a comprehensive guideline to prevent such incidents in the future. And the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau will already probe this fatal crash. So we're talking, this crash relates to the crash, the Ahmedabad plane crash, but it also extends to any other issue of passenger safety and any other issue of airline safety. I want to go back to Raghvendra, who's joining us right now, because Raghvendra is tracking the story very, very closely. Raghvendra, do we know what caused sparks on that plane which landed in Lucknow?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये आज सुबह ये चूंकि एयरपोर्ट के अंदर का मामला है तो वहां पे हम लोगों को जाना थोड़ा सा रिस्ट्रिक्टेड है। वहां पे मौके पे अंदर नहीं जा सकते, पहुंच नहीं सकते, हम उस फ्लाइट को नजदीक से नहीं दिखा सकते, उस सिचुएशंस को नहीं दिखा सकते। लेकिन जो अंदर की खबर आई, जिस तरह से वीडियो भी आया, मैंने वीडियो भी डाला है, जिस तरह से वहां के एयरपोर्ट के हवाले से आया है, वाकई में सिचुएशन बहुत गंभीर थी। धुआं साफ दिख रहा था और चिंगारी साफ दिख रही थी। पैसेंजर उसमें यात्री बैठे हुए थे 250 के करीब। अब सोचिए कि ये बड़ी जहाज सऊदी अरब से दूर से यात्रा, जैसे कि अभी जो ये लंदन वाली जो फ्लाइट थी वो भी अहमदाबाद से लंदन उसको जाना था, वो कितना दूर जाने वाली थी। तो ऐसे में उसमें भी बाकायदे पूरी तैयारी करके लोग निकलने वाले थे, लेकिन हादसा हो गया। ऐसे में ये सऊदी अरब से आ रही थी, बड़ा ये मतलब बड़ा प्लेन था, इसमें बड़ा ज्यादा से ज्यादा इसमें मैक्सिमम ईंधन भी होता है। तो ऐसे में यह जो चिंगारी निकली कंट्रोल हो गई, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि कंट्रोल हो गई। लोग वहां मौके पर पहुंच गए, सिचुएशंस को संभाल लिए, नहीं तो ये बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। सोचिए कि लोग अपने वतन आ चुके थे, सऊदी अरब से लोग यहाँ आ चुके थे, आने के बाद अगर यह हादसा हो जाता तो कितनी बड़ी बात होती। तो ऐसे में यही कहेंगे कि इन लोगों का भाग्य इनके साथ था, एक बड़ा हादसा टल गया। और वाकई में जो इस सिचुएशन चल रहा है, लोग जो फ्लाइट्स के प्रति जो लोगों का एक डर दिख रहा है, तमाम तरह के सोशल मीडिया पे बातचीत चल रही है कि क्या अब हवाई यात्रा सुरक्षित नहीं रह गया है। देखा जा रहा है कि अब तक लाखों लोगों की जान जा चुकी है तमाम इन विमान दुर्घटनाओं में। तो ऐसे में ये लखनऊ की जो अभी एक कहा जाए सफल लैंडिंग है, क्योंकि थोड़ी बहुत दिक्कतें हुई वो घटना में नहीं बदली। हाँ, लेकिन क्यों ये प्रेशर हुआ, क्यों चिंगारी निकली, क्यों वहां पे रनवे से ये फ्लाइट जो है ये रनवे से उतर गया और धुआं क्यों निकला, इसकी पूरी जांच होगी और इसकी जांच रिपोर्ट भी सामने आएगी।
Well, Raghavendra and Shivangi, stay on with me because I have Ajay Dubey also joining us live. Ajay, you know, reports are suggesting that there was a hydraulic oil leak that led to this, rough landing of the Saudi aircraft. Tell us about what the preliminary cause could have been.
See, this is part of investigation, and the important most part is that everything is all right. And the important part is right now the aviation department, Indian aviation, the bureaucrats, they are also looking for the cause, and the senior bureaucrats from Saudi, they are also related with this issue because this flight is from Saudi. They are also investigating this issue, and all the passengers, they are safe. The crew, they are totally safe. But the reason is still to be discussed, still to be found. There is a reason behind the vehicle. And whatever happened at that time, they are investigating this scenario also because this is happening just few days after the Ahmedabad incidents. They are investigating this issue. They are finding the reasons, and the senior bureaucrats from Delhi are related with the aviation department, related with the Air Force also. They are also investigating this issue because it is a matter of concern. It is also related with foreign affairs issue. So the Saudi consultant, they are also involved into this. So this is what is happening right now. This is happening in Lucknow airport. And the important part is that all the passengers are safe and investigation is going further.
Shivangi, what we understand is that fortunately all passengers are safe. It wasn't a major tragedy and it was averted in the nick of time. Take us through what exactly happened at the time of landing and what happened as far as the relief operations are concerned.
That is right. As we are tracking the story very closely, we are coming to know that this plane took off from Jeddah 11:30 p.m. The plane reached Lucknow at 6:30 a.m. The takeoff and landing were very normal. So the takeoff and landing were very normal. But this incident happened when the plane was coming on the taxiway after landing on the runway. So just after the landing is when the sparks and the fire was seen. And that's when panic struck. Fortunately, all these passengers are safe, Deepak. So the takeoff, I repeat, the takeoff and landing were perfectly normal. But when the plane touched the taxiway, when it touched the ground, when it touched the runway, that's when the sparks were seen, Deepak. But before we go to our reporters again, I also want to highlight to our viewers is that the center has formed. The center had formed a high-level panel to investigate any kind of faults when it comes to airlines and aircraft in India, but also collaborate with international airlines and international organizations to make sure that passenger safety is taken care of. Because a lot of Indians, they fly, Deepak, in all parts of the world. We have Indians who make our country proud, and they fly to study, to work, to represent India, and their safety comes at the top. Deepak.
Right, Shivangi, we have Ajay Dubey. Ajay, tell us about how the passengers have reacted, because 250 passengers, this is no small, aircraft, and every single life is of paramount importance. And when they got to know, according to reports, when they got to know, they initially panicked, but then after that, the plane was then brought to the taxiway and all the passengers disembarked, Ajay. In fact, Ajay will come back with us, but we have Raghavendra with us. Raghavendra, it was a terrifying moment for all those 250 passengers. But tell us about whether they have disembarked the plane or are there checks being conducted before the passengers come out?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, अगर अब मैं लखनऊ की सिचुएशंस की बात करूं तो लखनऊ में अभी मौसम भी बहुत सही है, क्लियर है, धूप भी निकली हुई है, हवाएं भी तेज नहीं है, मौसम बिल्कुल भी खराब नहीं है जिसके लिए यह कहा जाए कि क्या कुछ अचानक कुछ ऐसी बातें उनको करनी पड़े। तो सिचुएशंस जो है मौसम का वो बिल्कुल ठीक है। लेकिन हाँ, एक बात यह है कि लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट की जो टीम है वो यहाँ की जो सिविल एविएशन के जो कुछ यहाँ पे कर्मचारी होंगे वो दिल्ली से संपर्क करेंगे, दिल्ली में पूरी रिपोर्ट देंगे, दिल्ली से सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्ट्री को पूरी डिटेल देंगे। वहां से, चूंकि ये इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट है, ये सऊदी से आ रही है, सऊदी के वहां पे उसमें पायलट्स होंगे और चूंकि हैंडल भी पूरी तरह से सऊदी गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से ही हो रहा होगा, तो भारत सरकार जो सिविल एविएशन है वह सऊदी से संपर्क करेगा, उनसे बातचीत करेगा और ये कंबाइन इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा कि आखिर लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर जब सऊदी की फ्लाइट उतरती है तो क्यों धुआं निकलता है, ये रनवे से क्यों बाहर जाती है, क्यों रनवे से दूर जाकर ये जाती है, जिसके कारण चिंगारी निकलती है। 250 पैसेंजर्स की जान उसमें फंसी थी, लोग एक दूर की यात्रा करके आ रहे थे, लैंडिंग होती है, लैंडिंग इस तरह से अफरा तफरी होती है, तो वाकई में लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट के जो कर्मचारी होंगे सिविल एविएशन डिपार्टमेंट के, वो दिल्ली रिपोर्ट करेंगे, दिल्ली जो है वो सऊदी गवर्नमेंट से वहां पर बातचीत करेगी और फिर जाकर कहीं न कहीं इस पर जरूर बातचीत होगी, इन पूरे तथ्यों पर, आखिर ये घटना कैसे हुई, कैसे टल गई, क्या कुछ रहा, तो इस पर जल्द ही पूरी रिपोर्ट आएगी दोनों गवर्नमेंट, चाहे वो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट की बात हो या सऊदी गवर्नमेंट की बात हो।
Right, Raghavendra, thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, viewers, we have another air scare that has been reported, and this time it was on an Air India flight number AI315, which was operating from Hong Kong to Delhi. It was forced to take a U-turn back mid-air this morning after a suspected technical snag was reported, and the flight made a U-turn and landed safely at the Hong Kong airport around 9:29 a.m. local time. All passengers have been deboarded and the aircraft is currently being inspected. The airline claims it was a precautionary move, but this raises fresh questions on aircraft health, the technical snags, the safety checks, and the rising number of mid-air scares. Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, a very good morning to you, Harsha. You know, back-to-back air scares, this one on an Air India flight AI315. Tell us what exactly happened on this flight. Why did it take a U-turn?
So, Deepak, it's a Hong Kong, Delhi, Boeing 787 AI359. As you yourself mentioned, it was first scheduled to depart at around 6:20 a.m. in the morning, but already it was 3 hours late. It took off at 9:20 a.m. and just after and just mid-air when it was airborne at 9:29, the aircraft suddenly made an emergency landing back to Hong Kong airport, and there was some technical snag in the aircraft. And also, pilots clearly have stated that there's some serious issue with so many Boeings of the Air India. Now we are learning that this is Boeing 787 only of the Air India, which has been reported that there's a technical snag, not only the landing gear but on the wings of the plane as well. Right now what we know is that all the passengers have been deported. Also the safety checks and the inspections of the Boeing 787 at Lucknow airport is being done. But the major concern, Deepak, is here that day before yesterday only, the DGCA had ordered the Air India that all the Boeing will go through a thorough inspection and checks, and after that only the Boeing will take off. That means this Boeing also would have gone through safety check, the inspection. After being inspected in and out, each and every equipment, how can Boeing again and again go through technical snags, reporting technical snags in landing gear, in engine, in the wings of the plane? There is some serious issue here which needs to be resolved as soon as possible, because since yesterday there was one Delhi Vadodara Air India aircraft which reported technical snag. Today it's Boeing 787, same
That's
Boeing
right.
787
Most of these aircrafts, Harsha, like you mentioned, are Boeing 787, and the DGCA must pay real, attention to all these flights despite the checks being ordered. It seems like nothing has been done, and that's why another air scare was witnessed. Many thanks, Harsha, for joining me with those details.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor and we have a breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where a widow was allegedly blackmailed by a Kerala priest after a nude video call. Now, one person has been arrested. The police are searching for the chief priest. In a disturbing case of exploitation and blackmail, a Bengaluru-based widow has accused priests from a prominent temple in Thrissur in Kerala of coercing her into appearing nude on a video call and later attempting to sexually assault her. And one priest now has been arrested, while the chief priest is right now on the run. A shocking case of alleged blackmail by a priest from Kerala. A Karnataka widow has alleged that she was blackmailed. Now, one of the priests has been arrested in the case. However, the chief priest is right now on the run. A disturbing case of exploitation, blackmail. And this widow hails from Bengaluru, and she has accused these priests. And these priests hail from a prominent temple in Thrissur in Kerala. And she alleges that these priests coerced her into appearing nude on a video call and later attempted to sexually assault her. And police are right now looking for more accused in the case. Let's get more details. We have Lakshmi is joining us from Bengaluru for more on that story. What you can tell us about this story, because there was a case yesterday as well. We heard about one of the priests in Kerala also allegedly raping a 16-year-old boy, and now a widow from Bengaluru has alleged blackmail by Kerala priest. What are the updates that you are getting in that story? All right, I will try to connect back with our reporter in Bengaluru there. But what we do know in the case at this moment is that a widow from Bengaluru has alleged that she was allegedly blackmailed by priests from Kerala. These priests hail from a very prominent temple. And we have more news coming in from Karnataka. A massive political clash has erupted inside the Humongous Central Jail. JDS worker was assaulted by Congress inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war behind the walls. And our colleague Sri Lakshmi is joining us from Bengaluru for more on that story. Sri Lakshmi, we can see those visuals from inside the jail. And this particular prison, if you talk about Shivamogga jail, last year it was also in controversy. The staff there had alleged that the inmates threw stones at them. And now this massive political clash erupting from inside the jail. What more can you tell us about the story?
Yes, we are getting the update saying that political clash has happened in a clash which has happened during last elections. there was enmity between these two groups of Congress workers and JDS workers. Now, this JDS worker has been taken into jail yesterday, and these Congress workers who were already in jail had attacked him. Ironically, this attack has been video recorded, and it is there out now, and it is getting viral among both the parties, among the workers of both the parties. Now, the big question is how can mobile can be taken inside the jail and video record these things? We can even remember that this kind of VVIP preferential treatment during the time of Darshan, the actor, superstar Darshan's case here in Parapanagrahara jail, Bangalore. That has created huge buzz. Now the big question is, even after those incidents, are these mobiles are allowed inside the jail, even in two-tier cities like Shimoga? This itself is the big question. And even after this much of news spreading thereafter also, no action has been taken against the officer who has been, who has been responsible for these kind of activities. Now the big question is how this kind of incidents can take place inside the jail, and why the mobiles are allowed inside the jail. Now also no report, no action, and what if things like murder happens, and there is huge threat to the jail inmates. That's what people are claiming.
Right. Thank you so much, Sri Lakshmi, for all those details on that story from Bengaluru. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in a scathing critique of the Congress party's foreign policy stance. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey took to social media platform X to accuse the opposition Congress of ignorance and hypocrisy. Now, BJP MP alleged that the Congress party has been misled by Pakistan's propaganda regarding General Munir's visit, and contrasted this with India's robust foreign policy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A scathing critique of the Congress party by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey there, accusing the Congress party of ignorance and hypocrisy, especially related to foreign policy. All right, and Nishikant Dubey alleging that the Congress party has been misled by Pakistan's propaganda. It has become the Pakistan's mouthpiece, and this is especially regarding General Munir's visit, and he contrasted Congress party's ignorance and hypocrisy with related to the foreign policy stance with India's robust policy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He praised the foreign policy of the country under Prime Minister Narendra Modi and said that the opposition Congress was ignorant and hypocrite as well. And we have more breaking news coming in. There has been a blast inside a mosque in Handwara. 3 individuals have sustained injuries in the explosion, and the injured have been shifted to the GMC Handwara for medical treatment. So what kind of blast it was, the details are sketchy, but what we do know that during the construction of a mosque in Handwara, this blast occurred. 3 individuals have sustained injuries. They have been rushed to the hospital in Handwara for medical treatment. What kind of blast it was and the details of the construction that was going on at the mosque's site is unclear at the moment. What we do know that there has been a blast inside the mosque. All right, a big story coming in from Handwara. There has been a blast inside a mosque, and this happened during the construction of a mosque there. But 3 people have been injured in this blast. Further details are awaited right now. But what we do know is that construction work was ongoing when this incident happened, and this blast triggered panic among the nearby residents and workers. And authorities have also launched an investigation to determine the cause of the explosion. All right, Zeenat, our colleague, is now joining us on the phone line for more details. Zeenat, what details you can provide us? What kind of blast it was? We understand that 3 people have been rushed to the hospital. What more details you can provide us?
See, the construction work was going on when this incident happened, and it was more like a blast, mysterious blast that occurred just during the construction of a mosque in Handwara. The construction of the mosque is going on in Handwara, where this explosion has taken place, and in this explosion, some 3 people, the individuals, have sustained the injuries in the explosion, and also they have been shifted to GMC Handwara for the medical treatment. Although the authorities here have launched an investigation to determine the cause of the explosion, but we are not picking more further details whether this was a terror-related incident or it is just the incident, the blast that has taken place that has resulted into the injuries of the 3 individuals, though have been shifted to a medical hospital for the treatment, and the investigations are further going on.
All right. Thank you so much, Zeenat, for those details there. And viewers, we need to move on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Cyprus as the first stop of his 3-nation tour. And the idea is to strengthen bilateral relations and explore cooperation in various fields, including trade, investment and technology. He was received at the airport by the Cyprus president, and very heartfelt warm welcome by the members of the Indian diaspora as well. And Prime Minister Modi will attend the G7 summit in Canada after this trip, and he will address issues and priorities of the global south. Here is the full story.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday embarked on a significant 3-nation tour with scheduled visits to the Republic of Cyprus, Canada and Croatia. This diplomatic journey aims to bolster India's international relations and explore new avenues for cooperation across various sectors. Prime Minister Modi has made it to the first stop in his itinerary, the Republic of Cyprus, where he was received by President Nikos. Prime Minister Modi's stop in Cyprus marks the first prime ministerial visit in 23 years. The PM was welcomed by the Indian diaspora in the country with banners of Operation Sindoor and children waiting to be blessed amid cheers and celebrations. He was seen greeting and interacting with members of the Indian diaspora as chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai echoed in the air.
उनके साथ मिलना जन्नत, क्योंकि हम यहाँ पे रहते हैं और आज लगता है कि उन्होंने जिस तरीके से देश को संभाला है, नो वन कैन। आज हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि अगर हमें कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आती है, ही इज देयर, ही विल सेव अस, ही विल टेक केयर ऑफ अस। एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू से थैंक यू सो मच मोदी जी, आप हैं तो हम सेफ हैं।
The Indian diaspora in Cyprus expressed their joy on meeting the Prime Minister. The visit to Cyprus comes on the backdrop of long-standing friendship between the two countries. Following the warm welcome, the Prime Minister took to social media to thank the Indian community for their affection. He is set to have meetings with President Nikos in the capital of Nicosia.
भारत साइप्रस आर्थिक संबंधों के लिए आपकी प्रतिबद्धता को मैंने महसूस किया है। आपके विचारों में सिर्फ संभावना ही नहीं, संकल्प को भी मैं महसूस कर रहा हूं। यह स्पष्ट है कि हमारे संबंधों में आगे बढ़ने की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। फ्रेंड, साइप्रस लंबे समय से हमारा विश्वसनीय पार्टनर रहा है, जिसका आप लोगों ने भी उल्लेख किया।
Following his visit to Cyprus, Prime Minister Modi will move to Kanaskis in Canada to participate in the G7 summit, where he is invited by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. India's growing global influence is clear, as highlighted by former Deputy NSA Pankaj Saran, who explains why India's presence at the G7 is essential despite diplomatic challenges.
You know, G7, he's been a regular invitee. India has been a regular invitee even before he became Prime Minister, even in the pre-Modi era. India was an invitee. So I think the invitation is a recognition of a reality which everyone accepts today, which is that you actually cannot discuss the state and the future of the global economy without India. It's not just because we are the largest country in the world or the fourth largest economy, going on to be the third largest, but also because you cannot have any solution to any global problem without India. I mean, that's the new reality. So it reflects that objective condition of the current global order. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I think people also appreciate the fact that this current Prime Minister has been in office for 10, 11 years. He commands the majority and the national support of the people of India. His voice is important as a person, as a leader.
The Prime Minister will join global leaders in addressing pressing international issues with major focus on the global south. The final leg of the tour will take Prime Minister Modi to Croatia. The visit aims to strengthen ties between the two countries. This three-nation tour marks the first foreign visit for Prime Minister Modi since Operation Sindoor.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, 4 people dead and over 50 injured in Pune River Bridge collapse. Heavy rains obstruct rescue operations. And also the big story that we'll be tracking would be government issuing a Gazette notification today to conduct the 16th caste census. The details on those big stories and much more coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
लेकिन उनके मोबाइल भी अभी चल रहा है, रिंग चल रहा है, लेकिन उठाता नहीं। मेरे तो सिर्फ 3 बेटियां हैं। पहली काम मिला है वो मेरी बेटी। इसके बाद क्या बोलूं, कुछ बोलने की कोई जब चलेगा तो घर में ही करेगा, कुछ न कुछ तो उसका शरीर से मिल जाएंगे ना, वो घर में ही करेगा।
अब उसी को उम्मीद में है।
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live breaking up. Shahran getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show. We'll put our focus on multiple developing stories, global stories. Also, Prime Minister Modi, who's in Cyprus right now and has been received by the Premier. We'll get to all the details and why this visit is important. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Saudi Airlines flight emergency lands in Lucknow after spark spotted. Major tragedy has been averted. Four dead, over 50 injured in Pune bridge collapse. Quick response team rushed for rescue and relief operation. Four days after Ahmedabad plane crash, 92 victims identified, 33 bodies returned to families. Government to issue Gazette notification today to conduct 16th caste census. 1 day state mourning declared in the honor of late Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani to be given Guard of Honor at Civil Hospital. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu confirms elimination of Iranian intel chief and his deputy. We're getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers. This is a major update, escalation in the conflict between Israel and Iran. We are now learning that an Iranian missile has landed close to the US embassy in Tel Aviv, after which minor damage was reported to the building. Big update coming in right now, viewers, where we are learning a fresh update in terms of what is happening. And we have just learned that as the two rivals in the Middle East, Israel and Iran, are intensifying their assault on each other. There is an update. The US embassy in Jerusalem is closing after the minor damage from Iran strike. We see that there was some concussion caused by the Iranian missile strike near the US embassy branch in Tel Aviv. The US ambassador to Israel said the embassy and consulate will remain officially closed today as a shelter-in-place order is still in effect. Let's go to our guest who's joining us right now, Neta Bar, senior journalist joining us live right now. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Neta Bar. I just want to ask you what exactly is happening when we talk about this big strike. Iranian missile has landed very close to the US embassy in Tel Aviv. Some damage has been reported in the building, but also putting the story in context, given the fact that Trump has given a very clear warning to Iran earlier.
Yes, actually the former embassy building or the consulate building in Tel Aviv was hit by debris from Iranian missile. Our reporter went to the scene and inspected the building and the Alcon Street in Tel Aviv. There are minor damages to the building. There are significant damages to buildings around it. So there might be a room to suspect that the Iranians have tried to hit the embassy itself. It's been a very rough night for us here in Israel. Over 100 ballistic missiles, some of them heavy, were launched towards Israel, hitting targets civilian targets in the center of Israel, very densely populated areas. There are 5 dead now and 3 missing, so we're trying to find them in the rubble. It's been quite a night. We're all being in bomb shelters and protected rooms here across Israel. There is a hope in Israel that seeing that Iran has no respect for American interests in the Middle East would convince Donald J. Trump to lend a hand to Israel in its offensive against Iranian nuclear facilities. It's not clear still whether Trump will eventually be moved to support such a move. He said it before that if American interests will be attacked, he will do so. It's not very clear at this stage if it's going to happen, and Israel continues in these very minutes to attack in Iran, to hit both military and nuclear targets in Iran, still suppressing Iranian air defenses. So far, it's been escalating for 4 days now, and there's no end to it in sight.
Yes. I would request you to hold on with us because we're getting some breaking updates coming in. It's a targeted military operation. The Israel Defense Forces announced that it has precisely struck command centers operated by the Quds Force of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Iranian military. According to the IDF, these facilities were being used to coordinate and advance terrorist activities against Israel through Iranian-backed proxy groups across the Middle East. The strike marks another escalation in the ongoing regional tensions between Israel and Iran. So this is what we see right now. New video, IDF is striking our IRGC command center. And let's go back to our guest who's joining us, Mr. Neta Bar, senior journalist, is joining us back here in Republic TV. There's so much to talk about here because we see assault after assault, counter assaults, both the nations launching missiles against each other. But this is very important because Israel is now in the middle of a multi-front war. So it's Hezbollah, it's Hamas, and the Iranian proxies from Iraq and Syria. Israel is finding itself in this situation. However, it's very, very clear that Donald Trump, like we said, has warned Iran already, and the assault continues between both the countries. How do you see the situation from Israel's lens?
Israel has been degrading for almost 2 years now, Hamas's capability and Hezbollah's capability, exactly for the end of being able to strike Iran without needing to address threats around its northern and southern borders. As you can see, Hezbollah has not joined in the fight and has no intention of doing so after being very severely hit in the last war. There's a new regime in Syria which is not pro-Iranian, so it will not help Iran. Iran is isolated now in the Middle East, and Israel takes very good advantage of it. The only question on hand is whether Israel is capable of destroying Iran's nuclear program, which is the sole purpose of this operation. And it's, of course, I'm not a military man. I don't have the information. I can't say whether it is possible for Israel to destroy those facilities, but I can assure you it will try whatever it can to degrade Iran's nuclear program and to prevent Iran from attaining nuclear weapons in the foreseeable future.
That is right. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Neta Bar, senior journalist, for joining us here on Republic TV and putting this conflict in perspective for our viewers. I'll have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. And this is a big story which came in a short while back. A Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15 June after smoke was seen from its wheels upon landing at Lucknow Airport. According to airport officials, the aircraft rescue and firefighting team responded very swiftly working alongside the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All passengers were safely deboarded, and officials confirmed that there was no disruption to airport operations following this incident. Sparks flying from the plane's wheels. There's some initial information which has already come in when it comes to exactly what has happened here. But this is coming in as this is a flight which had to make a landing in Lucknow. This plane took off from Jeddah at around 11:30 p.m. on Saturday night. There were around 250 passengers, including the crew members on board. The plane reached Lucknow at around 6:30 a.m. and then takeoff and landing were normal. But this incident happened when the plane was coming on the taxiway after landing on the runway. Sparks were seen when this plane landed on the runway. Then the airport staff immediately showed alertness and adopted emergency procedures and evacuated all the passengers safely. And when the passengers came to know about this incident, they panicked. To control the situation, the plane was pushed back to the taxiway. Passengers have been safely evacuated so far. But at the same time, the questions are also being raised after back-to-back technical snags on airplanes about passenger safety. So this is definitely one more incident of passenger safety being put at risk due to a technical snag. You can see there's smoke coming out. You can see the smoke coming out from that plane as it lands. And I want to go back to Ajay Dubey, who's at the Lucknow airport, and he is tracking the story very closely for us. Ajay, thankfully the passengers have been deboarded, but the visual that our viewers are seeing is smoke coming out from the back of the plane, which is extremely concerning and raises questions about passenger safety, something that Republic here has highlighted, and the center has also formed a panel to look into passenger safety and make the policies even stronger, whether Indian aircraft carriers or international aircraft carriers.
Definitely, first let me show you the visuals of the flight which we are discussing about. I'm standing just in front of the airport, and there we'll show you the visuals of the flight. We can see there's a flight standing near the airport terminal, and this flight is of Saudi Arabia Airlines. As we can show you the flight in the frame where this flight is standing in the hangar. And yesterday only, early in the morning, at Sunday 6:30 in the morning, this incident took place in Lucknow airport. The Saudi Arabia Airlines flight number SV3112, which was landing, and during that process there was this incident. And after that incident, the authority of the airport they have ended this problem successfully. And I can show you the visuals. This flight is still in the hangar. We are trying to confirm, is it the same flight or not, but this is the flight of Saudi Arabia Airlines that we can see right now, and this flight is here in Lucknow terminal. So what happened yesterday is that early in the morning at 6:30 a.m. The flight reached
Okay. So we have a little issue getting to my colleague Ajay, but he's at the Lucknow airport trying to show us where and how that incident took place. Sparks flying from the plane's wheels. You can see that there's sort of smoke there coming off from the back side of that plane and the wheels. Thankfully, the passengers have now been deboarded. But raising questions again about passenger safety. Okay, I'll have to move ahead because the mysterious shipping container presumed to be from the vessel Van High 503 has washed ashore at a beach in Alapura, around 100 kilometers from Thiruvananthapuram. A local fisherman discovered the container on Sunday late evening and alerted the authorities. Alongside the container, red-colored lifeboat bearing the Van High label was also found in the vicinity. While officials have acknowledged the incident, they are yet to begin the process of identifying the container's contents or ensuring its safe removal from the shore. So one of the containers of Van High have been found near the coast, and this is a burning ship Van High, which is the burning ship we told you about. And there has been a lot of effort by the Coast Guard, by the Navy to put out the fires and also control the environmental damage that this burning ship poses. I want to go across to Ashwin. There's a Van High container found, Ashwin, and the question, of course, would be what is inside that container, given the fact that that ship had a lot of flammable liquids. There was a lot of concern about oil spillage. So the question remains, what is inside that Van High container which has been found, and where has it been found? Ashwin.
In fact, one of the biggest fears of the people living in the coastline has actually come true, because 157 containers of the Van High ship, which witnessed an explosion at 9:30 a.m. on June 9th, in fact, had caused a lot of anxiety among the coast. Now, what we see 7 days after this entire incident, we see one of the containers seen to be floating. And prima facie, when you look at these containers, we see it resembles an LPG container, but it has to be confirmed. Along with it, this entire container came afloat to the shores of Alappuzha, which is 100 kilometers away from where I'm standing now in Thiruvananthapuram. And in this particular coast, this has happened. And prior to that, previous night, there was a lifeboat in which the label of the Van High is also clearly written. A red color lifeboat has also come, hit the shores in the same region of Alappuzha. Now, certainly the anxiety is there among the localites, and the authorities will now have to handle this particular container in the most professional manner possible. Remember, these are extremely inflammable substances that are there, that has already been categorized as many of them are inflammable. So certainly it cannot be handled in the normal way possible. The salvage company itself will have to do it. At a time when the salvage company is still fighting the smoke which is bellowing out from Van High, which is right now around 50 nautical miles away from this, from the northern part of Kerala, this seems to be a daunting operation. Certainly other companies will also likely to come in because when the previous ship had sunk, there was one company called as White Waters which was there doing the salvage operation. So we are expecting more details from the authorities. At the moment, there has been no confirmation on how this particular cargo will be handled. But at the same time, another question that is there, if there is a lifeboat that has come ashore, was there anybody in the lifeboat? Considering the fact that 4 of the crew members are still missing, their whereabouts are not known. Is there something more to it? Is also which needs to be investigated. So a lifeboat coming ashore, and when we look at these visuals, we see the lifeboat, the top part of the lifeboat is certainly open. So it cannot be one of the suspicions that could probably be in everybody's mind is that, was there anybody inside this lifeboat? Did they escape it? What happened to it? How did the lifeboat also come to the shores of Kerala? Certainly all these questions need to be answered in the time to come. Yes. But one thing is sure, that containers hitting the shores of Kerala is definitely a matter of concern, especially the safety of the people of the coast of Kerala.
Absolutely. Safety comes first there. Ashwin, thank you for joining us and getting those details. I will really have to move ahead right now. Because we're coming to know that it's a chilling breach of prison security. Political rivalries have turned violent inside the Shivamogga Central Jail. A JDS worker was brutally attacked by fellow inmates in a clash that's now raising serious questions about VIP treatment and smuggled phones behind bars. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
In a shocking incident from Shivamogga Central Jail, political rivalries have spilled dangerously behind bars. A JDS worker, Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, jailed just yesterday in a violence case, was brutally assaulted by alleged Congress-affiliated inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A viral video, reportedly filmed on a smuggled mobile phone, shows the horrifying assault. The footage has sparked serious concerns about a major security lapse inside the high-security prison. Questions have been raised on how did a mobile phone get inside, and if prison authorities are turning a blind eye or even offering VIP treatment to politically connected inmates. Public outrage is mounting, with calls for immediate action against negligent jail staff, and an official inquiry is expected.
And viewers, in a tragic incident, a bridge over the Indrayani River near Pune has now collapsed. and 4 people have died, at least 51 injured. 10 to 15 tourists trapped. Rescue operations are currently underway, with a quick response team reaching the site. In the wake of the disaster, Prime Minister Modi, who is currently in Cyprus, spoke with the Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis, who briefed him on the ongoing rescue and relief measures being taken to assist the affected.
ताले गांव में कुंडमाला गांव में बने लोहे के ब्रिज कल 3:30 बजे गिर गया था। इंद्रानी नदी पर बना यह ब्रिज, तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूं किस तरह से यह ब्रिज गिरा है। सामने देखिए किस तरह से लोहे का पूरा जो है यही गिरा है। सामने 2 बाइक है, 2 मोटरसाइकिल है, लोग मोटरसाइकिल लेके जा रहे थे। और कल जब यह हादसा हुआ उस समय इस ब्रिज पर लगभग 150 से ज्यादा लोग मौजूद थे। कल संडे के दिन था और लोग यहाँ पे छुट्टियां मनाने के लिए आए थे, पिकनिक मनाने के लिए आए थे। उस समय ये हादसा हुआ। सामने देखिए तस्वीरें किस तरह से इंद्रानी नदी किस रफ्तार में जो उसकी धार बह रही है, किस तरह से बह रही है। और लगातार पुणे में बारिश हो रहा है, जिसकी वजह से कहीं कहीं इंद्रानी नदी का जो फ्लो काफ़ी रफ्तार में है, काफ़ी तेज है। और जब ये हादसा हुआ तो यहाँ पर काफ़ी लोग मौजूद थे, ये सामने पूरा भरा हुआ था। और उसी समय ये लोहे का ब्रिज जो कि 30 साल पुराना ये ब्रिज है, उसी समय गिरता है और जो लोग थे वो नदी के अंदर चले गए, जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी दूर बह गए। इस हादसे में 4 लोग की मौत हुई है, 51 लोग घायल हुए हैं, जिनका हॉस्पिटल में इलाज चल रहा है। सामने देखिए तस्वीरें किस तरह से लोहे का ब्रिज है, दूसरी साइड में भी लोहे का ब्रिज है और ये काफ़ी जर्जर हो चुका था। फिर भी लोग यहाँ पर लगभग जो क्षमता है उससे ज़्यादा कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे लोग खड़े हुए, जिसकी वजह से ये हादसा हुआ। इस मामले को लेकर जांच शुरू है कि आखिर ये हादसा कैसे हुआ, कितने सारी चीज़ें लोकल प्रशासन साथ साथ यहाँ पे जो पुलिस की टीम जांच कर रही है। मामला दर्ज करने के बाद फिलहाल तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो सामने ब्रिज है, सामने जो देख सकते हैं किस तरह से ब्रिज है और दोनों साइड के टूटे हुए हैं और बीच से जो नदी की धारा है वो बह रही है तेज रफ्तार में।
All right, viewers, getting some breaking up is coming in. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad Air India plane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples have already been matched. Very important update because remember that a team of officials from Boeing as well as the US Federal Aviation Administration FAA had arrived in Ahmedabad to assist the Indian authorities in probing the recent aircraft crash. Now the Boeing team has arrived and reached the exact plane crash site, viewers. At the same time, there is DNA matching which is happening. And 92 DNA samples of the victims have been matched. Remember that simultaneously we see that the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has launched a formal probe already. And now we see that the Boeing team has arrived at the plane crash site. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And recovery teams are already working to piece together the chain of events that led to the fatal accident. And those pictures coming in of the Boeing team which has arrived on that at the plane crash site. This is the plane, and this is just coming in just right now. We have got the live pictures. Remember, the investigation is already continuing. We see that there has been a recovery made already of the aircraft's 2 black boxes, and decoding the flight recorder is going to be very important to get clues about the final moments of the crash. Okay, pictures coming in right now of the Boeing team which has arrived. This is the team of officials from Boeing, and they are going to assist the Indian authorities to probe the recent aircraft crash. The aircraft crash in Ahmedabad, one of the largest and the biggest aviation tragedies that the nation has seen. Already we see that the probe is being supported by the National Investigation Agency, and also the Boeing team has arrived. Let's go to Deepak joining us right now from our Republic newsroom. Deepak, the Boeing team is assisting the Indian authorities in probing the recent aircraft crash. They've reached the crash site, Deepak.
That's right, Shivangi. This is the same aircraft, AI-171, Boeing 787 Dreamliner that crashed after it took off from Ahmedabad. Just 30 seconds into its flight, it crashed into a BJ Medical College hostel's mess, and we saw 241 out of 242 passengers, died in this particular crash. And what we understand is that The Boeing team includes safety specialists, crash investigators, and also structural engineers. And their objective, Shivangi, is twofold. First, to assist the Indian authorities in deciphering what went catastrophically wrong on that flight that resulted in this major tragedy. And second is to assess whether this tragedy was an isolated malfunction or indicative of a deeper design, software, or manufacturing flaw. Let's also not forget that this isn't just a procedural visit, Shivangi. This is a very, very crucial visit. This is a crisis response, and this is a moment of global scrutiny for Boeing as well, because it is a company that has already faced damning headlines over previous crashes, including the 737 MAX series as well. So this 787 series is also running into several technical glitches. We also saw just recently another flight which made an emergency landing was also a Boeing 787. So the authorities from Boeing 787 team have already arrived at the Ahmedabad crash site to ascertain what exactly went wrong, whether there was a technical glitch, whether there was a CRM error, which we've already spoken about, that is the cockpit resource management, or whether the flight had any structural flaws. All of these aspects are being looked into, but their primary focus is to assist the Indian authorities in deciphering what exactly went wrong, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you, Deepak, and the story as we see the Boeing team has joined the AI-171 crash probe in Ahmedabad. Viewers, which are coming up 5 days after tragic Air India 171 crash, Boeing officials now at the crash site. Air India Hong Kong Delhi plane forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers deboarded. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
On Prime Time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your Prime Time starts here. India-Hong Kong Delhi plane forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers deboarded. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad Air India plane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples matched. Major scare as smoke and sparks seen around the wheels of Saudi Airlines plane with 250 passengers on board. Prime Minister Modi in Cyprus set to reach Canada in the evening to attend the G7 summit. Israel and Iran trade strikes. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Minor damages reported. Our viewers, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra, and starting off with some breaking news that we're getting in from UP's Hardoi, where a routine stop to fill in CNG has turned into a scene of chaos and straight out of a crime thriller. Now we're learning that a woman has pulled out a revolver and aimed it at a petrol pump salesman, and in fact she's gone on to threaten the personnel at the petrol station, saying that I will shoot you with so many bullets that even the family members will refuse to recognize you. Now, this is a shocking case that is coming in from UP's Hardoi, the visuals of which are now on your screen, viewers, and we're also learning that an FIR has now been filed against the accused woman Ariba Khan and her husband Ehsan Khan, and we're also learning that the revolver has now been seized. This is the breaking news that we're tracking from UP's Hardoi, where there was a massive escalation and showdown at a petrol pump. And there you have it on your screen, viewers. A woman has wielded a revolver and now she's threatening the personnel at the petrol station. And she said that she will shoot the person with so many bullets that even his family members will refuse to recognize him. All right, staying with those pictures from UP's Hardoi, viewers, where there has been a massive showdown and is a blatant display of hooliganism. And you see just how casually over there, viewers, the woman who's supposedly carrying a revolver has wheeled it out, is showing it off, and is threatening the man at the police station. I beg your pardon, at the petrol pump. All right, viewers, major drama at petrol pump station in UP's Hardoi. These are the visuals on your screen where a woman is seen pointing a gun at a worker in the station. And this happened, this chaos unfolded when the personnel requested the couple who were driving the car to come out of the car while the CNG was being filled. And this woman very casually has now taken out a revolver and is seen threatening the petrol pump worker. All right, viewers, these are visuals of a demolition drive that is currently underway in the national capital. And these are visuals that we are getting in from Jailarwala Bagh, which is in Ashok Vihar. And this is a slum region where a demolition drive is underway. And those are the visuals on your screen from Ashok Vihar in the national capital, where there's major action, bulldozer action on illegal houses of slum dwellers. And staying with those pictures that we are getting in from the national capital, from the Jailarwala Bagh region in Ashok Vihar, where a demolition drive is underway. Now remember,
Action on illegal encroachments is something, viewers, that has been a major flashpoint between the government, the BJP government and the Aam Aadmi Party. And the BJP has made it very categorically clear that they will take tough action on illegal encroachments. And over the past few days, we've seen several such drives that have taken place across the national capital. In fact, just a few days ago, there was a major showdown in the Kalkaji region as well. And now these are the latest pictures of a demolition drive that is currently underway in the Ashok Vihar region of the national capital. All right, viewers, we stay with those pictures from the national capital, where a demolition drive is underway in Ashok Vihar. And this is action that is being taken against illegal slum dwellers. And we stay with those pictures that we are getting in from New Delhi. All right, shifting focus to what's been happening in Ahmedabad. The total number of 92 victims from the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash has now been identified. Their DNA samples have been matched, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. We're learning that 33 bodies have now been handed over respectively to the families of the victims. And in fact, in just a short while from now, the final rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani will be conducted at the civil hospital, where he will be given a guard of honor. All right, Gopi, my colleague, joins me live from Ahmedabad. She's live from the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. Gopi, 92 victims have been identified now. The bodies are slowly being handed over to the families. We're also learning that a high-level inquiry team has been formed to expedite the process in specifically the victim identification process. Tell us the latest that you're picking up from Ground Zero.
Well, yes, in the morning there was a press conference where media was briefed by the additional medical superintendent of civil hospital, who is Dr. Rajneesh Patel, and as per him there were 92 samples, DNA samples which have been matched, but out of 92 there are total 87 bodies because there was duplication in these 92 samples which were matched, while what we are now learning from our sources is 42 bodies have now been handed over to the family members. While let's tell you more about Vijay Rupani's final rites. His body will be reaching at the Rajkot's Hirasar airport at 2 p.m. from here. Just a short while back, his son Rishabh Rupani has reached here along with the Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, as well as just a short while back we saw many BJP leaders were here. Prerak Patel, the BJP president of Ahmedabad, as well as Mayaben Kodnani. All these are in fact inside the mortuary complex. So the process is underway as Rishabh Rupani, the son of Vijay Rupani, is already here at the mortuary complex. While what you are saying that a special team has been formed. Yes, in fact, you've rightly mentioned that a special team has been formed, and we have been seeing many things happening at the crash site wherein the teams are coming and going, and even the FSL is active there. So the updates that we are getting from the site is that yes, a special team has been formed behind this. But yes, let's tell our viewers that the process of DNA sampling as well as the report is very tedious and meticulous, and instead of taking 48 hours, the bodies are so badly charred that it is taking more time. And also there is a lot of duplication, as there are different body parts which belong to the same body. Hence the total number of bodies which they have got is 87, out of which 92 samples have been matched, whereas 42 bodies have already been handed over to the family. Back to you.
Yes. All right, Gopi, thank you for giving us those details. Viewers, this is a story that we're tracking very closely, and we're getting in more breaking developments on the AI-171 crash probe, and we're learning that the members of the US-based National Transportation Safety Board are now at the Air India crash site. Expert members from the NTSB, Boeing and Air India safety team are currently at the spot. They are carrying out a spot inspection, and we're learning that the AAIB has called these expert teams. Those are the visuals on your screen of a team of the Boeing company at the crash site 5 days after the fatal accident. Akhil, my colleague, joins me live from the Ahmedabad crash site. Akhil, 5 days after the crash took place, this is the first visit by the Boeing team members. They've agreed to fully cooperate with the Indian authorities on the investigation. And of course, this comes at a time when the DGCA has tightened the noose around Boeing and really gone and taken tough action on carrying out safety checks on all their Boeing 787 aircrafts.
Well, absolutely. If you see at this point in time what has happened this very morning, that since morning what we have been seeing that the AATS team has been doing this investigation, and in that process the UK-based agency has also been aiding in this investigation process. And this very morning what we have seen that the NTSB team, which is the US agency for aircraft accident investigation team, that has also arrived over here at the very ground zero, and the team has been inside the very spot of the crash site for the inspection, and they basically went over there to collect some material evidence and to inspect from the ground zero. Apart from that, if you see, Air India safety protocol team is also inside. So the investigation at the ground zero level is on. And the second thing which is very important to highlight over here is that the investigation which is being done by the AIB is at the ground zero. And another investigation which has been commenced by the Union Civil Aviation Minister, in which what we have seen that a committee has been formed, and that committee is being headed by Union Home Secretary. And in that what we have seen that from different domain levels expertise have been called in, which include senior officials from the Civil Aviation Ministry as well. Apart from that, what we have seen that DG is part of that committee as well. BCAS DG is part of that committee as well. And if you see from safety and protocol measures, what we have seen that the Indian Air Force DG has also been part of that committee. And if you see where we are standing right now, this is a very crash site spot. So the incident took place in Ahmedabad. That's why Ahmedabad Police Commissioner has also been part of this investigation team. And apart from that, if you see, one official from Gujarat has also been looped in. So that's going to be a diverse panel which is going to probe this very case. And today, which is Monday, today we have got the information that the first meeting of that panel is going to be executed this very afternoon in that regard. Yes.
Right. All right, Akhil, thank you for giving us those details. We are tracking these developments very, very closely, viewers, from Ahmedabad. Now, shifting focus to what's been happening internationally, specifically in the Middle East, after the US Embassy in Israel had suffered minor damage after an Iranian missile strike. The US Embassy, in fact, viewers, has now issued a statement which says that as a result of the current security situation and ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran, the US Embassy has directed that all US government employees and their family members continue to shelter in place and near their residences until further notice. Given the security situation and in compliance with the Israel Homefront Command guidance, the US Embassy in Jerusalem will be closed tomorrow. And this includes the consular sections in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. There will be no passport or emergency consular report or any other services that will be operating for the moment. That is the breaking news that we are getting in, and this statement is coming in from the embassy shortly after we reported that an Iranian missile strike hit the US Embassy in Tel Aviv, causing minor damage to the building. And I'd like to go across to my colleague Deepak, who joins me live from the newsroom. Deepak, this is a major escalation. It's been 4 days since the start of this war, and now we are seeing that Iran has essentially upped the ante against Israel, and Israel is also not holding back. Where do you see this heading, and what do you believe will be the unintended consequences should this escalate any further?
Right, Ayana, looking at what's happening on, the West Asia front, it seems like Iran is also now focusing on Washington, because Iran claims that US has been extending backdoor support for Israel in its offensive against Iran. So in its latest escalation and airstrikes, it has also struck a US embassy building as well, this time in Tel Aviv. And after that, the US embassy has also issued a statement which has, underlined the severity of the current escalation. The US embassy in Jerusalem has said that effective immediately, all US government employees and their families have been instructed to move to shelters in place until further notice. And the embassy, which has also cited serious threats in Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, has said that it will remain closed, the embassy in all these three regions. And that includes all consular services in both Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, no passports, no birth reports, and no in-person assistance. And in what may concern US IONA, citizens and foreign nationals have also been issued directives. The embassy has clarified that it is not in a position to evacuate or assist any departures. This comes as, Ben Gurion Airport stays shut with no commercial or charter flights operating out of Israel. It's a very, volatile situation right now, what's happening in West Asia. The US is also issuing advisories to its citizens there, and they've said, stay put, stay in all these shelters, in these, bomb shelters and underground bunkers till further notice. Evacuations will not be possible at the moment.
Yes. Of course, Deepak, and this also comes at a time when India also has issued an advisory urging all its citizens in the country of Israel to maintain caution. But I do want to thank you for the moment for giving us those details. All right, viewers, now shifting focus. In the violence-hit district of Churachandpur in Manipur, government job aspirants are facing a major competitive disadvantage due to the inaccessibility of examination centres. Here's more on that story.
Amid ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur since May 3, aspirants have been forced to travel hundreds of kilometers outside the state to appear for exams such as SSC, NDA, NEET, UPSC and UGC, NTA. While in Imphal, the nearest exam center is just 62 kilometers away, ongoing unrest and movement restrictions have made it inaccessible. As a result, students are forced to travel as far as Aswal, Guwahati or Agartala, incurring high travel costs and enduring physical and mental stress. Students flag issues such as the lack of accommodation, unfamiliar exam environments, and the stress of long journeys, which significantly affect their performance. The Zomi Students Federation continues to press the authorities to set up an examination center in Churachandpur. This is a demand that students say is long overdue and essential for academic equity.
All right, on the other side of a very quick break, a major scare as smoke and sparks seen around the wheels of a Saudi Airlines plane with 250 passengers on board. And it's day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus. He's set to reach Canada this evening to attend the G7 summit. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we track that and a lot more for you.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
All right, viewers, now moving to the live visuals that is coming in from Delhi's Ashok Vihar, where a demolition drive is underway, and we're learning that at least 250 police officers are currently at the spot as the demolition drive continues. And a special task force has now reached the Jailerwala Bagh area in Ashok Vihar in the national capital with excavators to carry out the demolition drive. This is major bulldozer action that is being carried out on illegal encroachments and the residences of slum dwellers in the area. Over 200 homes, we are learning, are encroaching upon government land, allegedly encroaching upon government land, are to be demolished as part of this drive. All right, my colleague Kajal is live from the demolition site. Kajal, what is going around you? I believe there's a lot of police deployment currently at the spot. Are we expecting a major action to continue throughout the day? What is happening around you? Take us through the details.
जी बिल्कुल, आपको बता दें सुबह से ही यहाँ पर बुलडोजर एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है और दिल्ली के अलग अलग जगहों की अगर हम बात करें तो लगातार डीडीए की कार्रवाई हो रही है। और यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे अशोक विहार का इलाका जहाँ पर 500 से ज़्यादा झुग्गियों को आज ज़मींदोज़ किया गया है और डीडीए का एक्शन यहाँ पर देखने को मिला है। जो झुग्गियाँ यहाँ पर ज़मींदोज़ हुई हैं उनको नए अपार्टमेंट में भी शिफ्ट किया गया है। ये नया अपार्टमेंट है जिसमें 1600 से ज़्यादा लोग हैं जो जिन्हें शिफ्ट किया गया है और बाकी के जो लोग बचे हुए हैं उनका कहना ये साफ तौर पर है कि उनके जो कागजात है उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम आई है जिसकी वजह से उन्हें फिलहाल मकान नहीं मिला है। लेकिन आपको बता दें जो 500 झुग्गियां तोड़ी गई हैं उनमें से जो रहने वाले लोग थे उन्हें फिलहाल शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है और जो बचे हुए लोग हैं उनकी भी शिफ्टिंग लगातार जारी है। और ये बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर पहले ही नोटिस लोगों को दिया गया था और उन्हें एक तारीख दी गई थी कि इस तारीख को आपको यहाँ से शिफ्ट करना है और इन झुग्गियों को खाली करना है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर डीडीए की कार्रवाई होगी। तो फिलहाल वो जो तारीख थी वो खत्म हो चुकी थी और आज यहाँ पर बुलडोजर का एक्शन देखने को मिला है। तमाम फोर्स और पुलिस यहाँ पर तैनात है और उनकी निगरानी में ये झुग्गियाँ जो है उन पर बुलडोजर चला है और लगातार दिल्ली के अलग अलग इलाकों को हम देख रहे हैं जहाँ पर डीडीए की कार्रवाई चल रही है। चाहे हम बाटला हाउस की करें, चाहे आज हम अशोक विहार की बात करें, अन्य जगहों की अगर हम बात करें तो इंक्रोचमेंट को लेकर लगातार दिल्ली सरकार जो है वो पूरे तरीके से तैनात है। वो लगातार यही कह रहे हैं कि इंक्रोचमेंट कहीं भी नहीं चलेगा और लगातार ये देखने को भी मिल रहा है कि ज़मीनी स्तर पर किस तरीके से बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई लगातार देखने को मिल रही है। जी।
All right, Kajal, thank you for giving us those details as we stay with those live visuals from Delhi's Ashok Vihar viewers. But for the moment, we have to slip into a very short break. But on the other side, we're tracking very closely what's been happening in Pune, where at least 4 people have been killed and over 50 have been injured after a fatal bridge collapse. It's day 2 of the NDRF rescue operations. And also central government to issue a gazette notification today to conduct the 16th caste census. That is a big story that we're tracking on the other side of a very quick break.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। सिर्फ जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबां कैसी?
כל השמיים. זהו, אני בורח. אני רק מצלם לכם את השמיים.
All right, viewers, we stay with those pictures that are coming in live from Gujarat's Rajkot, where the final rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is underway. He lost his life in the tragic Air India 171 plane crash on the 12th of June. And these are the visuals that are coming in from Gujarat's Rajkot, where we see Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and top BJP leaders, his family members in attendance, paying tribute to the late former Gujarat Chief Minister. Gopi, my colleague, joins me live from Gujarat. Gopi, these are the visuals that we are getting in from Rajkot as we speak. It's a grieving moment for the family members, for the loved ones of Vijay Rupani.
Well, yes, in fact, it's a grieving moment for Gujarat, not just his family members. He is the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. You can see, we are showing you the visuals wherein you can see top BJP leaders of Ahmedabad are here. You can see Home Minister Harsh Sangvi along with the Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel is in attendance. You can also see Jagdish Vikrakarma as well as Mayabin Kognani along with son of Vijay Rupani, Rishabh Rupani are here. The ambulance, in fact, is ready. His mortal remains are being taken at the Ahmedabad airport, from where his remains would be taken to the Hirasar airport of Rajkot, and from where his mortal remains will then be taken at his Rajkot residence. And later in the day, a huge procession is planned in the city of Rajkot. Now, why Rajkot? Because he, in fact, began his career from Rajkot. He hails from Rajkot. He was an MLA of Rajkot West. And as you can see, you can keep seeing the visuals. A guard of honor is also being given to the former Chief Minister of Vijay Rupani. His mortal remains now taken to the Rajkot Hirasar airport from the Ahmedabad airport. His, in fact, journey of Vijay Rupani is very long as well as interesting. His affiliation with RSS and Jan Sangh is established since 1918. Mortal remains of the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani are being taken from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital to Rajkot Hirasar Airport, where he will be brought at around 2 p.m. and later in the day, a huge procession is.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the biggest aviation tragedy. Last rites of former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, are currently underway. We'll get you more details on this, but first, as always, the headlines. Air India Hong Kong Delhi plane forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers have been deboarded. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad airplane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples have been matched. Major scare as smoke and spark seen around the wheels of Saudi airplane with 250 passengers on board. Prime Minister is in Cyprus. He's set to reach Canada in the evening to attend G7 summit. Israel and Iran trade strikes. Iranian missile hits US embassy in Israel. Minor damages have been reported. US embassy in Tel Aviv issues first statement. US embassy to remain closed for the day. As we told you, we are keeping our focus in the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. We have a breaking news coming in. An Air India Boeing Dreamliner, which was supposed to fly from Delhi to Bangalore at 8:30 a.m., was vacated. Passengers were asked to deboard and board another aircraft at 10:30 a.m. at IGI Terminal 3. Now the plane is scheduled at 1:30 p.m. is what we are learning. Travelers right now are stuck at the IGI airport. So snag after snag as far as Air India flights are concerned. Passengers are currently stranded at the Delhi IGI airport. Bengaluru bound Air India flight delayed for 5 times, and this is in fact the breaking news that we are getting for you. We've been getting you the details about the spate of occurrences as far as the technical snags delay related to Air India flight is concerned. Now this Bengaluru bound Air India flight, it has been delayed. Passengers were asked to deboard the flight and board another flight, and that flight will now take off at 1:30 is what we are learning. Passengers are suffering because of this, because of the technical snags that are coming to the fore as far as these Air India flights are concerned. We've been getting you details about several reports that have come to the fore as far as the technical snags in Air India flight is concerned. This is another flight that we're telling you about. This was a Bengaluru bound Air India flight that has been delayed 5 times. People were asked to deboard and board another flight, and that flight, what we are learning, is going to take off at 1:30 p.m. But till then, passengers are suffering. They are stuck currently at the IGI airport in the national capital. It remains to be seen whether there was a technical snag. All right, let me go across to the passenger of this flight who was there on the flight, and he was asked to deboard as well. Let me go across to him. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. I want to ask you, what reason has Air India given to the passengers before they asked you to deboard the flight?
Told us that the maintenance
people of the aircraft for not giving clearance for it to fly. So we were not demoted basically, we were never let to board. The flight was scheduled at 8:30 a.m. and there were multiple delays. They told us 9:30 a.m., then 10:30 a.m., then 11:30 a.m. and finally at 11:30 a.m. they told us that the maintenance staff has not given clearance for the aircraft. So it will be delayed and the flight will be changed. And now they have provided us another Airbus A321, which is scheduled at 1:30. So we are still stuck at the airport. I've done the security clearance about 6:30 a.m. and we are still sitting at the airport.
Sir, can you tell us how many people were there on the flight and what are they saying about this? Because this is not the first time that such a delay has been witnessed as far as Air India is concerned. What are the fellow passengers saying on this?
Yeah, I mean, people have speaking about it, and it's because it's for the same 877 as well, right? Which just has in Ahmedabad. So the problem is they were not giving very relevant information why the plane is getting delayed. Is there any technical snag? Or they just want like the routine checkup is happening. This is what they said, it will be delayed. And finally, after 3 hours, they told us that it won't be, we won't be boarding that plane, they will change it. So that's how.
Absolutely. Just for the clarity, I want to ask you, did they ask you to board another flight? And is this not the same flight that you'll be boarding that you had initially booked?
Yeah, so it will be a different flight. The previous one was 707. Now they have done some errors, so it's a different flight.
All right. So thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. So the flight was to take off at 8:30 a.m. is what we're learning. But passengers were asked to deboard and board another flight. They all will be taking off at 1:30 now. Passengers are facing a lot of issues as far as Air India is concerned. Now let's tell you more. Air India Delhi-bound flight AI315 was also forced to return due to technical reasons. Delhi-bound Air India flight made a U-turn mid-air and landed in Hong Kong. Another air emergency. All the passengers were deboarded safely from the plane and the aircraft is being checked and inspected. Now, let me tell you about the spate of occurrences in the last 1 week as far as Air India is concerned. The first flight, these are the air emergency that I'll be telling you about. The first flight is AI379. This was going from Phuket to the national capital. It received a bomb threat, after which it came back to the Phuket International Airport. Passengers were asked to deboard and the flight was sent to safety. This is the first that was on June 13, just few days back. This is AI379. An emergency landing was made on the Thai island and it went back to the Phuket International Airport. All 156 passengers were safely deboarded, but definitely this raises a lot of questions because there was a bomb threat on the flight. But after that, it was found that it was just a hoax bomb threat that had come to the fore. Next flight that we will be telling you about, this is June 16th. Today, Hong Kong to Delhi flight makes a U-turn. This is AI135. That is the flight number, in fact, what we are learning. Hong Kong to Delhi flight makes a U-turn. Mid-air glitch issue forces return to Hong Kong. Imagine what people must be going through. Mid-air, this flight had to take a U-turn and return to Hong Kong. All passengers have been safely deboarded. Now the situation is fine. The plane has been sent to safety once more. Another flight that we'll tell you about, this is SV3112. This is also today. Air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. We've been telling you about this story since morning. Spark and smoke coming from the wheel of this flight. Air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. This was today in the morning. Sparks and smoke, as we told you, fly from the plane wheels. And in fact, the passengers who were on board were coming from Hajj and the plane was to land in Lucknow. Passengers of SV3112 disembarked safely. Now again, that plane has been sent to a safe area and checks and inspections are taking place. The next flight is LH752 Frankfurt to Hyderabad flight, diverted back to Germany, and we are also learning that this is related to security concerns regarding potential bomb threats. So 2 bomb threats in the last 4 days, several technical snags that have come to the fore. All passengers reported safe upon landing, and in fact once again that airplane has been sent to a safe location. Inspection of that plane is currently underway. These are the spate of occurrences that have happened in the last 4 days, be it technical snags or the other issues. We have another breaking news coming in. A Saudi airline flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15 June after smoke was detected from the wheels upon landing at the Lucknow airport, according to the airport officials. The aircraft rescue and firefighting teams responded swiftly, working alongside with Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All the passengers on board are currently safe, and officials have confirmed that there was no disruption to the airport operations following this incident. This is as far as the flight that we told you about from Jeddah to Lucknow in India. Sparks flying from the plane's wheel, smoke and sparks coming out of the wheel, and this definitely raises a lot of questions about the safety of people. Imagine what must be going through their mind when this incident happened. They all have been deboarded and this plane has been sent for inspection, and this in fact tells you that there is an absolute need for the inspection of such flights as well. Let me go across to my colleague Ajit Dubey, who has been tracking this story from Lucknow very closely. Ajit Dubey, we are learning that this is a flight that landed in Lucknow. We saw the visuals of sparks and smoke coming out of the wheel. What is the situation on the ground, and what is the airline authorities saying on this? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Ajay Dubey, who's been tracking this story. But as you can see in the visuals too, that area, that is the wheel of that aircraft from where smoke and sparks flew out as it landed. This raised a lot of questions on the safety of the flight. Let me once again go across to my colleague Ajay Dubey. Ajay Dubey, you've been tracking this story. Tell us, what is the situation on the ground? What is the airline saying? And are the passengers safe now?
This thing happened yesterday in the morning, and during the process only the local support team from the airport, they have controlled the scenario perfectly, and all the passengers, they are totally fine. And the reason of the cause, the reason of the incident, that's what the agencies are looking for. But the passengers sitting in the flight, they are all totally perfectly all right, and the crew member also, including the pilot, including the crew members, all of them are perfectly all right. And the important most part is to find the reason behind this incident. So the agencies from Lucknow, they are finding the reason behind this incident, and apart from agency from Lucknow, the airways, the Saudi Airways, they are also looking for the reason behind this incident. So things are perfectly all right in terms of the passengers, but still they are looking for the reason behind this incident.
Absolutely. Thank you for all the updates. Keep tracking that very closely for us. Now we are shifting our focus. Major escalation in the conflict of in the Middle East. In fact, we are now learning that an Iranian missile has landed close to the US Embassy in Tel Aviv, after which minor damage was reported to the building. After that, we are also learning that a statement has been issued by the embassy there. But very concerning news coming in from Israel. Minor damage to the US Embassy in Israel. So definitely the target, it appears, was to hit this embassy, but minor damage has been given to the US Embassy building so far. All right, let me go across to Dan Fafferman, who's been with the IDF, former IDF major. In fact, so thank you for speaking to Republic TV. We are learning that there was an attack on the US Embassy in Israel. Very concerning. There have been minor damages, and US Embassy has also issued a statement saying that they are closing the embassy area for some time. How would you assess this?
Well, it's natural. The US Embassy sits in the heart of Tel Aviv, and Iran has been firing indiscriminately at Israeli civilian centers. So while Israel has taken unbelievably great pains using top intel and precision-guided weapons to target only Iranian military, nuclear, and ballistic missile installations, Iran fires indiscriminately at Israeli civilian centers and has said as much, that it's targeting Israeli civilians. In fact, throughout the entire course of this 600-day war against Iran's array of proxies in the region, they have shown that they consistently target Israeli civilians, and Israel does absolutely every effort to target military and strategic installations while giving warning for enemy civilians to clear the way so that there is as little damage as possible to them.
Absolutely. We are seeing escalation between Iran and Israel. I would request you to stay on with us. We have a breaking news coming in. In a targeted military operation, the Israel Defense Forces IDF has announced that it has precisely struck the command center operated by Quds Force of Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Iranian military. According to IDF, these facilities were being used to coordinate and advance terrorist activities against Israel through Iranian-backed proxy groups across the Middle East. The strike marks another escalation in the ongoing regional tension between Israel and Iran. I would again bring in Dan Pfefferman. Sir, I want to ask you now, this is a retaliation, we can say, by Israel as far as Iran's attack on Israel is concerned. How do you see this?
I wouldn't look at this as a retaliation. I would look at this as part of Israel's package of precise targets that it's unrolling over the course of this very well coordinated, very well planned attack on Iranian military and command and intelligence centers, missile installations and nuclear facilities, which is the entire point of this entire operation. The Quds Force, ironically named after Jerusalem, is the forward operating unit in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that his entire job is to, in their words, export the revolution. And so what they do is they are the ones who build and arm and train and finance various Iranian proxies around the region, the same ones that have been wreaking havoc on Israel and other moderate states and other Western interests around the region for decades now. If we're talking about Hezbollah, if we're talking about Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, if we're talking about various Iranian proxies in Syria, Iraq, if we're talking about the Houthis, these are all commanded or coordinated or armed or financed or indoctrinated from the Quds Force, and so it's only fitting that the Quds Force headquarters would be taken out, part symbolic and part practical.
Absolutely. And how would you see this escalation pan out in the coming weeks? Because Israeli Prime Minister has said that this will not go on for days, but for weeks altogether.
Sure. Israeli leaders, Prime Minister Netanyahu, chief among them, finally made the decision, and this was the right timing, that Iran, who has been promising the destruction of Israel and has been working through its network of proxies, as we just discussed, through the Quds Force, and was dangerously close to a nuclear weapon in the coming days. There were also indications that it might have been intending to give some of those nuclear weapons to some of its radical proxies, has been attacking Israel certainly for decades and in a very heightened manner for the last 600 days. And so the West, the international community, did not heed Israel's warning, and Israel cannot sit by while it is being attacked constantly. And so whether it is the arms of the proverbial octopus that are attacking Israel, Israel finally made the right decision here and decided to attack the head of the octopus, the brain, the heart of this entire operation. Because let's be absolutely clear, Iran has been attacking Israel for decades, and in a heightened direct manner. Iran has been attacking Israel for the last 600 days. Prior to this escalation, Iran fired on two different occasions 300 ballistic missiles at Israel directly from Iran. And so this is Israel finally doing what the international community would not do, and that is neutralizing this military threat. It'll be over when Israel deems that the military threat is over, when the nuclear threat is over, and if Iran is willing to give up and put under actual international inspection its various parts of its nuclear program, and roll back the clock on the military program. That's when this
absolutely will be over. Attack and counter-attack that we've been witnessing in the last 4 days. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus, we have another breaking news coming in as far as Air India scare is concerned. We're learning that Air India Delhi-bound flight AI315 was forced to return due to technical reasons. Delhi-bound Air India flight made a U-turn mid-air and landed in Hong Kong. Another air emergency. All the passengers passengers were deboarded safely from the plane and the aircraft is being checked and inspected. Flight returns after the engine issue is what we are learning. Air India Hong Kong Delhi Boeing 787 reports technical glitch. Flight return to Hong Kong after a major technical glitch. Engine indication and crew alerting system flagged issue. Another Boeing 787 of Air India faces a technical glitch, and in fact this Air India flight, it did not come to Delhi. It took a U-turn mid-air and landed back in Hong Kong. Engine fuel filter bypass issue made this flight make a U-turn. And in fact, this is a glitch that was noticed here. As far as the engine to fuel filter bypass EICAS message is concerned, EICAS means engine indication and crew alerting system. So this is in fact very concerning, because this is another Boeing 787 of Air India that has faced a technical glitch. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, this is very concerning. Another Boeing 787 of Air India has faced a technical glitch, and we are learning that this was some engine to filter bypass issue that it faced. Take us through the details.
So you rightly pointed out, Akanksha, the flight was earlier scheduled to leave at 6:20 a.m. in the morning, but later on it took off 3 hours delay. There were 3 hours delay. The flight took off at 9:29 a.m. and suddenly 9 minutes after being airborne, there was a technical glitch which was reported. The term which is called in aviation in the aircraft sector, which is EICAS. There was a problem in engine. There was an engine fuel bypass. And also the pilot immediately told about this to ATC. There was emergency landing back to Hong Kong. Right now, the plane is in isolation bay. All the passengers have been deboarded, and they have been asked that if they want to reschedule, they want to cancel the flight, a substitute flight will be arranged. But right now, the major concern is it was Boeing 787A. It was a Dreamliner Air India, and major concerns are being raised in the Boeing 787 flight of Air India. In this flight also, the technical snag was not a small snag. It was a huge snag. The EICAS Akanksha controls the normal braking, controls the braking system, the flight controls, everything the EICAS system takes care of. And there was a problem in this issue. In the past, if we go, we have seen several incidents happening because of EICAS. And in the past, there have been deaths, there have been major tragedies because of the complete failure of the EICAS. So this was the problem which was noticed by the pilot during the takeoff. The flight was already mid-air. Imagine if all the controls would have failed, then a major tragedy could have happened.
Absolutely.
There's a serious concern. The inspections have not been done. Again and again, DGCA is asking Air India to do a major inspection of 787. Until then, it will not take off. But they are taking off. They are flying the aircraft 787 Dreamliner without doing inspections. Such problems are still occurring since morning. Since yesterday also, there was one Air India flight. So since morning, there are 3 Air India flights which we have broken. Technical snags are continuously emerging. Something concrete has to be done. The Air India has to answer that why inspections are not being done, why the system controls and there are technical faults in the aircraft, and something without inspecting, without doing it, maintaining it properly, without servicing it properly. How come they fly in a Boeing when there are so many concerns being raised regarding Boeing? And this Hong Kong was a Boeing 787-8. And now we have gotten the details that there was an engine bypass fuel issue. Right now, still the passengers are at Hong Kong airport. They have any substitute flight has not been arranged. There's a situation of panic amongst passengers. The passengers don't want to travel in Air India. The trust which was inculcated by Tata, now the trust is completely shattered. The passengers don't want to take Air India flight. They are continuously stating that if it is a Boeing 787, if it is a Dreamliner, we will not fly in this Dreamliner. So we can understand that what is the gravity and intensity of the scare which passengers have right now by traveling in Air India aircraft. Back to you.
Absolutely. And what is more concerning is that this was Air India 787 that suffered a tragic crash 4 days back. What are you learning from your sources in Air India as far as this is concerned?
So right now we have gotten to know that the preliminary report has been shared by Air India to DGCA. Till now, DGCA has not responded that exactly what action will be taken, or after their order being passed day before yesterday of the thorough inspection, whether Air India did the inspection or didn't do the inspection, the entire detail is yet to come from the regulatory.
I'm in fact joined by Sanat Kaul, aviation experts. I want to ask you, this is concerning because we are learning that another Air India Dreamliner 787, remember it suffered such a huge tragedy 4 days back. Another incident has come to the fore. It had to take a mid-air U-turn and go back because there was an engine issue. No comment till now has come from Air India. How do you see this panning out?
Well, frankly, I have no idea of any details, but it is very surprising that it's happening. And it seems to me, I mean, we don't know what is the reason, why it's happening, but as some details provided by the staff, it seems to be something with the engine and some filter or something. But whatever it is, it's very odd that a big aircraft has to come back after it takes off from Hong Kong. So that's all I can say. It needs to be inquired into to find out what exactly is going on.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. So as you can see in the visuals, Prime Minister has landed in Cyprus. In fact, he landed on Sunday. This is the first leg of his 3-nation tour, which will also see him visit Canada later in the evening to attend the G7 summit. You can see the visuals of Prime Minister in Cyprus there. The first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in over 20 years. And this is being seen by many as a strategic signal to Turkey as well. Now, during this meeting, Prime Minister held a lot of talks with the President and also addressed the business leaders as well. Right now in the visuals, we can see Prime Minister there in Cyprus alongside the President. With this, we're taking a short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus and his impending visit to Canada later this evening. We'll get you these details after this very short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कि उनके मोबाइल पे अभी चल रहा है रिंग।
Viewers, top headlines. Air India Hong Kong Delhi plane has now been forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers deboarded. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad Air India plane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples have been matched. Major scare as smoke and sparks seen around the wheels of Saudi Airlines plane with 250 passengers on board. Prime Minister Modi in Cyprus set to reach Canada in the evening to attend the G7. Israel and Iran trade strikes. Iranian missiles hit U.S. embassy in Israel. Minor damages reported. All right, let's go straight across to the Prime Minister Modi, who is in Cyprus, and he has just received a ceremony and welcome. Prime Minister Modi has reached Cyprus, and he will be participating in multiple meetings later on in the day. He's received a ceremonial welcome. This is pictures coming in as the President of Cyprus welcomed PM Modi, and now the meetings will begin, reflecting the warmth and depth of bilateral ties between the two nations. PM Modi is on a 2-day visit to Cyprus from June 15 to 16th, coming at the invitation of the President. The visit is part of the Prime Minister's broader 3-nation tour, which will include a stop in Croatia and participation in the G7 summit in Canada later on. So these are the pictures coming in of the Prime Minister, who is going ahead, and there will be a lot of talks we can expect, especially as the PM Modi will be trying to strengthen the India-Cyprus ties. In fact, he also addressed the India-Cyprus CEO Forum earlier, spotlighting India's rapid economic growth and strong global trade ambitions. Let's go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, is joining us. Abhishek, many areas of cooperation we can expect between India and Cyprus, and the strengthening of ties. Could you highlight what those areas would be? All right, we'll go straight back to our colleague in a short while from now. Our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, will put this visit in perspective for our viewers. But pictures coming in of the Prime Minister Modi, and a lot on the table to be discussed. Prime Minister Modi said that talks are ongoing regarding Cyprus being part of the Unified Payments Interface Network, UPI network, digital transactions being one of the top areas which will be discussed between India and Cyprus. Let's go back to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, so many talks lined up, especially on UPI, trade, economy. If you could just highlight to our viewers what will be the key points and key bilateral talks between India and Cyprus.
Well, yes, those are the bilateral agreements or MOUs that you were talking about, Shivangi, but this is a visit loaded with geopolitical significance, and insofar as India's diplomacy is concerned, it projects a very aggressive posture. Remember, Cyprus is in the Mediterranean, so the Mediterranean diplomacy is one aspect, and the Cyprus issue, as it is called, between the southern Cyprus and Turkey, in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor, when Turkey openly played its role in supporting militarily Pakistan. Prime Minister visiting Cyprus while on his way for G7 summit in Canada underscores the strategic import of and the messaging of this visit. The fact that President Nikos Christodoulides came and personally received the Prime Minister at the airport last evening, and now he's being given this ceremonial welcome. 2 or 3 meetings in the span of 12 hours between the two leaders. One state dinner, the other delegation level meet that happened. And then, of course, the restricted one-to-one format talks that took place between the two sides. The fact that Cyprus is integral to the IMEC corridor, which is the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, the fact that Cyprus is a member of the European Union, and in fact is going to be the chair of a European Union next year, and for India to be engaging at this level with Cyprus at this juncture gains that much more importance. In its standoff with Turkey, India has always taken a position that the issue be sorted with the UN, United Nations resolutions, and we have typically been on the side of the Republic of Cyprus. In 1974, there was some northern part of Cyprus, the Turkish Cypriots as they are called, that was effectively taken over by Turkey, and Turkey controls that part above the Green Line in the northern part of Cyprus. And on that issue, the Republic of Cyprus, where Prime Minister is visiting now, finds a commonality of interest with India. So I think in that sense, it's a very significant visit panning out in front of us. There is a lot of jointness in terms of the positions that the two nations take in the United Nations, and trade, of course, is a new focus. And as I mentioned, the European Union, Cyprus effectively acts as an entry port for our India's trade with the European Union and all the connections that we are building up. And in these pictures, you can see the kind of bonhomie, the kind of warmth with which Prime Minister is being received by the leadership of Cyprus under President Nikos Christodoulidis, and all the meetings that have taken place since last evening. And remember, this is after a gap of almost 24 years that an Indian Prime Minister is visiting, and that also, in a way, reflects on how we are realigning our foreign policy in a manner that friends feel friends and friends feel engaged, and that's what is happening in front of our eyes.
Sheikh, and we are staying with these pictures, the live pictures coming in, and you mentioned about Turkey. This is being seen as, this visit of Prime Minister Modi is being seen as a message that India is sending to Turkey. Why? Because Turkey had backed Pakistan during Operation Sindoor last month, and it is a very, very important visit. PM Modi is sending a straight message. It's a diplomatic signal which is being sent to Turkey. If you could help our viewers understand why this is important, Abhishek.
Well, as I mentioned, Shivangi, Turkey played a role, so far as India is concerned, a negative role by militarily supporting Pakistan out of turn. And the kind of posturing we saw from Turkey was hostile, was almost an enemy act. And it has been noted at all levels. And in fact, there has been a strong reaction in India at the mass level at the way Turkey has conducted itself, with the government, of course, cancelling some of the contracts. The Celebi one is the most visible one. And so in this backdrop, for a Prime Minister Modi to be visiting Cyprus, which is locked in a hostile relationship with Turkey, is, of course, signaling. If you go by the standards of diplomacy, it's a strong signaling. But that's only a small part, I would still say, of this visit, because Cyprus on its own, irrespective of the Turkey angle, is an important nation to engage with. It's going to be the chair of European Union next year. It's part of the European Union and hence integral to the IMEC corridor, about which we have been talking about for a while, and which is in the making, and which is going to be an answer to China's supply chains in many ways, connecting India with the larger European community through the Middle East. And it provides an alternative for all these nations who are looking for an answer to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. In that sense, it's a great infrastructural enterprise connecting or jointly being done by India, Israel, Europe, United States. And Cyprus is, of course, an important part in that geography and an important part of the IMEC itself. Also, in the Mediterranean, we have seen India strengthening its diplomatic presence. Just last week, viewers would recall India held the Mediterranean chapter of Raisina dialogue. Remember, Raisina dialogue till now has been a New Delhi-centric annual event, and it's a very important annual event, of course, in the global calendar of diplomacy. But then now to have chapters worldwide, something which was decided a couple of years back and is being implemented now. And the Mediterranean chapter of Raisina dialogue was opened just last week in France, in Marseille, and it's at the tip of Mediterranean. And Foreign Minister Jaishankar was there to be part of it. So I think this is, you can see, or we can see it as a part of a larger push for India's presence in the Mediterranean, diplomatic presence in the Mediterranean. And Cyprus, of course, also, apart from Turkey, apart from this trade aspect, there are another aspect which is energy. And there have been some new gas fields discoveries in the Mediterranean, and some of them in the economic zone of exclusive economic zone of Cyprus. And so, of course, there would be some synergy found there in terms of India's energy security. So also the fact that Cyprus maintains very good relationships in its neighborhood, except for Turkey, with Greece, for example, with Egypt. And so I think all of them are also very good friends with India. So to be connecting with all our friends in the region makes a lot of sense. And the fact that Cyprus was one nation not visited by an Indian Prime Minister for over 2 decades also was one factor where Prime Minister has taken a pit stop while on his way to Canada to participate in the G7 summit.
Abhishek is getting us all these details, and Abhishek, senior executive editor, joining us here. Stay on with us, Abhishek, because you spoke about different aspects. You said that the relation between India and Cyprus itself is significant, not taking Turkey into consideration like we were speaking about. If you could just take our viewers through a little bit more about the economic relationship. This is very important because PM Modi has mentioned the FTA between India and the UK as well. This is coming in as Prime Minister Modi had addressed business leaders a short while back. He has spoken about India's growth, India becoming the 3rd largest economy. All this was part of that address that he made while in Cyprus.
Well, so far as the trade relationship is concerned, remember India is in talks for having a free trade agreement with many geographies around the world, including Europe, very close to signing a deal with the European Union. EFTA has already been signed between India and a small grouping of 4 nations, which includes Switzerland, Liechtenstein, and Norway, among others. And then we have recently signed a trade deal with the United Kingdom just last month, in fact. And then talks are on for signing a bilateral trade agreement with the United States, possibly hinted by both the sides that this could happen as early as end of this month or before the first week of July. And we have separate trade agreements signed over the last 1.5 years with the UAE, and then before that with Australia. So I mean, all those things are in the works. And in the case of Cyprus, in fact, during Prime Minister's visit, $100 million flagship fund focused on India growth story has been created, which means there is going to be an increase in bilateral trade between both the sides. And before Prime Minister leaves, he's going to be hosted for a state luncheon, following which Prime Minister would depart for Canada. So very important visit, both in terms of geoeconomics, the trade aspect, both in terms of geopolitics, the fact that the Mediterranean is a very important geography and India is strengthening its muscles there. And then, of course, the geostrategic part where the fact that in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor, where Turkey played a certain role, negative role, and even hostile role vis-a-vis India, to be visiting a nation which is at loggerheads, has been at loggerheads with Turkey for the last 4 decades. I think this is diplomatically speaking India's major push in terms of attaining its foreign policy objectives in the region.
All right. Abhishek, pictures still coming in there. And as we're talking about Prime Minister Modi in Cyprus. It's also the first Indian Prime Minister in 23 years. This is also a diplomatic milestone that we are seeing. This is a historic gesture which dates back to 1962, underscoring renewed political attention and goodwill. So it's been huge. Since 2002, no Indian PM has visited Cyprus, Abhishek, and this is also very significant coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a travesty that this neglect happened because, Cyprus became independent of Britain, sometime in 1960. India established its diplomatic ties in 1962. And in early days itself, like the British created a mess wherever they left, including South Asia, with India and Pakistan. The British left a mess in Cyprus also, between the north part of essentially Turkic Cypriots and the southern part of essentially Christian or Greek Cypriots. And so the United Nations had to intervene. And in fact, in the UN peacekeeping force, Shivangi, which had gone in 1964, it was headed by Lieutenant General P.S. Gyani of India. Subsequently, Major General Diwan Premchand was part of the same. And in fact, India's Army Chief General K.S. Themaiya, he in fact died in harness in Cyprus in 1965. And there is in fact a road named after, an avenue named after General Themaiya, just outside of the airport in Laranka, where Prime Minister was received last evening by President, and Prime Minister will be flying out from there with the same. He would be using the same avenue named after General K.S. Themaiya. So I think there is a tremendous amount of history between the two nations. There is a tremendous amount of people-to-people connect, trade through tourism, and of course, while no Prime Minister visited in the last 23 years, you rightly mentioned, but President Ramnath Kovind was there in 2018, and that was a return visit because in 2017 we had President Anastasiades visiting India. So I think while at the top level, the Prime Minister has visited now, and of course it's an important diplomatic decision to be doing so. But one level below that, there has been a tremendous amount of engagement between the two sides, particularly since the Modi government has come to power. So, be it the Foreign Office consultation, be it there is a defense cooperation going on, and the fact that India has deputed a defense attaché specific to Cyprus. That speaks volumes over the kind of importance that's being given to the region, not just to the region, but specifically Cyprus also.
That was right. Thank you for joining us there as Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, highlighting PM Modi's Cyprus visit. And of course, people-to-people connect, also one of the top highlights. We saw the Indian diaspora in Cyprus very excited to welcome PM Modi when he landed. Okay, we have to take a short break right now. Much more coming right up. We are live and breaking. Prime Minister Modi's historic Cyprus visit, where he is holding talks on important bilateral issues.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Wow.
Welcome back, viewers. We're live and breaking. It's a seat number that now carries a haunting legacy. 11A. Just another number to most travelers, but for two Air India flights decades apart, it's a chilling common thread in tragedies that shook the world. We uncover the very, very eerie connection between the two devastating crashes, separated by time but bound by mystery, and the passenger seat that survived them both. This is the story of miracle seat 11A.
Everyone is terrified after watching the video of Air India 171 flight crash. It's the biggest air tragedy that India has witnessed. In fact, the entire world has witnessed it, and it is one of the most horrible crashes in the entire history of the world. Now, if you see that moment of crash, viewers, the ball of fire that aircraft...
मैं ये अवार्ड भारत और साइप्रस के मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंधों को, हमारे साझा मूल्यों और हमारी पारस्परिक समझ को समर्पित करता हूं। सभी भारतीयों की ओर से मैं इस सम्मान को अत्यंत विनम्रता और कृतज्ञता से स्वीकार करता हूं। यह अवार्ड शांति, सुरक्षा, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता और हमारे लोगों की समृद्धि के लिए हमारी अटूट प्रतिबद्धता का प्रतीक है। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं इस सम्मान को भारत और साइप्रस के संबंधों के प्रति एक जिम्मेदारी के रूप में इसका महत्व मैं समझता हूं और मैं उस भाव से इसको लेता हूं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी सक्रिय साझेदारी आने वाले समय में और भी नई ऊंचाइयों को छुएगी। हम मिलकर न केवल अपने देशों के विकास को मजबूत करेंगे, बल्कि एक शांतिपूर्ण और सुरक्षित वैश्विक वातावरण के लिए, उसके निर्माण के लिए भी मिलकर के योगदान देंगे। मैं फिर एक बार इस सम्मान के लिए आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Yes, okay, Prime Minister Modi has just received the Cyprus's highest honor at Presidential Palace. Prime Minister Modi has been awarded the highest honor in Cyprus by the president there, and we're seeing that both the leaders are holding a private meeting at the Presidential Palace, and now the two sides will hold delegation-level talks with statements to be made later on in the days. And the discussions, like we are saying, will focus on bilateral relations and ways to strengthen them, particularly when we talk about economic terms, in terms of trade, as well as regarding infrastructure and investment. So Prime Minister Modi receiving the highest, one of the highest honors in Cyprus. This is the Grand Cross of the Order by the president there. Prime Minister Modi on this very important visit. He's also addressed the India-Cyprus CEO Forum, especially speaking about India's rapid economic growth and strong global trade ambitions. He's highlighted India's ongoing digital and manufacturing revolution and reiterated the commitment to finalize a free trade agreement with the European Union by year end. Very important visit of the Prime Minister there, very important given the fact the kind of relations that Cyprus and India share. Cyprus is consistently supporting India's candidacy for the UN Security Council permanent seat and the NSG membership. We're also seeing that it's very important when it comes to other people-to-people connect issues, whether it be digital collaboration, AI, fintech, blockchain, both India and Cyprus coordinating and holding bilateral talks on that, whether it be maritime diplomacy. A very important visit there of the Prime Minister, where they're highlighting strategic and trade connectivity, EU engagement, diplomacy through symbolism, a comprehensive partnership between the two nations. So Prime Minister Modi getting the highest honor there, the highest honor. This is a Grand Cross of the Order. Taking a short break, viewers, much more coming right up. Prime Minister Modi on a historic visit to Cyprus. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
To report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Cyprus for a 3-nation tour. This is the first leg of his visit. That is our top focus at this moment. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Major technical glitch forces Air India flight bound to Delhi to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near the wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. One-day state mourning. Former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's last rites to be conducted this evening. Prime Minister Modi receives ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. An unprecedented escalation. Missiles hit US embassy in Iran. Embassy to shut for a day. All right, an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced technical issues mid-flight earlier this morning. The flight then returned back to Hong Kong where the aircraft landed safely. So there has been a technical glitch that was detected, and after that, that really forced the airplane to return back to Hong Kong. Let's get all the updates. My colleague Akanksha is now joining us live from the newsroom. Akanksha, what is the update do we have? We understand the flight has safely landed in Hong Kong, but any more details emerging on what kind of technical glitches was the flight experiencing?
Well, you see, Aishwarya, flight AI315 coming from Hong Kong to the national capital, it took a U-turn mid-air is what we are learning after the pilot, in fact, saw an engine alert that was triggered mid-air. What we're learning so far is that Boeing 787, and this is more concerning because this is the same Boeing which suffered the major crash 4 days back. And now today, just as the aircraft, a Boeing 787 Dreamliner was cruising en route to the national capital, an engine alert was triggered mid-air. What we're learning is that EICAS, that is engine indicating and crew alerting system, flagged a fuel filter bypass warning pointing to a possible fuel flow issue. There was no emergency that was declared by the pilot, but a decision was taken by the pilot to take a U-turn from there. The plane has landed safely. In fact, it was to fly at 6, it took off at 6:30. It was to reach the national capital at around 9:30, but it took a U-turn mid-air. Now the plane has landed safely back in Hong Kong. A detailed technical inspection is underway. Air India has confirmed the incident and is assessing the cause of the incident very, very closely. And this is all the more concerning, Aishwarya, as was pointing out. This is the same Boeing Dreamliner 787 that's...
Right, Akanksha, stay on with us. We have more breaking news coming in. Air India has issued a statement on the Hong Kong-Delhi flight. It says in its statement, and I quote, AI315 operating from Hong Kong to Delhi on 16 June 2025, Air returned to Hong Kong shortly after takeoff due to a technical issue, and the flight landed safely at Hong Kong and is undergoing checks. As a matter of abundant precaution, alternative arrangements have been planned to fly the passengers to their destination, Delhi, at the earliest. We are providing all necessary on-ground assistance to the passengers to minimize the inconvenience caused by this unforeseen disruption. How can they minimize an inconvenience when it's already caused? This is in the aftermath that the Air India is issuing a statement saying that all necessary on-ground assistance is being provided to the passengers so that they can reach Delhi as soon as possible. They had been destined for Delhi, but after the mid-air scare, the aircraft returned to Hong Kong, landed safely, checks were done, And now Air India is issuing a damage control statement. Akanksha is with us. Akanksha, tell us what exactly happened, Akanksha, because all these passengers were en route to Delhi and then suddenly there was a mid-air scare. There was no information about what, the glitch was, but then the flight took a U-turn, it went back to Hong Kong, landed safely, and then we get to know that it was the engine fuel bypass issue which has even, in the past has caused a lot of tragedies.
Absolutely, Deepak. You see another templated response, firstly by Air India after this incident has taken place. As you also read out, the Air India has said that the plane is undergoing checks as a matter of abundant precautions. Now, very concerning here, this is the same Dreamliner Boeing 787 that suffered the tragic incident 4 days back. 241 people lost their life. This same Dreamliner is what we can see right now that made a U-turn, went back to Hong Kong after there was an engine issue, is what we are learning, related to the fuel, is what the information is. EICAS, engine indicating and crew alerting system, flagged a fuel filter bypass warning, and after that pilot took a conscious decision to return back to Hong Kong, and that is how people were, in fact, safety of people was taken care by the pilot of this airline. But very concerning news that is coming in 4 days after the same Dreamliner 787, it underwent a tragic incident. 241 people lost their life. Now today again, Air India flight 315, which is being operated by Boeing Dreamliner 787, it took a U-turn mid-air. Mid-air it was, after pilot decided that it is better to take a U-turn than to fly to the national capital. The flight was to take off at, in fact, it took off at 6:30. It was to arrive in the national capital at 9:30 is what we are learning. But mid-air, this pilot took a U-turn. Now the passengers are safe. They have been deboarded, and the thorough inspection of that plane is being undertaken. But very important to also mention here, remember a few days back, the Civil Aviation Minister had pointed out that there would be inspection of all the Dreamliners, Boeing Dreamliners here in India. 9 out of 34 inspections had already taken place. Now more inspections are to take place. But very important point being raised here by many is that when the inspection is going on, why was this flight allowed to fly when there was apparently an issue as well?
Right, Akanksha, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. We have more news on this suspected malfunction that was identified through the engine indication and the crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for engine 2's fuel filter bypass. So this is what the technicality says. Going back to Akanksha. Akanksha, you were telling us about the Dreamliner 787, and there are more than thousands of these aircraft that are, they're flying internationally. Now there's a big question mark over this entire Dreamliner, and considering the fact that it is a relatively new airline, it's been just 11 years, a lot more questions are now of course emerging on the technical issues that it is facing.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. As was pointing out, just 3 days back, Civil Aviation Minister had said that thorough inspection of the 787 Dreamliners will be taken place. He had said back then that 9 out of 34 have been checked, inspected, and the rest have to be inspected now. And this is, in fact, this incident has happened on the day when Boeing officials are here in India. In fact, just a while back, they visited the Ahmedabad crash site as well. And all of this happening just 4 days after there was a tragic incident in Gujarat wherein 241 people lost their life, and this was the same Dreamliner 787, and this is in fact raising a lot of questions on Boeing, on Air India as well. But again, we are seeing a templated response coming in from the airlines.
Right, Akanksha, you stay with us. We'll just come back to you. We have an aviation expert, Mr. Sanat Kaul, who is joining us live for more on that story. Let's get more insights. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, I would ask you the same question that I was talking to our from reporters here. The particular Dreamliner that we are talking about, the 787 Boeing Dreamliner, there are more than thousands of them that are flying internationally. And as far as the Boeing 737 fleet was concerned, we know what it went through. But can we expect some more scrutiny on this particular Dreamliner as well? All right, we'll just go back to our guest. Let's get more on that story from Deepak, who's joining us. Deepak, as you were mentioning and telling us about the malfunction that happened in this particular aircraft. Please just take us through the entire sequence of events, what happened and what is the situation right now.
Right, Aishwarya, as far as the airline is concerned, Air India has issued a templated response saying that now necessary checks are being done after the flight has returned to Hong Kong and landed safely. But why weren't these checks done before the flight took off? Why were these alarms raised when the flight was mid-air? You know, there are dozens of passengers traveling from Hong Kong to Delhi, and suddenly there is an engine indication and crew alarming system that flags a fuel bypass notification. And this is a very deadly glitch, Aishwarya, to say the least, because there are 3 tragedies in the past that have happened because of this. Let me take our viewers through that, because this is something really, really serious and the airlines must take them into consideration. The first incident happened in 1989 when United Airlines Flight 232 crashed and DC-10 suffered mid-air engine failure. Again, it was the hydraulic systems that severed and full control was lost. Again, it was EICAS. In fact, we've got our aviation expert back with us. Many thanks for joining us, sir. Like Aishwarya was asking you, there are thousands of Boeing 787 Dreamliners operating across the world. How do you think, passenger safety must be taken into consideration? Because back to back, we've been seeing how this particular model of Boeing aircraft has been running into glitches.
Well, so far, this was the first fatal accident of 787, but the background to Boeing as a company and background to 787 is already there. Whistleblowers have stated that the quality of Boeing 787 is not good. And there have been cuts in safety while manufacturing the aircraft. So there is an issue. Now what is happening, unfortunately, to Air India, it could happen to any other 787. Anywhere in the world, and it's very unfortunate that this fuel thing has come up now on the flight from Hong Kong, and we had to go back. So it's very difficult to say at this stage what is happening, what is the reason. In fact, we don't even know the real reason for the crash in Ahmedabad. So let us wait for the report, but at the same time, the apprehension with regard to quality of Boeing workmanship is certainly under a question mark. And that is very worrying because we have a huge Boeing fleet. I may also remind you that 737 aircraft of Boeing Max, had 2 accidents earlier, and they were again the same issue. So as a background to that, that is all I'll say just now, because otherwise it'll be, taking, without knowing fully, I would not like to make an assessment. Thank you very much.
Right, sir, stay on with us because we'll take our viewers through the recent air emergencies that have raised alarms on the passenger safety as well.
I have to go, I'm sorry.
All right, sir, many thanks for joining us on this live broadcast. Let's now go through the recent air emergencies, viewers. June 13th, it was the AI379 Phuket to Delhi flight which received bomb threats, and incidentally, after that, the flight then made a U-turn back and it made an emergency landing on the Thai island. And what we understand is that all 156 passengers were safely deboarded after the bomb threats were completely, checked. The plane was scanned and these passengers were safe. The next incident came on June 16th, which is today, the Hong Kong to Delhi flight. This is again AI315 is a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, like my colleague Aishwarya and Akanksha were mentioning. Again, it was a mid-air glitch issue that had forced it to return back to Hong Kong. And what we understand after that is that Air India has conducted checks and all passengers were safely deboarded. Now, Another incident today has forced another airline, that is the SV3112, another air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight where 250 passengers who were coming back from their Hajj pilgrimage experienced a very traumatic phase inside that flight because sparks and smoke flew from the plane's wheels, and after that it was the fire safety and the rescue teams that were at the airport that came to the rescue and doused these flames, and passengers of the SV3112 disembarked safely, but no casualties or injuries have been reported so far. Now these are the recent air emergencies, viewers, that have raised serious concerns about passenger safety.
All right. Thank you, Deepak, for telling us about the various emergency and the situations that have arisen because of technical failures across these years on the Boeing 787 Dreamliners that we are talking about. And let's go back to Akanksha. Akanksha, what is the update you are getting? We understand, of course, now Air India has issued a statement, and as you were mentioning, it is just a templated statement that we are getting. But the question is, since there is an already inquiry that is going on as far as the Ahmedabad blast, the crash is concerned, can we expect some changes now since a major tragedy has been averted today as well?
Well, absolutely. See, major aviation tragedy has been averted today. Hong Kong flight, which was coming to the national capital, it took a turn mid-air after pilots suspected that there is a technical issue. It was, in fact, it was slated to land in the national capital at around 9:30 is what we are learning. But mid-air, it took a U-turn, and all the people have been deboarded safely. In fact, what we are learning is that thorough inspection is taking place right now. But again, this raises a lot of question on Air India. They have given a templated response. They have said the inspections will take place, but in fact inspections were not take place, and hence this situation has arisen. Very shocking, because this is the same Dreamliner Boeing 787 that suffered the massive tragedy just 4 days back. So this raises a lot of questions. Remains to be seen what the government has to say, what the DGCA has to say on this.
Right, Akanksha and Deepak, thank you so much for getting us through this entire story on the Delhi-bound Air India flight returning back to Hong Kong due to technical glitches there. Thank you so much for your insights, and we'll take a very short break here.
जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। हाँ। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
And it was not just the Air India flight that went back to Hong Kong. There was another scare in the morning as a Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah also sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15th of June after smoke was detected from its wheels upon landing at the Lucknow airport. And the aircraft rescue and firefighting teams responded swiftly, working alongside the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All the passengers were later safely deboarded, and officials confirmed that there was no disruption to the airport operations following the incident. Our colleague Ajay Dubey has filed this report from Lucknow.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट SV 3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है। ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पे खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जेद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज उड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रही हैं।
डर गए, घबरा गए कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कोई हादसा हो जाए, आगे कोई चीज़ ऐसी आ गई कि जिससे जो है इसने जो है ब्रेक लगा दिया। फिर बाद में पता चला कि टायर से जो है धुआं हुआ निकल रहा है उस पर जो है। तो फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियाँ पहले एक आई, फिर 2 गाड़ियाँ आई, फिर उसको जो है पाइप लगा के जो है, अब इतना नीचे तो नहीं दिख रहा था वो क्या कर रहे हैं। हम बैठे थे, हम हाल खिड़की के पास थे, देख रहे थे कि जो है दोनों गाड़ी हम देख रहे थे। स्टाफ के लोग आगे बड़ी अफरा तफरी भाग दौड़ करके जो है उसको जो है उन लोगों ने जो है उसको कंट्रोल किया। फिर उसके बाद जो है वो ड्राइवर अपने लेके गया, तो फिर जो है हम लोग उतर के जो है अपना कागजी कार्रवाई करके अपने जो है घरों को।
All right, our colleague Ajay Dubey, in fact, is joining us live from outside the Lucknow airport. Ajay, we understand that all passengers are safe at the moment. They were easily deboarded and they were taken to any safety. But what are the details that is emerging from the authorities there? Any statement that has been issued?
See, right now authorities are investigating this issue. This flight is still it is still parked in the area in the closer area of airport in Lucknow only. And the important part is that investigation is not just done, is being happening from the authorities of India, but from the authorities of Saudi Arabia and the airways also. They are also investigating what happened exactly, and it is related with the tire. It is related with the process of landing. What happened at that time, that is what they are investigating right now. All the passengers are totally fine. They are totally safe, and the crew member is also totally fine. And the important part is that the investigation is still going on. The flight is still parked in the bay, and the important part is that when this thing happened early in the morning of Sunday at 6:30 a.m. in the morning, at that time the local authorities, the team which was deployed at the airport, they reached at the spot at a point and they stopped the fire. The team was totally active, so things were totally under control. Right now investigation is going on, and still the result is about to come, and we are waiting for the feedback from the agencies.
All right, Ajay, thank you so much for those details there. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. A show of strength, discipline and determination. In a major boost to Jammu and Kashmir's security apparatus, over 1,100 newly trained police officers graduated from the Sher-e-Kashmir Police Academy in Udhampur today, with the top brass including LG Manoj Sinha and DGP Nalin Prabhat in attendance. This new force is all set to take on terror, narco networks and law and order challenges head on. Take a look at this report.
We are here at the Udhampur Training Center, and we have seen that the 1112 the PSIs, and after we have seen that the 50 DSPs have been trained here to deal the counter-terrorism in the Jammu and Kashmir. Also, we have seen the training that was given to these officers, and you can see from this very side, if Goro can show visuals from the very side, that the piping ceremony is going there, and you can see here the visuals that these are the Jammu and Kashmir police officers who have been trained in the Udhampur. In fact, we have also been told that these officers have been trained to deal every situation in the Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's counter-terrorism, whether it's narco-terrorism and other things. Also have been trained with the latest, if we'll talk about the latest challenge that the forces are tackling in the Jammu and Kashmir. These officers, these young and the dynamic officers are capable to deal with the every situation. आप मुझे बताइए कैसा आपको लगा यहाँ पर, क्या कुछ ट्रेनिंग हुई आज तक, क्या फीलिंग?
It has been such a relieving moment. We are waiting for this moment since last 1 year. We have gone through the worst training. We have trained in like temperature like 40 plus. We have done the best training in the country. But this is such a relieving moment. One of the most memorable moments in my life. Let me tell you one thing. It was not easy. It was really not easy. He's my papa, Sayyid Altaf.
So you want to say thing? कुछ बताएंगे आप, क्या कुछ इन्होंने कैसे ट्रेनिंग की और क्या आपकी फीलिंग है आज, कैसे अपनी देश की सुरक्षा करने की?
सबसे पहले मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना हूँ कि अपना कीमती वक्त आपने दिया हमें, क्योंकि मैं फ़ख्र फील करता हूँ कि मैं इसका बाप हूँ। गाइडेंस हमारी है लेकिन मेहनत इसकी अपनी है।
आप मुझे बताइए क्या कैसे आपकी ट्रेनिंग रही, कितने समय की रही और क्या कुछ आपको ट्रेनिंग मिली?
तो एक्चुअली वी हैव बीन पोस्टेड हियर फॉर अराउंड अ ईयर. वी हैव बीन अंडरगोइंग रिगरस ट्रेनिंग फॉर अराउंड अ ईयर, बट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वी हैव पास्ड इट एंड वी आर रेडी with all that courage, zeal and zest to serve our nation, to serve our country.
Viewers, we are live and breaking. Coming up ahead, unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Embassy to stay shut for a day. And also the big story, central government issues a gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. Details on those big stories and much more coming up after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा।
Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi bound flight to return back to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airplane while landing at Lucknow airport. One-day state mourning, former Chief Minister Rupani's last rites to be conducted in the evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Central government issues Gazette notification census 2027 to process. That process will begin officially. Unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Embassy to stay shut for a day. Breaking news coming in. What we're learning is that a Rapido driver has assaulted women near Jayanagar showroom. A woman was assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near footwear showroom in Jayanagar in Bangalore 3 days ago. And the incident occurred after the women questioned the driver over rash driving, which led to a heated argument and a physical altercation. According to the police sources, the victim was initially reluctant to file a police complaint. However, after persuasion by the officers, an NCR, which is non-cognizable report, was registered. Following the viral circulation of video on social media related to the incident, police is contemplating to convert this case into the FIR. The incident falls under the jurisdiction of Jayanagar Police Station in Bangalore. A detailed investigation is underway in this matter. Let me go across to my colleague Deepak, who joins us from the newsroom. Very shocking news coming in from Bangalore. What we're learning is that a Rapido driver has assaulted a woman there after there was a sort of argument between them over the ride. Give us more details on this.
Right, Akanksha, the story has more than what meets the eye, because what we can see on screen is just the Rapido rider assaulting the passenger. But what we understand is that this particular passenger who confronted him for rash driving allegedly spoke only in English, and that's why the Rapido driver was enraged, because she didn't know Kannada and he thrashed her in the middle of the road. And this is not some one-off incident, Akanksha. We've seen this happening time and again. Auto drivers assaulting those who don't know Kannada. We have bike taxis assaulting people who confront them for rash driving, and that too in another language. So there is growing intolerance in the Congress government, and this is the heart of Bengaluru. This is not a rural area or an outskirts region of Bengaluru. This is right in the middle of Bengaluru. Jayanagar is a very, very bustling area in the Silicon City, and it is very shocking, to say the least, to know what exactly happened. Now, let me take you through the details that are emerging, Akanksha, because the argument which started over rash driving escalated as the two were unable to communicate with each other. She spoke only in English while the rider spoke only Kannada, and the situation worsened after the woman allegedly refused to pay the fare, because that's clearly highlighted in every transport or cab aggregator, guidelines, and also their policies, that if the driver is found driving rash or behaves rudely with any passenger, then he is not entitled to get that sum of money or the fare that is dedicated to that particular ride. And the situation worsened after she refused to pay the fare which was fair, and the driver was then seen slapping her, causing her to fall to the ground. And in the video, the two were initially seen arguing, trying to convince the bystanders to intervene. But look at this shocking state of affairs in Bengaluru, Akanksha, because people over there are watching the entire scenario unfold. None of them came to intervene, none of them intervened, and none of them stopped the Rapido rider from assaulting this particular woman who was helpless. She didn't know the language of Bengaluru, of Karnataka, and she didn't know the language of Kannada. She spoke in whatever language she knew, and it was the bystanders' responsibility to come and intervene and help her and try to bridge that language gap. But in turn, what we see is that the bystanders turned mute spectators and let whatever happen. And right now, what we understand is that a police complaint has been filed. And another shocking, angle to this story is that Rapido had clearly said that it had stopped its bike taxi services and replaced it with only, bikes supplying goods or transporting goods from one place to another. So this comes even after the Karnataka High Court's order stopping all these bike aggregators. We'll have to wait and watch what action this rider will face, and Rapido as a company will face for going against the High Court's order.
Absolutely. So what started as an argument over rash driving turned into argument over the language. Apparently what my colleague Deepak is telling us that the lady was speaking in English, which was not being understood by the driver. There are very concerning news, in fact, coming in from Bengaluru. You can see in the visuals as well that Rapido driver slapping that woman. Initially, she was reluctant to file the complaint, but now the complaint has been filed in this entire case. Deepak, also tell us about the reaction that has come, any statement that has come from Rapido.
Well, Rapido is clearly at fault for running services that are not supposed to be run, firstly. And secondly, Akanksha, if we can look at the video, that victim is pleading before the bystanders to intervene, to try and help the Rapido guy understand what she's trying to tell him. But none of them, there you can see she's asking them to intervene and tell him what exactly she wants to communicate to him. But in turn, the bystanders there stood as mute spectators, and this resulted in an assault. And this is really unpardonable and appalling state of affairs in Congress-ruled Karnataka, and Bengaluru especially. Jayanagar happens to fall under Ramalinga Reddy and his daughter Soumya Reddy's constituency. Their jurisdiction comes here, and no action has been taken so far.
Well, absolutely, and not the first time that we have seen such a incident come out of Bengaluru. This argument over rash driving turned into full-blown argument over the language, and there you can see in the visuals that Rapido driver slapping that lady, and as we can see in the visuals as well, the bystanders there just watching what unfolded there. Very concerning news, in fact, coming in. Deepak, not the first time that this has happened in Karnataka, in Bengaluru. In fact, has any reaction come in from the ruling Congress leaders, their MLAs, their MPs there?
As usual, Akanksha, the Congress government has been silent. And we've seen time and again how they give a free run to fringe elements like, pro-Kannada organizations to target all those non-Kannada speaking crowd in Karnataka and in Bengaluru. And this is one such incident where the Karnataka Rakshana Vedike doesn't really have anything to do with this, and the Congress government, as usual, has nothing to say about this. They'll say that it is just a personal, issue that they don't want to intervene. But this is really a big problem that people are facing in Bengaluru. Despite, some of these riders even knowing English, they intentionally don't speak in English. They intentionally make the other person, feel belittled, and they insult them. And this is something that has snowballed beyond insult. It has gone to a case of assault. And so far, what we understand is that there is no statement from the local MLA. There is no statement from the Congress government. And as usual, it's just Kannadigas versus the other language-speaking crowd. There is no, middle ground per se. Bystanders didn't intervene. As you can see, mute spectators, it was their duty to help both of them understand and bring a consensus, but they let the situation go out of control.
Absolutely. Deepak, stay on with us. I'm joined by social activist Brinda Adige. Ma'am, a very concerning video that has come in from Bengaluru. We can see that Rapido driver slapping that lady in the broad daylight, and apparently this was over the language difference. The lady was speaking in English, which was not understood by the Rapido driver, but whatever it may be, he cannot slap the lady like that. What do you have to say on this?
This is violence against a woman. What language is he talking about? She was asking him why was he driving so rashly. He can always say that I don't understand the language with which you are speaking, so I will not be able to respond to you. I'm sure he did understand, because what he did is something that he knows, and she also knows. So she questioned him, and he is a Rapido driver. So he has been employed by Rapido, or he is associated with Rapido, which means he must have SOPs on how he behaves with consumers and customers and passengers that he takes. He's not doing charity over there. His job is to safely pick up the passenger and drop the passenger respectfully and safely to another place. What he did was something that she would not have liked, because when you're sitting on a two-wheeler and the person is driving rashly, the person invariably falls. Whoever is the pillion rider invariably falls on the rider. And that is unacceptable, because this woman would have felt very humiliated and insulted to not only be falling on that fellow every time he was rashly driving, because all of this is seen as masculinity when they don't understand that this is toxic masculinity. And when she questioned him, he uses the language excuse and slaps her and, beats her, pushes her to the ground. Unacceptable, appalling. This is a crime and it must be treated as that. But I'm even more upset with the bystanders who did nothing. Bystanders could have intervened. Bystanders could have stopped this, escalating any further. But the bystanders all just stood and watched as if, they have nothing to do with something that is happening, which is a concern, which is no longer, to be treated as two people arguing. This is something going beyond just a rapido ride. It is a man trying to bully this woman, and he has used that strength to beat her up. Literally beat her, and this is unacceptable. He could have killed her. So why is not the attempt to murder section put by the police? And my other question goes to the state. What are you doing to keep women passengers safe, women commuters safe? What have you done? What are your CCTV cameras doing? CCTV cameras have been bought under the Nirbhaya fund. It is across Bangalore. Who is monitoring it? Which policeman or woman is monitoring it? And if you are monitoring it, why haven't you seen this happening and deployed one of the mobile police vans immediately to that place? Because this has been happening for about 5-6 minutes. And more than 5-6 minutes. And there is
completely unacceptable what has happened in Karnataka. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now we are shifting our focus to the national capital. Delhi police has arrested 36 illegal Bangladeshi citizens from Bharatnagar area. Police recovered a banned IMO app from 7 mobile phones. And Delhi police also found 13 Bangladeshi national ID cards with them as well. And this is a big action by Delhi police foreign cell. They have conducted a combing operation in Wazirpur JJ colony as well, and this has been going on from the past 1 month. They've been checking IDs of the people living there to find out where they belong from, and now what we're learning is that 36 Bangladeshis have been held. Banned applications have been found on their mobile phones as well. Let me go across to my colleague Piyush Ori, who joins us with more details on this. Piyush, this has been going, this crackdown in fact has been going from the past 1 month. Police has been going to different locations, checking the Aadhaar card, PAN cards, etc. Tell us about this specific case, because what we are learning is that they had the banned applications also on their mobile phones. Give us more details.
So it is important to note over here that the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit has been acting very proactively against the Bangladeshis who are coming and residing illegally over here. Now, these Bangladeshis that are being identified and then being deported through the process of FRRO route are those Bangladeshis which come over here and are not having any relevant documents. So yes, there has been a very stern action so far which has been taken by the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit, where they are catching hold of several Bangladeshis who are coming over here working as laborers, and they come over here from the route of Haryana. They work as laborers and are thereby being identified by the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit from several JJ colonies, some of which we can see over here. These are some JJ colonies in which the Bangladeshis which are being caught by the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit are actually being identified from, and they are then being deported to the FRRO route. So yes, it's a very tough action that has been taken by the Delhi Police, and we hope that from there the Delhi Police and other units of the Delhi Police are also going to take stern action against Bangladeshis that are residing illegally in the several parts of the city.
Absolutely. Piyush, keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Gujarat, where the tragic incident took place. What we're learning is that the total number of DNA sample matches in the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash incident has reached to 92, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, with 33 bodies handed over respectfully to the family. Family members of Vijay Rupani have reached the mortuary complex. In fact, just a while back, we saw that preparations were underway for the last rites of the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. All right, so as you can see in the visuals as well, 92 victims have been identified in the last 4 days. DNA sample tests were conducted on the bodies and their family members. And what we're learning is that 92 DNA samples have matched with the kin of those who have lost their lives. That also includes former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's body. It has been handed over to the family. Just a while back, we saw the visuals of his last rites and the preparation for the last rites. In fact, what we're learning is that around 5 to 6, his last rites will be conducted. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who continues to track this story very closely from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Gopi, let's first talk about the DNA sampling in this case. It has been going on from the last 3 days. What we're learning is that 92 samples have been matched, including that of the former chief minister. Give us more details as to what is happening there at the civil hospital, because the DNA testing for the rest of more than 150 bodies is still left.
Well, in fact, what we can tell our viewers as of yet is
well, as you can see in the visuals, these are the visuals of Prime Minister in Cyprus there. Just a while back, he received the ceremonial invitation there in Cyprus, and now you can see in the visuals Prime Minister with S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister Ajit Doval by his side. This is in fact a meeting that is going on there in Cyprus. Very important visit by the Prime Minister, any Prime Minister in the last 20 years. These are the live visuals we're getting for you from Cyprus as the Prime Minister is there on a 2-day visit. What we're learning is that today evening he will be heading to Canada for the G7 summit, but definitely this visit is also being seen as a very crucial one to improve the bilateral relationship between the two nations, and also keeping in mind that this is very close to Turkey. And given how our relationships have been with Turkey in the last 1 month after Operation Sindoor and their inclination towards Pakistan, this meeting is also going to send out a very strong message to Turkey. But look at these visuals of Prime Minister there with the External Affairs Minister and the
नजर आ रहे हैं। भारत के छात्र हैं जो साइप्रस में जाकर पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सहयोग इन सब के माध्यम से इस सहयोग को और कैसे प्रगाढ़ किया जा सकता है, इसको लेकर इस वक्त प्रतिनिधिमंडल स्तर की वार्ता के तहत इन्हीं तमाम बिंदुओं पर चर्चा की जा रही है। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और साइप्रस के राष्ट्रपति दोनों इस प्रतिनिधिमंडल स्तर की वार्ता की अध्यक्षता करते हुए, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को आज हम जानते हैं कि साइप्रस ने अपने सर्वोच्च सम्मान से भी नवाजा है, जिसे प्रधानमंत्री ने भारत और साइप्रस के बीच के मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंधों को ही समर्पित किया है। ऐसे में दोनों देशों के बीच के सहयोग के अवसर या संभावनाओं से न केवल व्यापार और निवेश को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, बल्कि साथ ही साथ विकास के विभिन्न आयाम को भी कैसे मजबूत किया जाए, इसको लेकर भी दोनों देश एक दूसरे के साथ सहयोग करते नजर आएंगे। प्रधानमंत्री लगातार नई तकनीक को लेकर देश में भी नई तकनीक के विकास पर काम करते आए हैं। ऐसे में जो भारत की तकनीकी स्तर पर दक्षता
For more than this, I'm joined by Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. This meeting is, in fact, this visit is very important by the Prime Minister. This is also giving let me, again, we'll try and reconnect that line with Abhishek Kapoor. But as you can see in the visuals, that's Prime Minister in Cyprus. The first visit by a Prime Minister in 23 years. And this is being viewed as a diplomatic signal to Turkey, which has occupied 1/3 of the island since 1974 and has now backed Pakistan during the Operation Sindoor last month. Right now in the visuals, you can see External Affairs Minister Ajit Doval by Prime Minister's side, and the bilateral talks are underway between the two nations. Let me now bring in Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. Sir, as I was asking you, this visit by the Prime Minister is very, very important to send a diplomatic signal as far as Turkey is also concerned, and bilateral relationship between the two countries too.
Well, absolutely. And between Prime Minister Modi and President
Christo Doulides, these delegation level talks are happening. This is the third engagement, by the way, between the two leaders. There was before this a restricted level one-on-one meet, and before that there was a dinner hosted in honor of Prime Minister's visit last evening, and then these delegation level talks would be followed by state luncheon in Nicosia. And the visit, of course, is significant for multiple reasons. First, that a Prime Minister is visiting from India to Cyprus after 23 years. Second, that this is happening in the immediate aftermath of the Operation Sindoor, and the geography is significant. Cyprus is at loggerheads with Turkey, has been so for the last 4 decades and more, and the kind of inimical role, hostile role Turkey played in between India and Pakistan standoff. I think it's clear that there is a diplomatic messaging also there that on his first trip abroad, Prime Minister is visiting Cyprus after Operation Sindoor. And apart from that, there is a geo-economic significance. While the trade with Cyprus itself is, the volume of trade is very small. Cyprus is part of the European Union. And in fact, next year, Cyprus is going to be chairing European Union. And it's exactly where the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor passes through. And the fact that Cyprus and India have had commonality of interest, have effectively looked in the same direction when it comes to important geopolitical, geoeconomic events of the day. For example, Cyprus has always supported India's membership of the UN Security Council, permanent membership, and bid for permanent membership of UNSC, if I could add. And India has always been on the side of friends of Republic of Cyprus when it comes to the Cyprus issue, which is exactly why Cyprus is at loggerheads with Turkey, which is that the north part of Cyprus, about 1/5, which is controlled by Turkey since an invasion in 1974, and a standoff that has been there since then. India has taken a position that this issue should be should be sorted within the framework of resolutions of the United Nations on Cyprus. And so all those things, of course, add salience to this visit, which is spanning out. Short one, Prime Minister landed last evening. He is flying out immediately after the state luncheon that's going to be hosted after these delegation level talks, and onwards to Canada, where he would be participating in the G7 summit. But as that visit, or that part of the visit, of course, is important, but equally so this one, given the geography, given the strategic importance, and given the diplomatic messaging as it is in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, visiting Cyprus, clearly a message to Turkey that henceforth Turkey has to be seen as a hostile nation, and our realignments would reflect that.
Absolutely. Diplomatic messaging is very important here. Abhishek, as you mentioned about Turkey, India has expressed concern over its position and actions during the conflict. But Cyprus, on the contrast, had backed India on the issue of terrorism. So clearly, they are the ally of our country. All right, we're taking a short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you more details about Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus during the evening. He will be heading towards Canada for the G7 summits. This and more on the other side. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर है।
Welcome back. Now, in the violence-hit district of Churachandpur, government job aspirants are facing a major competitive disadvantage due to the inaccessibility of the examination centers. Here's a report.
Amid ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur since May 3, aspirants have been forced to travel hundreds of kilometers outside the state to appear for exams such as SSC, NDA, NEET, UPSC and UGC, NTA. While in Imphal, the nearest exam center is just 62 kilometers away, ongoing unrest and movement restrictions have made it inaccessible. As a result, students are forced to travel as far as Aswal, Guwahati or Agartala, incurring high travel costs and enduring physical and mental stress. Students flag issues such as the lack of accommodation, unfamiliar exam environments, and the stress of long journeys, which significantly affect their performance. The Zomi Students Federation continues to press the authorities to set up an examination center in Churachandpur. This is a demand that students say is long overdue and essential for academic equity.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airline plane while landing at Lucknow airport. One-day state mourning, former Chief Minister Rupani's last rites will be conducted in the evening today. This and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली।
Each night on prime time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Air India continues to make headlines for all the wrong reasons after back-to-back mid-air scares. We'll get you all that and much more, but first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return back to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar, Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. Unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Embassy to stay shut for a day. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced a technical issue mid-flight earlier this morning. The flight then returned to Hong Kong where the aircraft landed safely. Now, acting on standard safety protocol, the pilot decided to return to the point of origin. This is one of the big stories that we are tracking for you in this edition. Well, Air India seems to be making headlines again, ladies and gentlemen, for all the wrong reasons. This one is an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 where it was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi and the pilot had to make a U-turn mid-air after a technical snag. I'm being joined by Akanksha from the newsroom. Akanksha, this is a repeat telecast of what is happening with Air India. This comes just days after the devastating air flight crash that happened in Ahmedabad. And now we can see that this flight, which was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi, had to make a U-turn after the pilot experienced some sort of a technical snag. Tell us more.
You see, this was the same Boeing 787 that suffered a tragic incident just 4 days back. 241 people lost their life. And just today, what we're learning is that flight AI315, which departed from Hong Kong at around 6:30. It was to arrive in the national capital by around 9:30. Mid-air, it took a U-turn and went back to Hong Kong after the pilot of that airplane decided that it is better to do that because there was an engine alert that was triggered mid-air. What we're learning is that EICAS, that is engine indicating and crew alerting system, flagged a fuel filter bypass warning pointing to a possible fuel flow issue. There was no emergency that was alerted, but the captain of the plane decided to turn the aircraft around because for him the passenger safety was very important. The plane, what we're learning, has landed back in Hong Kong and a detailed technical inspection is also underway. On the other hand, Air India has issued a very templated response. They have said that inspection of that aircraft will be taken place. But this is also concerning because why was the inspection not conducted beforehand? Why did it face the engine indicating crew alerting systems in fact, fuel filter bypass warning? Why was inspections, in fact, not done prior to this incident? So this is a templated response that has come from Air India. This raises a lot of questions on passenger safety. But what we're learning now is that the plane has landed. People are safe. Thorough investigation in this case has started on behalf of Air India as well. Now it remains to be seen what DGCA has to say on this entire incident.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. In fact, the suspected malfunction, as we're coming to know, was identified through the engine indication and crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for engine 2's fuel filter bypass. Now, while, like you correctly pointed out, Air India has issued a templated response, but it's only a matter of time when passengers start questioning. In fact, they start doubting about how safe is Air India after all. Akanksha.
Well, it's not about Air India overall, but about this Boeing 787 that is now under the scanner. Same Boeing 787, the tragic incident took place just a few days back. And what is more important to point out here is that today only, the Boeing team is currently in Ahmedabad. They were just a while back at the crash site inspecting that entire area. And just few hours before that, another incident related to Boeing Dreamliner 787 has taken place. So Boeing is answerable, definitely Air India is answerable, and DGCA must ask these questions because just 2 days back, if you remember, Civil Aviation Minister had pointed out that investigation, inspection of all the fleet of Dreamliner 787 will be conducted. A thorough investigation will be conducted. Maintenance will be checked to see if there's that there should be no fault as far as the Dreamliner 787 is concerned. But in the last 4 days, this is the second incident that has come to the fore related to 787 Boeing, raising a lot of question on passenger safety, on the maintenance, on whether the engines are checked before the planes take off. So definitely Boeing needs to answer, Air India needs to answer, and these questions need to be raised by the DGCA.
Well, very, very rightly pointed out, Akanksha. In fact, Air India, Boeing are under heavy scrutiny, and DGCA needs to ask something.
उस विमान में कार्य कर रहे विमान के क्रू के मेंबरगण और इस दुर्घटना के परिणाम स्वरूप मेडिकल कॉलेज के जो विद्यार्थी और स्टाफ जिनकी मृत्यु हुई, उनके प्रति प्रारंभ में अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके प्रति भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि व्यक्त करता हूं और पूरा देश भी उन परिवारों के साथ इस दुख के और शोक के समय में उनके साथ है। तो मैं उसी श्रद्धांजलि से अपनी ये पत्रकार वार्ता शुरू करता हूं। आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को साइप्रस में उनके देश का सर्वोच्च पुरस्कार मिला है। साइप्रस के राष्ट्रपति श्री निकोस क्रिस्टोडुलिफिडोस से ये जो सर्वोच्च पुरस्कार है, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के व्यक्तित्व और कर्तृत्व के माध्यम से वैश्विक स्तर पर, पर्यावरण के स्तर पर, नेतृत्व के स्तर पर, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर में भारत के गौरव के स्तर पे उनके योगदान के लिए आज ये उनको सम्मान मिला है। और हम सब के लिए भी एक खुशी, गौरव का क्षण है कि ये उनको अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर 23वां ये सम्मान मिला है। हम निश्चित रूप से ये भारत के लिए भी गौरव का क्षण है। मित्रों, मैं अब पत्रकार वार्ता के विषय पर आता हूं। इस देश में ओबीसी समाज के साथ धोखा करने का काम, छल करने का काम हमेशा से कांग्रेस ने किया है। कभी सच्चाई रही होती तो काका कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आने के बाद कांग्रेस ने कोई दूसरा कमीशन ही नहीं बनाया। ये तो देश में से कांग्रेस गई तब जनता पार्टी में मंडल आयोग का गठन हुआ, वरना तो कांग्रेस रही तो काका कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट तो दबा दी गई थी। कांग्रेस सत्ता में बनी हुई थी। जनता पार्टी के जाने के
Ladies and gentlemen, that was BJP's PC on the devastating plane crash that happened just a couple of days ago near the Ahmedabad airport that claimed the life of 241 passengers on board. Now, speaking of mid-air scares, a Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15th of June after smoke was detected from its wheels upon landing at the Lucknow airport, according to the airport officials. Now, the aircraft rescue and firefighting team responded swiftly, working alongside the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All the passengers were safely deboarded, and officials have confirmed that there was no disruption to the airport operations following the incident. Ajay Dubey has filed this story from Lucknow. Viewers, take a look.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट SV 3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है। ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पर खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है, जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जेद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज उड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रही हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, in a big breaking news coming in, the second black box has been recovered from the nose side area of the plane at around 1:15 today. This is the big breaking news that is coming in. Viewers, remember both the black boxes from the wreckage of the ill-fated Air India flight 171 has now been recovered as the probe into the devastating tragedy continues. Now, the second black box of the Air India flight AI-171, which, remember, crashed on June 12th, has now been recovered, and the officials are now investigating the incident. Now, the recovery of the cockpit voice recorder as well as the flight data recorder, which was found earlier, will help and identify the possible cause of the deadly crash, which has claimed the life of 241 passengers. Let's cut straight across to Harsha, who joins me live on this story. Harsha, the second black box has been recovered. And of course, the investigation into the devastating tragedy is picking up pace. What more can you tell us?
So to tell all our viewers is that, black box has several parts. The one part was recovered earlier and the second part of the black box has been recovered. Now it has been recovered at around 1:50 p.m. At around 1:50 p.m. from the side, the nose tail from the tail of the aircraft, it has been recovered, and it's very substantiated that how important this black box is, because with the help of black box only we will get to know exactly what happened in the aircraft, what exactly transpired into everything, exactly what was said to the ATC at the last.
अटूट मित्रता की मोहर है। इसके लिए मैं एक बार फिर हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, साइप्रस के साथ हम अपने संबंधों को बहुत महत्व देते हैं। लोकतंत्र और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसे मूल्यों में साझा विश्वास हमारी साझेदारी के मजबूत आधार है। भारत और साइप्रस की मित्रता न परिस्थितियों से बनी है और न ही सीमाओं से बंधी है। ये समय की कसौटी पर बार बार परखी गई है और समय के हर दौर में हमने सहयोग, सम्मान और समर्थन, इस भावनाओं को जीवंत रखा है। हम एक दूसरे की संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, 2 दशक से भी लंबे अंतराल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री की साइप्रस यात्रा हो रही है और ये आपसी संबंधों में एक नया अध्याय लिखने का एक स्वर्णिम अवसर है। आज राष्ट्रपति जी और मैंने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों के सभी पहलुओं पर व्यापक चर्चा की। साइप्रस के विजन 2035 और विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के कई पहलुओं में समानता है। इसलिए हम साथ मिलकर भविष्य को आकार देंगे। अपनी साझेदारी को स्ट्रेटेजिक दिशा देने के लिए हम अगले 5 वर्षों के लिए एक ठोस रोडमैप बनाएंगे। रक्षा और सहयोग को और मजबूती देने के लिए द्विपक्षीय डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम के तहत रक्षा उद्योग पर बल दिया जाएगा। साइबर और मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी पर अलग से डायलॉग शुरू किया जाएगा। क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म के विरुद्ध भारत की लड़ाई में साइप्रस के सतत समर्थन के लिए हम बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। आतंकवाद, ड्रग्स और आर्म्स की तस्करी की रोकथाम के लिए हमारी एजेंसीज के बीच रियल टाइम इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सचेंज का मैकेनिज्म तैयार किया जाएगा। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारे आपसी व्यापार और निवेश में बहुत पोटेंशियल है। कल राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ मैंने दोनों देशों के आर्थिक संबंधों को लेकर बिजनेस जगत में एक उत्साह और सिनर्जी को महसूस किया। हम एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी भारत और ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को साल के अंत तक संपन्न करने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। इस साल भारत, साइप्रस और ग्रीस बिजनेस और इन्वेस्टमेंट काउंसिल भी लॉन्च किया गया है। इन इनिशिएटिव से दोनों देशों के बीच आपसी व्यापार और निवेश को भी बल मिलेगा। टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, हेल्थ, एग्रीकल्चर, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, क्लाइमेट जस्टिस जैसे क्षेत्रों में आपसी सहयोग पर भी विस्तार से बात हुई है। साइप्रस में योग और आयुर्वेद के प्रसार को देखकर हम उत्साहित हैं। भारतीय टूरिस्ट के लिए भी साइप्रस एक पसंदीदा डेस्टिनेशन है। उनके लिए डायरेक्ट एयर कनेक्टिविटी बनाने पर जोर दिया जाएगा। हमने निश्चय किया कि मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट को जल्द पूरा करने के लिए काम किया जाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, यूरोपियन यूनियन में साइप्रस हमारा विश्वसनीय पार्टनर है। अगले वर्ष साइप्रस की यूरोपियन यूनियन अध्यक्षता के लिए हम शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। हमें विश्वास है कि आपकी अध्यक्षता में भारत और ईयू संबंधों में नए आयाम जुड़ेंगे। वीएन को समकालीन बनाने के लिए जरूरी रिफॉर्म्स को लेकर हमारे विचारों में समानता है। साइप्रस द्वारा सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में भारत की स्थायी सदस्यता का समर्थन करने के लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। पश्चिम एशिया और यूरोप में चल रहे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को लेकर हम दोनों ने चिंता व्यक्त की है। इनका नकारात्मक प्रभाव केवल उस क्षेत्र तक सीमित नहीं है। हम दोनों मानते हैं कि यह युद्ध का युग नहीं है। संवाद से समाधान और स्थिरता की बहाली ये मानवता की पुकार है। मेडिटरेनियन क्षेत्र के साथ कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाने पर भी हमने बात की। हम सहमत है कि इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर से क्षेत्र में शांति और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त होगा। राष्ट्रपति जी, मैं आपको भारत यात्रा के लिए सादर निमंत्रित करता हूं। आशा करता हूं जल्द ही भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा। एक बार फिर इस विशिष्ट आतिथ्य और सम्मान के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, that was PM Modi in Cyprus. PM Modi, in fact, highlighted India's rapid economic transformation in the last 11 years. And he has also noted that the country, which is propelled by the next generation reforms, policy predictability, stable polity and ease of doing business, has become the fastest growing major economy. In fact, he has also invited the Cyprus president to come visit India. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, PM Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Cyprus in over 2 decades, 23 years to be exact, ladies and gentlemen. Viewers, on your screens are the mortal remains of late former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. The mortal remains have now reached Rajkot. Just a while ago, we saw the last rites, in fact, of Vijay Rupani. The mortal remains have now reached Rajkot. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the late former Gujarat CM lost his life in the tragic and the devastating Air India AI-171 crash that happened in Ahmedabad just a couple of days ago that claimed the life of 241 passengers on board. On your screens are visuals of the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani that has now reached Rajkot, Gujarat. A show of strength, discipline and determination. In a major boost to Jammu and Kashmir security apparatus, over 1,100 newly trained police officers passed out from the Sher-e Kashmir Police Academy in Udhampur today. With top brass including LG Manoj Sinha and DGP Nalan Prabhat in attendance, this new force is set to take on terror, narco networks and law and order challenges head on. Take a look.
We are here at the Udhampur Training Center and we have seen that the 1112 the PSIs, and after we have seen that the 50 DSPs have been trained here to deal the counter-terrorism in the Jammu and Kashmir. Also, we have seen the training that was given to these officers, and you can see from this very side, if Goro can show visuals from the very side, that the piping ceremony is going there, and you can see here the visuals that these are the Jammu and Kashmir police officers officers who have been trained in the Udhampur. In fact, we have also been told that these officers have been trained to deal every situation in the Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's counter-terrorism, whether it's narco-terrorism and other things, also have been trained with the latest, if we'll talk about the latest challenge that the forces are tackling in the Jammu and Kashmir. These officers, these young and the dynamic officers are capable to deal with the every situation. आप मुझे बताइए कैसा आपको लगा यहाँ पर, क्या कुछ ट्रेनिंग हुई आज तक, क्या फीलिंग?
It has been such a relieving moment. We are waiting for this moment since last 1 year. We have gone through the worst training. We have trained in like temperature like 40 plus. We have done the best training in the country. But this is such a relieving moment. One of the most memorable moments in my life. Let me tell you one thing. It was not easy. It was really not easy. He's my papa, Sayyid Altaf.
So you want to say thing? कुछ बताएंगे आप, क्या कुछ इन्होंने कैसे ये ट्रेनिंग की और क्या आपकी फीलिंग है आज, कैसे ही अपनी देश की सुरक्षा करने की?
सबसे पहले मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना हूँ कि अपना कीमती वक्त आपने दिया हमें, क्योंकि मैं फ़ख्र फील करता हूँ कि मैं इसका बाप हूँ। गाइडेंस हमारी है लेकिन मेहनत इसकी अपनी है।
आप मुझे बताइए क्या कैसे आपकी ट्रेनिंग रही, कितने समय की रही और क्या कुछ आपको ट्रेनिंग मिली?
So actually we have been posted here for around a year. We have been undergoing rigorous training for around a year. But alhamdulillah we have passed it and we are ready with all that courage, zeal and zest to serve our nation, to serve our country.
Viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US Embassy in Israel Embassy to stay shut for the day. Not just this, we're also tracking the second story of the day. Census 2027 process has begun. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. We'll be tracking that and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे।
हाँ।
तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। हाँ। और वाया फ्लाइट था। हाँ। तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Time. You're watching live and breaking at 2:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus. He will be heading to Canada for the G7 summit. We're tracking that story very, very closely. But before that, we'll get a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Major technical glitch forces Air India bound Delhi flight to return back to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening for G7 summit. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. An unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit the US embassy in Israel embassy to stay shut for a day. And we saw this edition with big breaking news coming in where we learned that the Civil Aviation Secretary, DGCA, the BCAS officials have reached for a high-level committee meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, this is a very crucial meeting that's being held in the national capital. Officials of the DGCA, Civil Aviation Secretary, and the BCAS officials have reached at the MHA, and this is for the high-level meeting. Remember, this comes after back-to-back glitches and technical issues were reported on board several airlines and not just Air India. Today, we had 3 of them that had received glitches mid-air. Some also had to return back to their designated place for where they were flying, and all of this due to technical snags that were reported. Several incidents of aviation issues are now coming to fore, and hence in regard with the same, the Civil Aviation Secretary, the DGCA officials and the BCAS Secretary, BCAS officials, I beg your pardon, are holding a crucial meet at the Ministry of Home Affairs in the national capital. They have already reached there. We'll try and see if we can get Harsha to get us details on that story. Harsha, take us through what is going to happen inside the meeting, because it's a very crucial meet that comes after there were several airlines that had reported glitches and issues, be it mid-air or on the airport. What is this meeting all about, and what could be the conclusion that we could expect?
So yes, so the meeting has begun, but officials are still arriving. We'll show you more visuals from outside MHA only, because the officials are continuously arriving. There are several officials who are part of this high-level committee meeting, because in this entire high-level committee meeting, which is being conducted under the chairmanship of Home Secretary, the officials of DGCA, BCAS, the officials from Gujarat government, the officials from Forensics Department, Secretary MOCA, and also other security officials are also there in this high-level committee meeting. It's very important to know that after the crash, it becomes very important that what were the reasons behind the Ahmedabad-London bound plane crash, the aircraft plane crash. Many are saying it's the fault of the Boeing. Many have been stating, there have been speculations rolling around that there was an issue in the engine. Some have stated that the issue was with the landing gear. But appropriate reason, what went wrong inside the aircraft? First, the black box have been recovered. Both the black boxes have been recovered. But now, the major reasoning, what exactly happened? What was the communication between ATC and the pilot, and exactly which equipment was faulty inside the aircraft? Also, if Boeing needs to be halted, all the operations of the Boeing needs to be halted or not halted. Right, how many equipments inside the cockpit and the flight control system is actually under maintenance? This entire thing has to be investigated, and that's the reason the high-level committee meeting has been formed. And right now outside MHA, and it's very important for viewers also to know, as the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu on Sunday clearly stated, by stating that the report of this high-level committee meeting will come in 3 months. That means 3 months' time has been given to this committee to investigate everything, what went wrong that led to this plane crash. So in 3 months, this committee will be meeting several times, and also each and every detail which have been taken from the crash site, everything will be monitored, inspected thoroughly, and one-on-one everyone will be questioned also, who were the part of the security team, the engineering department as well.
So thorough investigation is needed exactly to know the reasons behind the plane crash, and this is the first meeting which has begun today at around 2:30, and all the officials have arrived.
Right, Harsha. Harsha, stay with me because we're getting in live shots continuously of the key meeting that is being held. Also talk to us about if this meeting is only going to be on the Ahmedabad Air India plane crash that happened just a few days ago, or is it also going to be on the other incidents that the airlines have reported, be it today where the Delhi-Hong Kong based flight was forced to return after it detected technical snags. Is it going to be on those issues as well, or is it solely on the Ahmedabad Air India plane crash?
So right now what we have gotten to know that solely this committee will only investigate the reason behind the Ahmedabad plane crash. But yes, the other issues which we have been reporting continuously from past several days, even from the day of the crash to till now, every day we have been reporting the technical snags emerging from each and every flight of Air India, some which went from Delhi to Bangalore, from Delhi to Vadodara. There were 3 planes on the same day of the crash which reported technical snag. Today also there was a Hong Kong Delhi bound flight which did an emergency landing. Everything in these flights, technical snags, is being looked by DGCA. So DGCA, the regulator, has already received the preliminary report from the side of the Air India. The DGCA also is doing independent inquiry in the Air India Boeing matter. To tell you that DGCA on Saturday has already floated the order to Air India by stating that all the Boeing should be properly inspected, properly checked before taking off. But looks like it didn't happen in the case of Hong Kong Delhi bound flight, and that is the reason the emergency landing was done at Hong Kong just 9 minutes when the plane was airborne. Mid-air only 9 minutes, there was a ECIPS issue, and immediately the emergency landing was done. All these issues are being independently investigated by DGCA, but this meeting, if we precisely talk about high-level meeting, it will only investigate the reasons behind Ahmedabad plane crash. But to tell our viewers that this is a serious issue with the Boeing, all the fleet of Boeing, be it 787, 7, 8, 9. All the fleets of the Boeing are continuously complaints are coming about the technical issues and technical snags and snaps in the aircraft. And at an extent, and the intensity is so high that right now it's high time that all the Boeing should be properly checked, maintained, serviced, and only then it should fly and take the passengers. There's a sense of scareness also among the passengers that they don't want to take the Dreamliner flight of Air India. All these issues have to be kept in mind, and then only the flight should be asked to operate. So now DGC and BCAS, both the regulators, are independently investigating into that part of Air India Boeing, but this meeting is solely for the reasons behind the crash. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you very much for getting us all those details. We are keeping a very close watch on that top story as the high-level meeting is currently underway. We, for now, move on to the other stories that we are tracking, and this is again in regard with the Air India tragedy that had happened. Now, the total number of DNA sample matched in the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash has now reached to 99, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, with 64 bodies which have been handed over respectfully to the relatives. Now, family members of Vijay Rupani have reached the mortuary complex of the civil hospital, and this is a final journey that is being given to the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who lost his life in the tragic air tragedy that happened in Ahmedabad. The plane that was flying to London, remember, had crashed in Ahmedabad just moments after the takeoff, in 59 seconds, in fact, to be precise. On board was former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. His DNA sample, we learned, have been matched, and now his final journey is taking place in Ahmedabad. Amit Shah, we learned, will be there. The Home Minister will be there to pay last respects to the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. In fact, his family members, we learn, have also reached the mortuary site. It's an extremely tragic day that we have come through. Gopi, my colleague, is joining us live on the same. Gopi, take us through what are the scenes behind you. We learn you're reporting live from the civil hospital, and Vijay Rupani's family members have also reached the mortuary of the civil hospital. Take us through what's happening.
Well, Tanisha, just a short while back, we had another press conference done by the medical superintendent, where you have just mentioned the number of bodies which have been handed over to the respective families. It is 64, which includes one of that of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Now, it was at around 12:30 that they started from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, and from the Ahmedabad airport, his mortal remains have already reached at Rajkot's Hirasar airport, where there were many BJP leaders there who were receiving the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani. Let's tell our viewers that the final rites of Vijay Rupani are going to happen in Rajkot, where he'll first be taken at his residence in Rajkot, and from there his last rites will be happening at the Ramnathpara crematorium. But it's a 7-kilometer long procession which is going to take place. Let's remember the contribution of Vijay Rupani. He hails from Rajkot, precisely why the entire procession is planned at his ancestral house, and his final rites, his in fact final journey, is going to begin from his Rajkot residence, and the final rites would be done at the Ramnathpara crematorium, which is based in Rajkot, and in attendance would be the Union Minister C.R. Patil. This is what we are learning from our sources. Apart from that, Gujarat Ministers, Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, as well as Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel will be there, as well as Home Minister Amit Shah will also be reaching after a short while in Rajkot to attend his last rites. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, thank you very much for getting us those details. We move on to the other breaking news coming in, and this is again in regard with the Air India crash that happened. Now, we learned that the second black box has been recovered from the nose side area at around 1:15 p.m. today. A probe is underway in the Ahmedabad plane crash. The first black box, remember, was recovered in the weekend that just passed, and the second black box that we now know has been recovered from the nose side area at around 1:15 p.m. today. A probe is now underway to ascertain what actually went wrong in the moment when the plane took off at around 1:39 p.m. to the time it crashed. What was the conversation that the pilots had with the ATC? Remember, a mayday call was given. The pilot had said that there was no thrust, and after that there was a connection loss. Second black box has been recovered. It becomes a very, very crucial evidence as far as the probe in the Ahmedabad plane crash is concerned. It is because it is going to give us details about what was the last conversation that happened inside the cockpit of the aircraft to the ATC, what actually went wrong, and what was the problem in the aircraft AI-171.
क्या कुछ मिला है? सर्च ऑपरेशन आपकी टीम की तरफ से किया जा रहा था?
हमारे टीम की तरफ से सुबह, जैसे कि सुबह 6 बजे से मैं यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट हूँ, और हमारे इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट के 40 लेबर यहाँ पर प्रेजेंट है। एयरक्राफ्ट एक्सीडेंट इन्वेस्टिगेशन ब्यूरो की टीम का हम वेट कर रहे थे, और उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन मिलने पर हमारी टीम ने, जो कि हमारे 40 से ज़्यादा लेबर और हमारे इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट की पूरी टीम यहाँ पर तैनात थी, और हमारी टीम ने FDR टाइप डिवाइस से कभी फाइंड आउट किया है। AIB और एयर इंडिया की टीम उसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए चेक करने के लिए लेके गई है। वो कंफर्म करके हमें बताएगी कि एग्जैक्टली उनको जो चाहिए था वो वही है कि नहीं है। दूसरा, जो भी हमारे यहाँ पर सोडियम हाइपोक्लोराइड से पूरी जगह का स्प्रे किया गया है, ताकि जो ये स्मेल है वो कहीं दूर तक फैले नहीं, और सबको AMC की तरफ से मास्क, ग्लव्स और सारे जो भी पर्सनल प्रोटेक्टिव इक्विपमेंट्स है वो सारे के सारे पुलिस स्टाफ को और यहाँ पर जो भी काम कर रहे हैं सारे स्टाफ को यहाँ पर दिया गया है।
ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है, क्योंकि एक ब्लैक बॉक्स जो पहले मिला था
जी,
इसे ढूंढा जा रहा था, क्योंकि जो खुलासे हैं यहीं से होंगे, तो आप कितनी बड़ी चीज मानते हैं?
वो मैं नहीं बता सकता। हमारा काम था कि वो चीज़ को ढूंढना और उसके लिए मैन पावर सारा लगाना। वो सारा का सारा मैन पावर लगा के कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ हमको मिली है। अब वो क्या है, अंदर कौन सी इन्फॉर्मेशन है, क्या डिटेल है, वो सारा AIB और एयर इंडिया इन्वेस्टिगेट करके हमको बताएंगे।
ये कहाँ से मिला एग्जैक्टली, ये बता दीजिए।
मलबे के अंदर से मिला है। अभी इसकी लोकेशन एग्जैक्टली जहाँ पर कॉकपिट क्रैश होके गिरी थी, वहाँ मलबे के नीचे दब गया था, वहाँ से मिला है।
आपका नाम बता दीजिए सर।
श्रेय कुमार सोनी, असिस्टेंट म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर, अहमदाबाद म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन।
Moving on, in the violence-hit district of Churachandpur, government job aspirants are facing a major competitive disadvantage due to inaccessibility of examination centers. Here's a quick report on all that you need to know about this.
Amid ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur since May 3, aspirants have been forced to travel hundreds of kilometers outside the state to appear for exams such as SSC, NDA, NEET, UPSC and UGC, NTA. While in Imphal, the nearest exam center is just 62 kilometers away, ongoing unrest and movement restrictions have made it inaccessible. As a result, students are forced to travel as far as Aswal, Guwahati or Agartala, incurring high travel costs and enduring physical and mental stress. Students flag issues such as the lack of accommodation, unfamiliar exam environments and the stress of long journeys which significantly affect their performance. The Zomi Students Federation continues to press the authorities to set up an examination center in Churachandpur. This is a demand that students say is long overdue and essential for academic equity.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a seat number that now carries a haunting legacy. 11A. Just another number to most travelers, but for two Air India flights decades apart, it's a chilling common thread in tragedies that shook the world. We uncover the connection between two devastating crashes separated by time but bound by mystery, and the passenger seat that survived both of them. This is the story of Miracle Seat 11A.
Everyone is terrified after watching the video of Air India 171 flight crash. It's the biggest air tragedy that India has witnessed. In fact, the entire world has witnessed it, and it is one of the most horrible crashes in the entire history of the world. Now, if you see that moment of crash, viewers, the ball of fire that aircraft turned into, there was no hope for anyone to survive. It was all charred, the bodies lied charred, and there was zero hope of anyone surviving. But God has its plans for at least one. There was one survivor in that plane, and that was seat number 11A, the passenger on seat 11A. We all have seen the horrific plane crash video, the moment of takeoff and when that plane crashes down, how the pilot was struggling to gain height, and it went down and it burst into a ball of flame. If you see the aftermath video, if you see the crash site, there were charred bodies. Those were really disturbing visuals, and there was no hope of anyone surviving. But there was one person who had the blessings of the God. It was the passenger who was sitting on seat 11A. But this brings to us what happened in 1998. Two plane crashes, decades apart, and one chilling common thread, seat 11A. Thai singer and actor Ruangsak Loichusak survived a deadly plane crash in 1998. His seat number was, guess which one? 11A. Yes, you heard that right. And fast forward to 2025, the deadly Air India plane crash shocked the entire country, shocked the world. But the lone survivor of this plane crash, Viswas Kumar Ramesh, was also seated on 11A. Call it fate, call it freaky coincidence, or just plain seat magic. Now, talking of Loichusak, he was on Thai Airways flight in 1998 when the plane crashed while attempting a landing in Surat Thani, a city in southern Thailand. The flight took off from Bangkok, but it stalled mid-air and crashed killing 101 passengers, so massive casualty number. And after the crash, this singer was rescued and then taken to the hospital. Miraculously, Loy Chusak survived this crash. He was pulled out from the debris, rushed to the hospital, and he lived to tell the tale that haunted a nation. Now, viewers, this is the strikingly similar scene that played out in the case of Vishwas Kumar, the lone survivor of Air India 171 flight. He managed to open the emergency exit door. Those were the preliminary reports, but what you understand is that the entire portion where he was sitting, that seat had in fact broken off, and he landed somewhere else. But yes, he did see destruction all around. He did suffer some injuries. He was pulled out of the debris and then taken to the hospital, and he too now lives to narrate his ordeal. When the Thai actor heard about the sole survivor of Ahmedabad plane crash, he noticed this strange coincidence and he took to social media. He wrote, I quote him here, "The survivor from the plane crash in India was sitting in the same seat number as me, 11A, unquote. Now viewers, call it coincidence or fate. Seat 11A carries a strange kind of legacy, it seems. And now there is a lot of talk on the social media also about that seat. That was the 11A seat. And of course, it's now known as the miracle seat.
And it's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get you the top details on the big aviation issues that are recurring time and again, where smokes and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Also after the break we'll get you details of how Census 2027 process has begun officially.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे।
Welcome back and thank you for staying with Republic. Now, in a breaking news update that we are getting in, a demolition drive is commencing at Pastor Bajinder Singh's church, and this is happening in Mohali in Punjab, where the administration has reached to free the illegal occupation of the farmers' land by Pastor Bajinder Singh by forcefully occupying it to build a church. Now, the police force was also present on the spot. In fact, our reporter Lalit has filed a report from Ground Zero on that. Let's have a look at that.
पास्टर बलजिंदर सिंह एक बार फिर विवादों में है। इस वक्त हम न्यू चंडीगढ़ मुल्लापुर में खड़े हैं और पीछे जो आप ये ज़मीन देख रहे हैं, फ़िलहाल आरोप यही है कि लीज़ पर ये ज़मीन है 2018 तक दी गई थी, लेकिन लगातार उसके बाद भी जो कंट्रोवर्शियल पास्टर बलजिंदर सिंह है उसने जो कब्ज़ा है वो नहीं छोड़ा है। फिलहाल आज यहाँ पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो एक्शन लेने आई है। ज़्यादा बात करने इस वक्त हमारे साथ गांव के जो लोग हैं वो मौजूद, उनसे बात कर लेते हैं। पूरा मामला क्या है, ये जमीन कब तक लीज पे दी गई थी?
देखो 2018 की लीज थी। परली साइड का 18 मरले जो है वो हमारे भाई लखवीर सिंह लखा का है। हम लगातार कोर्ट में लड़ रहे हैं, सरपंच साहब हमारे साथ हैं, इनको तो अंदर घुसने नहीं देते। ये जो 20-25 बंदे बुलाए हैं, सुबह तक ये सारा खाली था, अब ये आए हैं यहाँ पे अंदर घुसने के लिए। ठीक है, मैंने जब इनकी गाड़ी रोकी है, मैंने पूछा कहाँ से आए हो, किसी को कोई जवाब नहीं है। क्या करने आए हो? हम तो जी वैसे ही आए हैं। ठीक है, फिर इन्होंने एक बंदा भेजा अंदर से, वो आके इस चीज़ को लीड कर रहा है जी, ये यहाँ अंदर रहते हैं। इनके मिनिस्ट्री के कार्ड मैंने मीडिया में दिखा दिए हैं। आज ये जो इन्होंने लखवीर सिंह लखा को मारा, उसका सर फाड़ा, बैनीपाल की हाथ पैर तोड़े, आज ये वही करेंगे। मैं अपनी जत्थेबंदियां नहीं लेके आया हूँ, मैं तो बिल्कुल कानून के दायरे में हूँ। बिल्कुल ये कह रहा हूँ कि प्रशासन अपनी बनती ड्यूटी करे, हमारा कब्जा छुड़वा के हमें दे दे। पर प्रशासन इनको मौका दे रहा है। 2.5-3 घंटे से हम खड़े हैं, ना पुलिस यहाँ पे मौजूद है, ना कानगो साहब आ रहे हैं, ना मैजिस्ट्रेट साहब शायद अंदर हैं। मतलब क्या प्रशासन क्या चाहता है हमसे? टकराओ, फिर हमारे ऊपर इल्ज़ाम लगा देंगे ये तो खालिस्तानी होते हैं। हालांकि हमारा वो कोई नैरेटिव नहीं है, हम तो अपनी सिर्फ जगह छुड़वाने आए हैं। ये बंदे इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं, गाड़ियां भर भर के बंदे आ रहे हैं, इनके प्राइवेट बंदे वीडियोस बना रहे हैं, प्रशासन सोया हुआ है।
All right, time for us to slip into a short break again. But after the break, we'll get to the details of how major technical glitches have forced Air India Delhi-bound flight to return back to Hong Kong. Also, after the break is another aviation issue that occurred, and this was in Lucknow, where smokes and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing, and this happened at the Lucknow airport. We'll get you details on the two big top stories, but right after a very short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे।
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus in investigation as far as the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country is concerned. We'll get you more updates on that, but first up, as always, the headlines. Five days after AI-171 crash, investigation picks pace. DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary are holding key meeting at MHA. "99 samples of AI-171 crash victims matched. 64 bodies have been handed over to the king of the victims. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airplane while landing at the Lucknow airport. Women allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike driver near a footwear showroom in Bangalore. Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada this evening. Well, West Asia is on the boil again. In the last 4 days, we have seen attacks and counter-attacks as far as Iran and Israel is concerned. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in for you. The Israel Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they were launched towards the state of Israel by Iran. The Israeli Air Force completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting 100 military targets in Isfahan, that is in central Iran. Now, as a part of the strikes, 50 fighter jets and aircrafts identified and struck missile storage sites of surface missile launchers that were ready to launch towards the state of Israel and command centers where launch squads were preparing to carry out launches towards the territory of Israel. These are the fresh videos that have been released by IDF that you can see on the screen right there. So Israel claims that these are the areas that they have attacked. It mentions Tehran, which is the capital, Tabriz, which has the nuclear research center, which was attacked 4 days back, Kermanshah, which has a missile base as well. All right, on the screen, in fact, you can see these are the visuals of Israel attacking central Iran. In fact, as far as central Iran is concerned, they have attacked Isfahan area, which also has a nuclear facility. But last night, what we are being told is that Israeli Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles before they were launched towards the state of Israel. They have completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting 100 military targets in central Iran, and this area is Isfahan, as you can see on the left side of the screen as well. I'm being joined by my colleague Kruthart, who joins us from the newsroom. Kruthart, in the last 24 hours, in fact, we have again seen attack and counter-attack by Israel and Iran. But now Israel going on to say that they have attacked the surface-to-ground system. They have targeted specific areas in Iran. Give us more details on that.
Indeed, and it has been the Shahid missiles, the surface-to-surface ballistic missiles of Iran that have been flying all the way over Iraq and Jordan and making their way to the night sky of Tel Aviv, Haifa and all the Israeli cities over the last 3 nights that we have seen. In particular, the Operation Rising Lion was initially started to decapitate the nuclear capability and the assembly capability of Iran to make a nuclear bomb. Now, the second stage of the attack, as was also said by the Israeli ambassador in the exclusive interview with Republic just a few days ago, is to decapitate the capacity of Israel to manufacture and store its ballistic missiles. And this is now in conjunction to now, as we are getting into the third phase of Operation Rising Lion, after a direct strike on the military command structure, after direct strikes on the nuclear facilities, Israel last night targeted more than 50 areas, in particular their ballistic missile launch capabilities. This is the biggest attack that has been launched directly on the ballistic missile launch capability of Iran. In total, the information that we are receiving as per the accounts of the IDF or the Israel Defense Forces is that 20 new launchers were destroyed in the strikes last evening, with more than 50 fighter jets involved. Now, the IDF says that it has established full aerial superiority over Iran, and rightly so, because Israel has a much more modern air force as compared to Iran. And in this case, we have seen that Israeli fighter jets have been very active in the Iranian airspace. On the first night of the attack, Akansha, you would recall that radar sites in particular were targeted by Israel in a step up so that they can establish this air superiority in Iran and decapitate the launching capacity of ballistic missiles.
Absolutely.
20 launchers
in
destroyed.
fact, Kruthart, stay on with us. We have fresh visuals coming in as far as the attack on the US Embassy in Israel is concerned. Let's have a look at those visuals on your screen. In fact, just in a while, we'll show you those visuals of a United States Embassy branch in Tel Aviv, which was hit in the Iranian missile attack as military conflict between Israel entered the 4th day. As you can see in the visuals, these are the visuals of the shattered, broken glasses and window panes there on the ground. These are the visuals from the US Embassy that has been attacked. Minor damage has been reported to the US Embassy. After that, in fact, a decision has been taken place to close all the embassy in the country and its consulate as well. Let me again bring in my colleague Kruthart. You've been tracking this story very closely. Earlier, in fact, this day, we saw the attack on US Embassy in Israel as well. And this comes, in fact, a day after Trump warned Iran of any such attempt as far as United States is concerned. Give us more details about this Iran attack on the embassy there.
If the reports are confirmed that the US Embassy, in fact, in Israel was hit by a projectile that came from Iran, then this is going to be one of the biggest escalation that we have seen in this entire conflict. Right from day one, the very first day of the attacks, it has been very clearly made by the Secretary of State of the United States, Marco Rubio, that US is not directly involved in the actions taken by Israel militarily against Iran. Just last evening, we also had US President Donald Trump issuing a very stern warning to the Iranian regime, saying that any targeting of US officials in the entire region will be met with a very unprecedented military response. Now, that response coming in from the world's strongest military is also a cause of severe concern. So far, the information that we have is that US has not entered the theater of war in the Middle East. It has had significant presence. We also saw on the eve of the attacks on 12th of June, US had in fact asked all non-essential personnel from its embassy and military bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq and all the neighboring countries to evacuate the region, which is why it is believed that US is militarily prepared to retaliate in circumstances when Iran actually transgresses upon its own embassies or its own military infrastructure in the entire region. We are waiting an official confirmation from Washington, which we expect to come later in the day. However, if true, if Iran's embassy, Iran has indeed attacked, and if any damage is reported on the American embassy, be prepared to expect any proportionate or even disproportionate response from the Trump administration.
Absolutely, Kruthart. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus back to India, to Uttar Pradesh. In fact, look at these shocking scenes from Uttar Pradesh, Hardoi. A routine stop to fill CNG turns into a scene straight out of a crime thriller. A woman pulls out a revolver and aims it at the petrol pump salesman. She threatened the person and said that I will shoot you with so many bullets that even the family members will not recognize you. An FIR has been filed against Ariba Khan, the lady that you can see on the screen, and 2 others. The revolver has also been seized as far as this entire incident in UP's Fordow is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Raghavendra, who continues to track this story. Raghavendra, very shocking visuals are coming from Fordow there. A woman pulls up the revolver onto the chest of the salesman. What really happened there? Tell us. And what was the complaint of the salesman?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये जो घटना है वाकई में चिंताजनक घटना है कि जिस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश में यह दावा किया जाता है कि यहाँ कानून व्यवस्था का राज है और उसके लिए सरकार काम भी कर रही है। ऐसे में इस तरह का ये जो वीडियो आ रहा है यह चिंता पैदा कर रहा है कि एक महिला जो है वो इस तरह से खुलेआम पिस्टल कैसे किसी के ऊपर तान सकती है। लेकिन ऐसा हुआ है, वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है, अब इस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है। FIR हुई है, कहीं न कहीं इन्होंने जो अपने हाथ में कानून लिया है, पिस्टल की भी जांच होगी, सरकारी लाइसेंस है कि क्या है और कैसे इनके पास पिस्टल पहुंची, और कहीं न कहीं इस पर जो कानूनी जो शिकंजा है वो कसने जा रहा है। FIR हो चुकी है इनके ऊपर। लेकिन इस तरह की जो प्रवृत्ति है, यानी कि जो वीडियो में जो सीन आए हैं, जो घटना हुई है, उत्तर प्रदेश में इसकी कोई जगह नहीं है, क्योंकि जैसा कि मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि यहाँ पे माफियागिरी नहीं चलेगी। अगर कोई माफियागिरी करेगा तो वो मिट्टी में मिलेगा या जेल के अंदर जाएगा, सलाखों में जाएगा। तो इस तरह के दृश्य जो आए, इस तरह की जो गुंडई दिखाने की कोशिश की गई, उससे क्या लोग दिखाना चाह रहे हैं, क्या लोग बताना चाह रहे हैं, क्या वो महिला कहना चाह रही थी, क्या मैसेज देना चाह रही थी, उनके वर्ताव से ऐसा लगा कि जैसे कोई कानून का राज ही नहीं है, जो चाहेंगी वो कर लेंगी, इस तरह का दृश्य देखा गया। लेकिन अब वहां पर पुलिस सख्त है, FIR हो चुकी है, कहीं न कहीं अब एक्शन होगा।
Absolutely. So FIR has been registered in this case. It remains to be seen when this lady that you can see on the screen will be arrested. Now shifting our focus to the United States. During the ongoing protest in LA of California, police were seen using tear gas to disperse anti-Trump protesters on Saturday. In fact, there were protesters who made their way to the streets, parks and plazas across the country to protest against President Donald Trump and support the protection of democracy and immigration rights. Here's more.
People were seen coming together in public areas across the United States to support the protection of democracy and immigrant rights. The LA protests have recently heated up with No Kings rallies kicking off. A man passed away during the No Kings protest in Salt Lake City. He is believed to be part of a peacekeeping team for the No Kings protest. The police have taken the 24-year-old alleged rifleman, Arturo Gamboa, into custody on Saturday evening. Protests were also witnessed in Los Angeles on the same day. The police were present on horseback and on foot. Tear gas was also used to disperse the protesters. In Northwest Washington's Logan Circle, about 200 protesters assembled and chanted, "Trump must go now." Organizers handed out Little American flags while others flew their flags upside down, conveying a sign of distress. During the protest, Mexican flags, which have become a fixture of the Los Angeles protest against immigration raids, also appeared in some demonstrations. As per reports, in light of the protest, US President Donald Trump has directed immigration and customs enforcement to expand deportations in Democratic-run cities, undeterred by protests.
Breaking news coming in from Uttarakhand. A case has been registered against helicopter service operating firm Aryan Aviation Private Limited for negligence in connection with the chopper crash near Kedarnath. Remember, it took place yesterday, which killed all the 7 people on board, including a 2-year-old child and the pilot of that helicopter. The Bell 407 helicopter crashed due to bad weather in the forest of Gauri Mai Khark, which was between Gaurikhund and the Kedarnath. It belonged to Aryan Aviation Private Limited. What we're learning is that the FIR has accused the operator of gross negligence and listed several lapses. It said that the helicopter took off 50 minutes before the allotted time during condition of poor visibility caused by the cloud and fog. Let me go across to my colleague Ratan Negi, who's been tracking this story since yesterday. Ratan, what we're learning is that a case has been registered as far as the helicopter crash is concerned, but the angle of negligence has come to the fore, that this helicopter in fact flew 50 minutes before the time, and in fact it also flew during the poor visibility that we also saw in the visuals as well. There was fog, there were clouds in that area, and despite that, the helicopter took that flight. Give us more details about the FIR in this case.
उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री धामी ने साफ तौर पर कहा था जब ये हादसा हुआ था कि चाहे वो संस्था हो या व्यक्ति हो, जो भी दोषी होगा उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और देर शाम तक ये रिजल्ट निकल कर आया। केदारनाथ हेलीकॉप्टर केस में आयरन हेली के एविएशन के 2 मैनेजर पर केस दर्ज हो चुका है। जो जानकारी यहाँ पर निकल कर आई है, तहरीर जो दी गई है, तहरीर में लिखा है कि डीसीजी और यूकाटा ने जो जारी इनकी एसओपी होती है फ्लाइंग स्लाइड के हिसाब से उड़ान भरने को कहा था। सुबह का जो दौर था उस वक्त मौसम खराब था, धुंध छाई हुई थी, तो आखिर उन्होंने उड़ान क्यों भरी, इसके ये दोषी पाए गए।
We'll keep tracking this story. In fact, we have visuals coming in from Cyprus, where Prime Minister is there on a 2-day visit. As you can see in the visuals, that is Prime Minister along with the External Affairs Minister, there with the President of Cyprus as well. In the visual, speaking to the leaders during the day. He also met with the business leaders in Cyprus too, and this visit is very important for the bilateral relationship between the two countries, sending out a message, diplomatic message to Turkey as well, which in fact has 1/3 of the island to itself. And after Operation Sindoor, when Turkey supported Pakistan, this is now a strong message that is being given by the Prime Minister. There in the visual, you can see the Prime Minister with the President of Cyprus. In fact, earlier today, Prime Minister received the Grand Cross of Order 3, the highest civilian honor of Cyprus, during his visit to the country. And this is any Prime Minister's visit to the country after 23 long years. This is a very, very crucial visit by him. And in the visuals, you can see him taking a tour of the area, speaking to the top leaders of the country, including the President of Cyprus, and looking there at the city as well. All right, so this, in fact, this visit is also giving a big message to Turkey as well. Cyprus, remember, after the Pahalgam attack, had supported India as far as on terrorism is concerned. It is an ally of India as well. And there you can see visuals of the Prime Minister with the President right there taking tour of that area. As I told you earlier in the day, he received the highest civilian honor of Cyprus. And in the evening, what we are learning is that he will head towards Canada for the G7 summit. He is on a 3-nation tour. The first one, as you can see, is in Cyprus, followed by Canada and then Croatia. All right, there in the visuals, you can see him there with the top leaders. Earlier the day, he also met with the business leaders. This is the first foreign visit in the last 23 years, and a strong message by this is also being given to Turkey, because Turkey backed Pakistan. It holds 1/3 of this island as well, and through this visit, Prime Minister is sending out a very, very strong diplomatic messaging as well. In fact, he's accompanied by the External Affairs Minister and Ajit Doval as well. And this nation visit is very important to enhance the bilateral relationship, the economy of the both country and the businesses as well. And hence, early in the day, he met with the business leaders there as well. Now he's being shown around the capital city there by the top leaders. All right, so after this, what we are learning is that Prime Minister will be leaving for Canada in the evening to attend the G7 summit. But before that, this is a very crucial visit by the Prime Minister to Cyprus, this island nation where Prime Minister is currently there. In the morning, he in fact met with the President and also with the business leaders there. After this, Prime Minister will be heading towards Canada for the G7 summit. He's been invited by Canadian Prime Minister. The nation has been recognized as the 5th largest economy, key partners in Indo-Pacific region. Focus will be on energy, minerals, trade, etc. And India is emerging as the strategic voice from the global south. Also, this visit is very important as far as the G7 visit is concerned. It will be to counter China through supply chains. Discussion on US-led trade perfectionism will also take place, and the focus will be on the tariff impacted globally, enhance economic cooperation via G7, secure tech, mineral, infra lines as well. All right, G7 is very important because it will help in expansion of the G7 Global South Cooperation. India will push for regional connectivity. Focus will be on critical mineral framework and to promote the Indo-Pacific Economic Corridor as well, and strategic projects under the G7 partnership. So a lot on the table as far as the G7 is concerned, and all eyes will be on Prime Minister's visit to Canada, where he will be welcomed by the diaspora, but the focus will be on the G7 summit that Prime Minister is all set to attend on the invitation of the Canadian Prime Minister, the newly elected Prime Minister of Canada. As far as G7 is concerned, on the top agenda is what we are learning that Iran and Israel tensions will be the top agenda. Unified G7 stand on Middle East. Zelensky will also be joining the Ukraine talks. Push for durable peace mechanism and India's neutral voice for peace will be advocated during this very, very crucial visit to Canada. Also, as far as G7 is concerned, this will help in reviving the global partnership on WMDs, nuclear safety post-Ukraine conflict, secure material from rogue actors, and India's affirmation that there's a no-first policy. Multilateral safeguards also will be part of the discussion. So G7 summit is going to be very important as far as India is concerned, and Prime Minister will be heading to Canada today evening. All right, so as you can see in the visuals, Prime Minister is there in Cyprus, a very crucial meeting by the Prime Minister in the last 2 decades. He met with the President and the business leaders there. More and more visuals coming in from Cyprus. Now we're shifting our focus in the wake of the devastating Air India 171 crash near Ahmedabad. The frontline medical staff at the city's civil hospital recount their harrowing experience, from receiving the first wave of the injured passengers to working tirelessly throughout the night. Doctors and healthcare workers share their powerful first-hand account of this chaos, the urgency and the emotional it took on them. As victims poured in, the hospital turned into a warlike zone. Stretched resources, non-stop emergency and heartbreaking moments were witnessed there. This ground report sheds light on the human side of the disaster response. Have a look.
एम्बुलेंस देखिए जो इस समय सामने खड़ी है, ये एम्बुलेंस सबसे पहले कहा जा रहा है कि हादसे के बाद अंदर पहुंची मदद के लिए। लगभग 35 108 की एम्बुलेंस यहां से जाती है और जो शख्स और जो टीम यहां से गई, पहले मैं आपको दिखा दूं, यही वो शख्स हैं और यहाँ पर ये सभी लोग बैठे थे। कल जब ये हादसा हुआ तो पूरी टीम यहाँ पर 108 की बैठी हुई थी। यहाँ पर इनको पहली कॉल प्राप्त होती है कि यहाँ पर एक बड़ा हादसा हो गया, बड़ा धमाका हो गया। उसके बाद पूरी टीम तुरंत एक्टिव होती है और लगभग 35 से 40 एम्बुलेंस लगातार वहाँ से जाके डेड बॉडी लेकर आते हैं, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जाता है। लेकिन जिस शख्स के पास पहली कॉल आई और इस ऑपरेशन को आगे शुरू कैसे किया गया, कैसे पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुंचा, क्या इन लोग का रिएक्शन था, ये सब कुछ हम जानने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। सर क्या हुआ था सबसे पहले?
मेरा नाम जितेंद्र शाही है, 108 का मैनेजर हूँ मैं। जैसे ही मेरे पास हमारे यहाँ के हमारी टीम यहाँ पे बैठ के लंच का टाइम था, वो बैठी थी, सडनली यहाँ पे धमाका हुआ और हमारे यहाँ सुपरवाइज़र और टीम दौड़ के वहाँ पे देखने गई। पूरा आग का ज्वार फट रहा था और तुरंत यहाँ पे हमारी 4 से 5 एम्बुलेंस खड़ी रहती है। तुरंत वो एम्बुलेंस को बुलाया गया वहाँ पे और जो अंदर से रेस्क्यू करके जितने जो हॉस्टल के बच्चे या सराउंड के अगल बगल के जो थे उनको शिफ्ट कर रहे थे। और 1:41 पे यहाँ के हमारे अधिकारी ने फ़ोन किया हमको, हम हेड ऑफिस में थे, तुरंत फ़ोन आया कि सर कुछ धमाका हुआ है, शायद प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, क्या हुआ है पता नहीं, आप जल्दी से फायर ब्रिगेड और एम्बुलेंसेस को भिजवाइए। और तुरंत हमने फिर 25 एम्बुलेंस की व्यवस्था करे और 25 एम्बुलेंस को भिजवाए और फिर हमारी टीम तुरंत यहाँ पे पहुँच गई। और ये जो पहला सर्वाइवर है जिसकी बात हो रही है, विश्वास जी, उनको सबसे पहले कोई जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल या कोई रेस्क्यूअर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर है तो ये मिस्टर सतिंदर सिंह संधू है, जिन्होंने सबसे पहले वहाँ पे घटनास्थल पे उस बंदे को लेके एम्बुलेंस में शिफ्ट किया। एम्बुलेंस में प्राइमरी केयर देके उसको सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद में शिफ्ट किया गया था।
अच्छा, वो जो वीडियो मैं आपको बगल में दिखाऊंगा, जब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की सबसे पहले शुरुआत हुई, जब पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुंचा तो ये शख्स आपको उसमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, इनकी पगड़ी भी आपको दिखाई देगी। वो वहां पर कैसे जल्दी एक्टिव होते हैं, एम्बुलेंस की सेवाएं पहुंचाते हैं अंदर। आपने तो सबसे पहले घटना देखा मेरे ख्याल से जब फोन गया।
हम लोग यहाँ पे खाना खा रहे थे, जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ तो बाहर जगह देखा तो पूरा धुआं हो रहा था। तो हमने पास आकर साथ में जाकर एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हम लोग लेकर गए, स्टाफ भी साथ में था। तो देखा वहाँ पे पूरे सब जगह आग फैली हुई थी। तो 2 पेशेंट, एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड था जो पूरा जला हुआ था, तो उसको हमने रेस्क्यू किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में। तो एम्बुलेंस के साथ में सिविल में उसको शिफ्ट किया। बाद में एक दूसरा पर्सन था जो अंदर जाना चाहता था, उसको पकड़ के हम लोग बाहर लाए। उसको भी इंजरी हुई थी, उसको भी हमने शिफ्ट किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हॉस्पिटल में। बाद में पता चला कि वो एम्बुलेंस जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ उसमें से वो पर्सन गिरे थे बाहर।
अच्छा, जो शख्स बच गए थे उनको भी आप ही लोग रेस्क्यू करके लाए थे?
With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, smoke and sparks fly near wheel of a Saudi airline plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus. He's all set to leave for Canada in the evening. We'll get you details on this and much more after this very short break. Stay with us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था। और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे, वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुँचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी, 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी।
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत हो।
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. Five days after AI-171 crash investigation picks pace, DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary hold key meeting at the MHA. 99 DNA samples of AI-171 crash victims match 64 bodies handed over to the kin. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near reels of a Saudi airplane while landing at the Lucknow airport Sunday. Woman illegally assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar of Bengaluru. And Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. An Air India Boeing 787 8 Dreamliner flight AI-315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced a technical issue mid-flight earlier morning. The flight then returned to Hong Kong, where the airport landed safely. Acting on standard safety protocols, the pilot decided to return to the point of origin rather than continue the journey. And this is yet another instance of Air India planes getting into this kind of technical snag. In fact, in this particular instance, the AI-315 faced fuel injection issues. Now, that's typically something which can become dangerous. For that, to understand that, we are joined in by aviation expert Subhash Goyal. And Mr. Goyal, gathering from whatever reports are coming in about this AI-315 Air India flight from Hong Kong to Delhi, there was some fuel injection issue that cropped up mid-air. Now, it can get scary if the engines are getting starved of fuel. The pilot, of course, took the right call by going back to the point of origin because that was closer. What could have possibly gone wrong?
Well, I cannot say because right now, once bitten, twice shy. After this tragic incident in Ahmedabad, all the airlines are very careful, and on small pretext, they are trying to double check and they are trying to be safe rather than being sorry, which is a good thing because DGCA has also given instructions that you have to double check everything, particularly Boeing 787s. And not just this flight from Hong Kong, but even Saudia landed in Lucknow, even American Airlines turned back from mid-air, even Lufthansa turned back. So I think something is wrong somewhere. Either someone is, being overcautious, and which is the right thing to do, because, you cannot take chances now after this tragic incident. Every airline is becoming overcautious, and it is better to, even the smallest thing. Earlier, people were ignoring it or they were saying that, okay. But now, I think the world has shaken after this incident, and everyone is extra cautious. Right. Which is a good thing. Right. Good. Caution is good, of course, always. Better late than sorry. But stay with us, Mr. Goyal. There is another aspect of this flight which experienced a mid-air technical issue prompting the aircraft to return to Hong Kong, which is the suspected malfunction was identified through the engine indication and crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for Engine 2's fuel filter bypass. EICAS, as it is called, is a critical system that monitors various aircraft parameters, including engines, hydraulics, and fuel system, and alerts the crew to any deviations from normal operations. Upon receiving the alert, the flight crew prioritized passenger safety and decided to return to Hong Kong as a precautionary measure. All right, continuing with this, Mr. Goyal, you heard that this is basically, the crew was alerted, as I understand from this description, about a malfunction in the fuel engine indication, and this is the system, but this was basically about fuel bypass, Engine 2's fuel filter bypass, which means there was something which was causing trouble for the engine to receive fuel properly, right? As I understand it, it says Engine 2's fuel filter bypass. These are highly fly-by-wire computerized, machines, and everything gets an indication. The pilot gets an indication. What is baffling us is why on AI-171 the pilots could not get any indication. or by the time they got indication, it was too late. So we don't know. The whole thing will tell us.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we always come to believe that there are 30-odd computers that, these are highly technical and technologically advanced systems, and that these planes can really fly on their own with the press of a button, etc. But still there have been crashes, Mr. Goyal, with similar circumstances as were faced by the Hong Kong-New Delhi flight today. So let's understand. My colleague Tanisha joins us with more on what kind of failures have happened in similar situations. Tanisha, over to you.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Now, what we're talking about here is, like you were talking to Subhash Goyal about how the engine had refused to take fuel, and that could have resulted in a major, major tragedy. Thankfully, it was averted. Now, let's have a look at when incidents like this, when engine failure like this was reported in the past, what tragedy it had led to. Number one was the AF447 crash that happened in 2009, where Air France pilot 447 crashed 2009. Now remember, it was because of the same incident, the same engine failure that we are reporting here in the Hong Kong Delhi flight, that it had reported. The same failure was reported in 2009 as well, and that is when the Air France pilot had crashed. Moving on, the other one was AF447 crash 2009, where Airbus A330 lost airspeed and data mid-air. Now, this tragedy happened mid-air. Thankfully, what we're talking about here is the Hong Kong Delhi flight that was grounded back to Hong Kong because it had reported an engine failure. Had it been mid-air, it would have been a huge cause of concern, and it was not. So this is another incident where a similar kind of engine failure, remember, was reported. And another one was ECAM gave multiple conflicting warnings, and the crash that happened in 2009 is where we are talking about that the ECAM had given multiple warnings. Pilots misread alerts, entered stall. Now, these are several warnings that were given once the engine had failed. The pilots were given wrong communication, and that is what led to the tragic crash in the year 2009. The aircraft plunged into Atlantic Ocean. So that was the tragedy that happened. Remember, when a similar kind of engine failure was reported, like it was reported today in the Hong Kong to New Delhi flight. All the 228 passengers and crew that were on board had then died. Nobody was able to survive as it crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. Very fatal tragedy, viewers, that had come in the year 2009. Now, British Airways, 2008. This is another incident that dates back to 2008, where the British Airways flight 38 had crashed in the year 2008. It was a Boeing 777 that faced fuel flow blockage. Remember, here as well, when we are talking about similarities, the engine had refused to take fuel, and that is when the flight had to be grounded to Hong Kong. In the same case, in 2008 as well, there was a similar situation that had come to fore. Ice buildup reduced engine thrust suddenly. Now, these were some of the crucial problems that the aircraft that crashed in 2008, that was the British Airways, faced when the engines had failed. There was no EICAS warning that was there given before the power loss. So these are very crucial points that have come to the fore. Once Air India and DGCA issues a detailed statement on what actually went wrong after the engine failure is when we get to know on what kind of similarities does the Hong Kong Delhi flight have to incidents like these. The aircraft, remember, the British Airways that crashed in 2008, the aircraft crash landed short of the runway. It was a very tragic incident that had happened. All of them survived, but aircraft was completely destroyed. So this was another incident came to fore in 2008. So we got your incidents from 2009, 2008. Now another incident that had come to fore was back in the year 1989, when it was a United Airlines tragedy. This happened, remember, in the year 1989, where United Airlines flight 232 crashed in 1989. A similar kind of situation that we saw again in the Hong Kong-Delhi flight had happened then in 1989. The DC-10 suffered mid-air engine failure. So engine failure is said to be most of the reasons why these tragedies happen, why the aircraft crashes. We got you 3 incidents starting from 2008, 2009, and now this one is from 1989. The hydraulic systems severed and it lost complete control. And remember, engine is a very crucial part as far as we talk about the aircraft, and several theories were also peddling as far as the Ahmedabad crash is concerned. And this engine failure had resulted in EICAS alerted but could not prevent the crash. Another tragic incident that had come to fore in the year 1989. The pilots used engine thrust to steer, but it was all in vain. So these are the 3 incidents that we've got to you. A very, very similar situation that happened today in the Hong Kong-Delhi flight that happened in the past 3 years as well. However, a major tragedy was averted today. Abhishek.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. These clearly are examples of how, despite having best of systems, things can go wrong. Technology is not foolproof, and that's why you need to be on your guard. Thank you so much, Tanasha, with those details. In fact, we want to stay with the story. We want to get to you viewers, what's the nation thinking? And so we're getting a caller from Abhijit Chaudhary from Kolkata. Abhijit, what do you want to share with us?
Hi, Abhishek.
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, from the last few days after the incident happened, it appears that we are getting a bit scared, flying. But you must agree that flying is the safest mode of transport till date. Because people can get scared the way things are reported. I mean, it's okay that the news you are reporting is that it must go to the airlines and the operators instead of the viewers. The viewers can get scared, I would say.
Yeah, you are right, absolutely, because it is always touted as the safest mode of transport, but the fact is that the survival rate is very low. If you meet with an accident, then the chances of surviving are very slim vis-a-vis other modes of transport. Sukanya from Mumbai joins us on the phone line. Sukanya, your thoughts? Abhijit was just saying that there is a sense of fear, despite the fact that air travel seems to be the safest mode of transport in terms of the efficiency with which the aircrafts carry people. Sukanya.
Yes. Hi, Abhishek. Hi, everyone. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Sukanya.
Yes. This is indeed a scary moment, tough phase for Indian civil aviation industry. But we cannot play with the lives of the people. Who are the players who are accountable? Who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders need to be accountable for each and every life. When a carrier carries, they are not only carrying people, they are carrying their lives. They are carrying nation's future, nation's present, and nation's past. So many doctors we have lost. So many, we had engineers, we had doctors, so many professionals we have lost. They're all national assets. So keeping all these things in mind, the Civil Aviation Ministry and all the stakeholders, they should be accountable and they should be made accountable, and they should see that if the AI, the flight, the Dreamliner is not working, what is the next best solution? If it is the ground GH, ground handling staff. And there are many articles which have been coming out in various publications that there are lines of sabotage, there are lines of other things. But whatever it is, we as travelers, we trust everyone. We trust the pilot. We risk our life because we have to travel, and now traveling is the new norm. Everything is spread across the globe, across India. We have to see our kith and kin, and our businesses are spread. Our kids are studying abroad. We have to see everyone. It's become a global family. We all become part of globe. So when we travel like this, each and every time, the risk, the safety measures, SOPs, which have to be followed, which have to be really adhered to, has to be really looked into. And everyone, the stakeholders, they should take all the suggestions, whether it is, whenever yesterday also I had taken a flight from Bangalore to Pune, and I found that, there are lackadaisical approach from the ground staff. They are not able to handle people's theory.
Right.
They are not able, because the staffs are very less in ground. And they are very inexperienced.
Right.
So there is that the carriers today, whether it is Indigo or any other flight, they're all appointing very young people. Where is the training to them? So enough training, enough knowledge to be imparted.
Absolutely.
So all these things have to be. You cannot risk. But we are at mercy of you. So we understand your situation also. But all these issues, all these things need to be taken into consideration by all the stakeholders and to be implemented.
Absolutely, Sukanya. You have, in fact, along with Abhijit, really, expressed what's there in the minds of the people at large in the country, the concerns, the fears, and of course, the thought that authorities should be strict and authorities should be clear about what's going into the processes, have tight control over them. Moving on for now, in a chilling breach of prison security, political rivalries have turned violent inside Shivamogga Central Jail. A JDS worker was brutally attacked by fellow inmates in a clash that's now raising serious questions about VIP treatment and smuggled phones behind bars. Here's a quick report.
In a shocking incident from Shivamogga Central Jail, political rivalries have spilled dangerously behind bars. A JDS worker, Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, jailed just yesterday in a violence case, was brutally assaulted by alleged Congress-affiliated inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A viral video, reportedly filmed on a smuggled mobile phone, shows the horrifying assault. The footage has sparked serious concerns about a major security lapse inside the high-security prison. Questions have been raised on how did a mobile phone get inside, and if prison authorities are turning a blind eye or even offering VIP treatment to politically connected inmates. Public outrage is mounting, with calls for immediate action against negligent jail staff, and an official inquiry is expected.
In a tragic incident, a bridge over the Indriani River near Talegaon in Pune collapsed, leaving 4 people dead and at least 51 injured. 10 to 15 tourists fear trapped. Rescue operations are currently underway with a quick response team reaching the site. In the wake of the disaster, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is currently in Cyprus, spoke with Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who briefed him on the ongoing rescue and relief measures being taken to assist the affected.
मैं इस समय पुणे के इंद्रानी नदी मौजूद हूँ, सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम के साथ मौजूद हूँ। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम निकली हुई है। इंद्रानी नदी में सर्च किया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पे कोई व्यक्ति आके फंसा हुआ तो नहीं है। ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो लाइफ गार्ड की टीम है, रेस्क्यू की टीम है, उसके साथ मैं मौजूद हूँ। और इंद्रानी नदी का तस्वीर देखिए, सामने देखिए, वहाँ पर एक सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम आ रही है सामने से, उधर से सर्च किया जा रहा है, जो कि जहाँ पे जो पुल का हादसा हुआ, जहाँ घटना हुआ, वहाँ से 1 किलोमीटर दूरी पर हम मौजूद है और नदी के अंदर मौजूद है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से दूसरी टीम सर्च करते हुए आ रही है। हम दूसरे साइड से जा रहे हैं, इधर से सर्च करते हुए जा रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पे सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू है। जिस तरह से कल घटना हुई, जिस 3:30 बजे तकरीबन ये घटना हुई। तस्वीर देखिए, साथ में तस्वीर देखिए, तीसरी टीम ये देखिए किस तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए इंद्रानी नदी में उतरी है और सर्च किया जा रहा है कि कोई व्यक्ति जो, क्योंकि घटना जो हुई है लगभग 1 किलोमीटर दूरी पर हुई है और नदी का बहाव देख सकते हैं, नदी का बहाव कितनी तेज है, क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रही है और बारिश होने की वजह से लगातार कहेंगे पानी तेज रफ्तार से बह रहा है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से कल घटना हुई 3:30 बजे, जिस तरह से पुणे के इंद्रानी नदी, ये मावल गांव है, जो कि गांव पे पर जो लोहे का ब्रिज था, और जिस तरह से कल वहां पे पर्यटक वहां पे इकट्ठा हुए, इसके बाद ब्रिज जो है एकाएक गिरी और इस हादसे में 4 लोग की मौत हुई है, 51 लोगों को बचाया गया है। हमारे साथ जो बचाव करने वाले जो टीम है हमारे साथ मौजूद है। आप लोग सर्च कर रहे हैं, क्या देख रहे हैं?
नमस्कार, वन्यजीव रक्षक मावळ संस्था आमची रेस्क्यू टीम है। रेस्क्यू टीम पर आम्ही सर्च करते हैं। हमारा इधर रेस्क्यू टीम चल रही है। कल कम से कम 51 लोग बाहर निकले हैं और 4 लोग तो की डेथ हो गई है, और आज सर्च ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं कि कोई और आदमी गए नहीं रहेगा, तो किसी का मिसिंग कंप्लीट तो नहीं है, फिर भी हम सर्च कर रहे हैं कि कुछ रहेगा तो।